True Monarch Eternal Fire. After another moment, the True Monarch replied, well, our scholarly faction was indeed able to collect a heavenly city fragment that's related to the Divine Beast Department. However, it has pretty much no research value. Song Shuhang curiously asked, why? True Monarch Eternal Fire gloomily said, the fragment we got was a gigantic septic tank of the Divine Beast Department. Song Shuhang, so it was a septic tank. It made sense though. There had to be some cultivators in the ancient heavenly city that weren't strong enough to go without eating. Therefore, it was not surprising that something like a septic tank existed. Perhaps in an ordinary person's imagination, fairy maidens and celestial beings had no need to take a dump. However, in actuality, some members of the ancient heavenly city with insufficient strength would definitely have to answer the call of nature. At this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire again said, it's a giant septic tank for handling the excrement of spirit beasts. It was simply a rip-off. Those guys in the Divine Beast Department had some screws loose, they made their septic tanks much more magnificent than palaces. Back then, our scholarly faction paid a huge price to get this heavenly city fragment from the Green Demon sect, and when we rushed to enter the palace, all we found was Shiet. Eternal Fire should have also seen this story in the records of the scholarly faction. Shuhang could only imagine the seniors of the scholarly faction rushing into the septic tank palace only to find Shiet. How stifled were their hearts? Song Shuhang asked, is there really no research value at all? True Monarch Eternal Fire said, nothing at all. The fragment is still preserved. Little friend Shuhang, if you're really interested, then I can bring you there and let you have a look. Song Shuhang said, thank you, Senior. Besides that, does the scholarly faction have anything else related to the Divine Beast Department? In the end, he decided to check out this septic tank built like a luxurious palace. Since it was a place related to the Divine Beast Department, he wanted to check it out. Who knew, perhaps there was some secret hidden within. Moreover, he could also rely on the secret appraisal technique to identify a strand of hair, a drop of blood, and maybe identify some other things. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, we've got nothing else. Other than that palace-like septic tank, we don't have anything related to the Divine Beast Department. The Divine Beast Department wasn't a big force in the ancient heavenly city to begin with, and the area they occupied wasn't very large. In addition, their location was hit the worst when the ancient heavenly city collapsed. I'm afraid that the territory of the Divine Beast Department might have been completely destroyed. Song Shuhang replied, thank you, Senior. True Monarch Eternal Fire replied with a smiley. Little friend Shuhang, no need to be so polite. After Song Shuhang put away the phone, he looked at the time, it was almost 7 in the morning. At this point, it was almost time for the seal on the big box which contained the monster fox to undo itself, right? Today was September 13th, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Starting from today, there'd be a small vacation. Gao Mumu and the others were going home for the holidays today. In fact, many students had already gone home last night when the classes ended. It was just that Gao Mumu and the others wanted to get together and have a good chat at night, so everyone chose to return dormitory for one last night before the break. Song Shuhang looked at how early it was, and thought to himself, should I go back to Medicine Master's building first? As he pondered, he went to the kitchen and boiled some tea. At this time, in his size-reducing purse, Lady Onion's voice rang out. Surnamed Song. I want to go on a vacation, can I? Song Shuhang curiously asked, vacation? Lady Onion seriously said, yes, I want you to give me 2 weeks. No, it's best if it's a month off. Song Shuhang asked, aren't you already resting every day? Lady Onion said, you know what I mean. I want to get out of this size-reducing purse and leave for a while. Song Shuhang smiled, and said, do you think that's possible? The Enlightenment Stone was extremely important to him because he could get twice the results with half the effort when practicing, and it was especially so when he was practicing martial arts. Lady Onion had always wanted to run away with the Enlightenment Stone. As such, Song Shuhang didn't dare to let her out of his sight. With Lady Onion's desire for freedom, once she left Song Shuhang, she would never return. Lady Onion said, "You and I have been together for months, can't you trust me?" Song Shuhang smiled. Hee hee. Damned slow-witted fool, where has the trust between people gone? Lady Onion said while gnashing her teeth. Song Shuhang smiled. Hee hee. There could indeed be trust between people, but Lady Onion was not a human. Hee hee, your sister. Do you agree or not? Lady Onion was angry. Song Shuhang suddenly asked, "What are you going to do when you go on vacation?" Lady Onion went silent for a moment, and then replied, "I had a dream yesterday. I dreamt about something that happened a long time ago." What was it? Song Shuhang's eyebrows rose. He had once entered a dreamland on Lady Onion's life. It was an unforgettable memory. In the dream, he turned into a green onion, and he experienced extremely dull, tedious, and boring years in the wind and the sun for almost 200 years. It almost drove him crazy. If I were a green onion, or would choose to break my green onion kidneys, I would kill myself because this life is boring as hell. This was the true portrayal of what Song Shuhang was thinking. Several times during that period of time, he could only pray that a little rabbit came and ate the green onion so as to end that boring life that lasted for centuries. However, thanks to the experience from the dream, which could drive people mad, Song Shuhang's heart had been polished and gained great tenacity. After that, even if he rapidly progressed in his cultivation, his will was never affected, which was greatly related to his experience of that more than 200 years of life as a green onion. I dreamt about my childhood. There was a pair of warm big hands that held me, those hands were so broad and warm that I didn't want to leave them. Then, I was taken to a very high mountain. On the side, there was a forest and a clear stream, Lady Onion said as she recalled. Song Shuhang, so it was this memory. The scene when Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven planted Lady Onion, he had also experienced it. Lady Onion slowly said, later, the owner of those big hands planted me on the mountain, and he said to me, "Go on and grow, even the most ordinary green onion has an indeterminable and unlimited future. I would love to see to what extent you will grow to in the future. That's something I truly want to see." Then, he said to me, "Remember where you were born, remember it firmly, and don't forget it until the day you die, because your roots are here." His voice was like heavenly lightning, each phrase accompanied by the voice of the Great Way. I don't know why I dreamt of such a scene, but after having dreamt of it, that voice and those words were engraved in my mind. Every word is crystal clear. Song Shuhang nodded his head. Indeed, when he had entered the dreamland related to Lady Onion, he had also heard the words of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Lady Onion earnestly said, "When I woke up, there was a voice in my heart telling me that I had to go to the place where I was planted. This is something of utmost importance. My roots are there. There's something really important at the place where I was planted, and it's waiting for me." Song Shuhang said, "I see, I understand." Lady Onion happily said, "So, are you going to allow me to go on vacation?" Song Shuhang smiled again. Hee hee. Lady Onion exasperatedly said, "Hee hee, your sister. Yes or no?" Song Shuhang thought for a while, and then he said, "Where are you going? Is it far away?" "Yeah, it's far. I used your phone and checked the map, it's more than half of China away," Lady Onion said, and then added, "Also, I've already prepared for the long trip. I used your online shopping account to buy a lot of things, such as jackets, climbing suits, food, drinks, and some jungle exploration equipment. They're all going to be delivered to Medicine Master's building and will arrive this morning at the latest." Song Shuhang, damn, my new phone's password was already discovered by Lady Onion? As for the money Lady Onion spent, Song Shuhang didn't care. He was a cultivator anyway. To him, money was equivalent to dirt. Ah shit, wait, he was still someone short on money. He was different from the others in the 9 provinces #1 group. Although he was already at the 4th stage realm, he hadn't practiced for long, so he had yet to establish his own channels for making money. Look, I've already prepared so much for this, can't you just let me go? I promise that I will be back within 2 months. Actually, I can't bear to leave you now, and I'm not joking. After all, by staying by your side, I don't have to worry about cultivation resources, and I even often get the chance to listen to powerful teachings. I can't just give up on all those great opportunities, Lady Onion said. Song Shuhang asked, then, do you want me to set you free? Lady Onion shouted, yes, 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 of course I'd want that. Song Shuhang smiled, hee hee. Lady Onion, Song Shuhang said, today's the Mid-Autumn Festival, after this, I'm going to have a 1-week vacation. I'll arrange everything today, and then I will take you to the mountain peak where you were planted. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven planted you there and told you to not forget the place where you grew up. There has to be a reason he said so. Maybe he left an opportunity there for you. Lady Onion asked, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven? Do you mean to say that he's that person with those broad and warm hands that planted me? Song Shuhang nodded, and said, yup. How do you know that I was planted by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven? Lady Onion suddenly asked. I never said anything about the appearance of the person with those gentle and warm hands. How did you guess his identity? This silly onion was actually smart every now and then. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, it's a secret. Lady Onion suddenly became anxious, and said, did you do something bad to me? Are you a beast that doesn't let off even a little green onion? Song Shuhang's face froze. Do you want to go where you grew up or not? If you don't, you can go on. But if you want to go, then shut up. Freedom of speech, I demand for the right to speak. Lady Onion's little face flushed. Song Shuhang responded, even I don't have the freedom to speak, and you actually demand it? In this time and age, saying the wrong words could cause one to be raided by the police for a thorough inspection and investigation. Song Shuhang said, in the afternoon, I'll take you to your birthplace on the flying saber, so have a good rest and get ready. Right, do you want something to eat? Lady Onion replied, I want a saber intent condensing lotus seed. I want to condense saber intent. Song Shuhang asked, aren't you going to learn sword techniques? Lady Onion asked back, why would I learn sword techniques? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, think about it, how handsome would you look if you learned sword techniques? As he did not have the talent to learn sword techniques, he especially hoped that the people around him could learn some cool sword techniques. Lady Onion rolled her eyes, and said, I have to stay by your side until I get my freedom. By being next to you, someone who only has experience in learning saber techniques, and whose sword talent is 0, you actually want me to learn sword techniques? Other than that, you have saber intent condensing lotus seeds, but don't have sword intent condensing lotus seeds. If you were me, would you choose saber techniques or sword techniques? Song Shuhang confidently said, sword techniques. You're hopeless, Lady Onion said. For cultivators, strength is everything. Handsomeness is as good as a fart. Look at me, so what if I am hot or beautiful? I lacked the strength, and I was beaten up and kept inside a size-reducing purse. No matter how handsome you are, without enough strength, what's the use? Song Shuhang, Lady Onion then said, anyway, you've got a call. Song Shuhang asked, where's the phone? Here, Lady Onion said as she handed the phone to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took a look at the screen and found that the phone was in silent mode. The call was from Su Clan 16. Song Shuhang said, when did I put my phone on silent? Lady Onion responded, I did that. I couldn't sleep last night, so I put it on silent mode and shut off the sound as I watched a movie. Song Shuhang, watching a movie on mute? When did Lady Onion become so considerate? Song Shuhang unlocked the phone and answered the call. 16, morning. Su Clan 16 asked, "Are you awake? Where are you right now?" Song Shuhang replied, "In the school's dormitory. I was with my roommates yesterday. I haven't been back to the dormitory to sleep for quite a while, so I stayed here for the night." Su Clan 16 laughed and said, "I've sorted out that box of immortal clothing, and I'll bring it to you in a while. When will you be coming back?" Song Shuhang answered, "I'll be back in a short while. I'll call you before I go back." Su Clan 16 said, "Forget it, I'll just look for you at the school." Song Shuhang said, "That's fine as well. I'll be waiting for you." After ending the call, Song Shuhang heard his roommates in the dormitory moving. It seemed that his friends had woken up one after the other. It was Tubo's alarm clock that woke everyone up. Tubo rubbed his temple as he smiled bitterly, and said, "F***ck, I forgot to turn off the alarm yesterday." After getting a hard-to-come-by good sleep and not hearing that typing sound, he ended up getting woken up by his own alarm clock. Yangda laughed, and said, "Waking up at this is also good. The traffic in the morning is just fine. By the way, Shuhang, I just heard you in a call, whose nickname is 16. Gao Mumu responded, "Oh, I know. It was Teacher Su, right? It's still early morning, and you're already all lovey-dovey, how romantic. Go die." Song Shuhang smiled, and then said, "I bought you guys breakfast and made you some tea. I still have something to attend to, so I'm going to leave first." "We understand. Are you going to see your parents on the Mid-Autumn Festival? However, Shuhang, you're still only a sophomore, remember not to impregnate girls yet," Gao Momu said with a laugh. Song Shuhang raised his middle finger at Gao Momu as he said, "There's no saving you filth. I've already told you that the relationship between 16 and I isn't what you think." After Song Shuhang left, the little turtle on the table became a little worried. It was worried because of the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was practically a small vacation break, and Gao Momu and the others were going to go home. Would Gao Momu bring it with him? If they didn't go back together, how was it supposed to accomplish the mission given to it by Lady Jiaojiao? As Song Shuhang was moving towards the exit of the boys' dormitory, he saw Su Clan 16 in the distance. He saw 16 holding a baguette in her hands and nibbling on it. Song Shuhang waved at her, and asked, "16, is that your breakfast?" Su Clan 16 took another small bite, and said, "I've already had breakfast at home, but when I saw the freshly baked bread at a bakery on the way, with it also being very fragrant, I ended up buying it. Do you want some?" "I've already had breakfast," Song Shuhang said. "Sigh, your EQ is seriously too low. At this time, according to plots in romance dramas, you should have smiled radiantly, and then taken a bite from where 16 had bitten from. And then, 16 would blush," Lady Onion said to Song Shuhang using the secret transmission technique. She had long mastered how to use the secret transmission technique. When Song Shuhang first learned to transmit secret messages, she was watching the entire process. It was just that her cultivation realm wasn't high enough before, so she couldn't practice it. But this can still be salvaged, you just have to say, "Although I've already eaten, I could still eat a bit more." Then, you make your move and take a bite, Lady Onion continued to say using the secret transmission technique. Song Shuhang, 16 looked at Song Shuhang who suddenly looked troubled, and saw that Shuhang's gaze remained fixed on her baguette. She gave it some thought, broke off half of the baguette with her hands, and handed one half to Song Shuhang. "Here, you can have this half." Song Shuhang took it, and said, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Su Clan 16 replied. Then, they went back to the Medicine Master's building side by side. "Fail, neither of you passed. At that moment, Su Clan 16 should have just fed the bread straight to your mouth, Lady Onion commented. Song Shuhang, he suddenly remembered the words said by Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother, don't watch too many unrealistic dramas, they'll affect your IQ. He was now considering whether or not to limit the time that Lady Onion spent watching romance dramas. When Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 returned to the Medicine Master's building, as they came upstairs to the living room, they saw that the TV in the living room was still on. Loli Shur was huddled into a ball as she lay asleep on the sofa. For how long did this little girl watch the TV yesterday? Song Shuhang turned off the TV, picked up Shur, and carried her back to her own room to let her have a good sleep. Then, they went upstairs to Fairy Fleeting Life's room. As soon as they got onto the stairs, they heard a conversation in the room. Teacher, what are you talking about? You're going to replace your eldest brother and marry some dog? It was the voice of the monster fox, Dugubai. As expected, he had already come out of the box sealed by Senior White 2. Fairy Fleeting Life answered. The monster fox said, how can this be? I strongly oppose this. How can you replace your eldest brother and marry his supposed wife? What is this sudden lesbian turn? Absolutely not. Also, isn't it a joyous event that your eldest brother was able to get a wife? Why are you stopping him? No, the problem is that Daodu, whom my eldest brother is supposed to marry, is a male dog, Fairy Fleeting Life said with a sigh. Huh? The monster fox's eyes went wide open. In other words, her eldest brother was gay? Was there a mistake somewhere? How could such a serious and conservative person such as his teacher's eldest brother be gay? There definitely had to be some conspiracy to this. So, in my stern refusal to accept such a thing, I ended up deciding to replace my eldest brother in his wedding, and be the one to marry Daodu instead, Fairy Fleeting Life said. What did your eldest brother say? Monster Fox felt that something wasn't right, it really felt like this was some meticulous scheme. Fairy Fleeting Life replied, my eldest brother ignored my refusal. He said that the wedding has already been decided and that it could not be called off. However, I threatened him and said that I would beat him unconscious and replace him in his wedding. Later, my eldest brother agreed. Then, he said that he'll send the groom's clothes over to my place in 2 days. The monster fox stroked his forehead. Sure enough, there was something fishy here. The monster fox gnashed his teeth, and said, no, I can't agree to you marrying Daodu. If you really want to have your eldest brother replaced in being wed to Daodu, then you can have me do it, the monster fox spat out. For his teacher, he could do anything. Have you also gone gay? Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes widened. The monster fox, Fairy Fleeting Life said, I'm telling you, don't even think about becoming gay. Rest assured. After I marry that Daodu, I will find a chance to divorce him in a few days. No, I can't let teacher's reputation be affected. I will definitely find a way to stop this. The monster fox gritted his teeth. Fairy Fleeting Life responded, I've already decided. I'm warning you. If you dare put me unconscious and replace me in marrying that Daodu, then don't even think about seeing me in your life again. The monster fox replied, then, I'll find someone else to replace teacher for the wedding. I know a few dog fairy maidens. If that Daodu is handsome, then someone would definitely be willing to replace you for the wedding. If not dog fairies, then I also know some cat fairies. Don't make trouble. Fairy Fleeting Life said, and then she added, you must not force others. The monster fox continued, I'll handle this. Teacher, you can rest assured. I'll contact them right now. After saying that, he pushed the door to head out. Then, he saw Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16. The monster fox screamed, it's you. Song Shuhang flatly said, it is indeed I. The monster fox stared at Song Shuhang for a while, and then suddenly said, don't even think about hitting on my teacher. Teacher is mine. Song Shuhang shrugged. Yeah, I know. The monster fox looked at Su Clan 16, who was next to Song Shuhang, and felt relieved. I still have something to attend to, see you later. Song Shuhang reminded, well, if you really want to find someone to replace Fairy Fleeting Life in that wedding, then you can try looking for a fairy maiden named Chu Chu, that would let the wedding go smoother. You don't have to worry about this. The monster fox gritted his teeth, and quickly fled away. Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and said, 16. Who do you think will end up marrying Daodu? Would it be Fairy Fleeting Life? The monster fox did goodbye. Fairy Fleeting Life's eldest brother? Or would it end up being some other dog or car fairy maiden? Hee, I'm starting to get interested in Daodu's wedding, Su Clan 16 said with a laugh. Then, the two of them entered the room. Fairy Fleeting Life was sitting at the table, holding her cheek up with one hand while sulking. Su Clan 16 took out the box of immortal clothing. Song Shuhang remembered about the Divine Beast Department's inheritance, which had one part in the light and the other in the dark. Should he mention this matter to Fairy Fleeting Life? Fleeting Life was the inheritor of the legacy left in the light. As such, would she be able to find any clues about the inheritance in the dark? Fairy Fleeting Life, do you know if the 33 Divine Beasts sect had some sort of secret inheritance? Song Shuhang asked straightforwardly. It was better to ask about this matter directly. Fairy Fleeting Life was already aware that he was in need of a suitable life-bound magical treasure. As such, it was better to be direct about this matter related to the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Medicine Master's building was surrounded by the formations that Medicine Master and Venerable White had arranged. Therefore, it was relatively safe to discuss the matter here as it couldn't be overheard by other parties. The sect had a secret inheritance as well? Fairy Fleeting Life was confused. Yes. When the Divine Beast Department was destroyed, they left behind one inheritance in the light and one in the dark. The 33 Divine Beasts sect was the inheritance in the light, but there is an inheritance in the dark as well. Fairy Fleeting Life, do you know anything about it? Song Shuhang asked. Fairy Fleeting Life furrowed her brows and fell into thought. Then, she shook her head. I've never heard about the inheritance in the dark. However, it might be because I was too weak back then, and I didn't know the secrets of the sect. When I go back to the ruins of the 33 Divine Beast sect, I'll take a close look and see if I can find anything. If I find something, I'll contact you immediately. Song Shuhang nodded. Then, I wish you success. Moreover, here is the box of immortal clothing that your teacher Bamboo Pipe left for you. Su Clan 16 left the immortal clothing box to Fairy Fleeting Life. Fairy Fleeting Life took the box and looked at the clothes of different sizes inside. Then, she turned into Yi Si once more, with her tears falling non-stop. Her teacher had prepared this clothing of different sizes so that she could wear them in the future as well. Perhaps he had felt that there was a disaster coming. When returning to the ruins of the 33 Divine Beasts sect this time, she would make sure to visit her teacher's secret dwelling. Since he had felt that there was something wrong, perhaps she would find something there. At this time, there was a knot in her heart. The possibility of her practicing and becoming strong enough to avenge the 33 Divine Beasts sect was rather low. As such, she could only pin her hopes on her disciple and this Senior Song in front of her. Su Clan 16 and Song Shuhang quietly left Fairy Fleeting Life's room so that she could cry in peace and lessen the pain in her heart. When the two reached the living room downstairs, Su Clan 16 suddenly asked, Shuhang, is the Mid-Autumn Festival today? Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. So, there will be a night of full moon today, Su Clan 16 said. Do you remember what Sage Monarch Winter Melon said? He said that he would come looking for you on the next night of full moon, which is today. Song Shuhang, he. Su Clan 16 continued, however, I feel that Sage Monarch Winter Melon will need some time to consolidate his realm since he has just advanced to the 8th stage. Someone that has become a profound sage will need at least a year to stabilize their realm. Therefore, the night of full moon he mentioned should be referring to next year's night of full moon. Song Shuhang said, let's hope this is the case. If it was next year's night of full moon, he would have a year to hire a thug, to make preparations to deal with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. But if it was today? His liver ached at the thought. Right. 16, are you free today? Song Shuhang asked. Su Clan 16 faintly smiled. Do you want to go window shopping with me? Song Shuhang said, ahahaha, there is always time for that. This afternoon, I wanted to bring Lady Onion back to her native place. My intuition is telling me that it's a good place. In the scene in the Dreamland, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had brought Lady Onion to a tall mountain, carefully selected a place, and planted her there. Moreover, he had repeatedly urged Lady Onion not to forget about her native place. The fact that Lady Onion, a little monster of the 1st stage, could already assume human form was perhaps related to that place. Damn it, even if it's a good place, it's my good place. How can you use it to curry favor with your woman? Lady Onion said via secret sound transmission. Song Shuhang, I have no intention to take what is yours. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven and I are on good terms, and I definitely won't steal the things he has left for you. Therefore, you don't have to worry, Song Shuhang comforted. Is the relationship between you and the Daoist priest that planted me that good? Lady Onion said after a short while. Song Shuhang continued, well, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven has taught me some skills after all. I feel that there is fate between us. In that case, how about considering Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's face and granting me freedom? Lady Onion said happily. Song Shuhang laughed. Hee hee. In the meantime, Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment, and said, okay. I don't have anything important to do today, so let's go there together. Good. Such being the case, let's prepare the luggage this morning and then head there, Song Shuhang said. If everything went well, he could perhaps even return home to visit his parents. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Then, Lady Onion hurried to say, wait a moment. The stuff I ordered online has yet to arrive. Song Shuhang, what's the use of that stuff anyway? While discussing, Song Shuhang's phone rang. After taking a look at the screen, he got the impulse to throw the phone away. The one calling him was Dharma King Creation. This time, he wasn't using a phone from abroad, but his main one. Why had Senior Creation called him? Was it because he wasn't satisfied after last time's singing session and wanted to sing again? Or perhaps he had come up with some new song that he wanted to share with Shuhang? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, keeping the phone as far as possible and lowering the volume to the minimum. 16. Seal your hearing. It's for your safety, Song Shuhang said. Su Clan 16 asked, what's happening? Dharma King Creation is calling, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 16 obediently sealed her hearing and stuffed cotton in her ears. Song Shuhang slowly picked up the call. Hello, little friend Shuhang. Dharma King Creation's voice echoed. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you, Senior Creation, Song Shuhang replied. Do you remember what I said yesterday? 3 disciples of my warring Buddha sect went out and will come to the Jiangnan area today. They should be there in around half an hour. Can you wait for them and give them a stamp while you're at it? Right, are you even in the Jiangnan area? Dharma King Creation said. They'll be coming this morning? Fine, I'm in Medicine Master's building, Song Shuhang replied. Okay, then I'll trouble you, little friend Shuhang. Right, I wrote a new song yesterday, do you want to listen to it? Dharma King Creation asked. Hello? Hello? Senior, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Hello? Damn, what happened to this phone I just bought? The signal is too bad. Senior, can you hear what I'm saying? The signal is really bad here, let's chat next time. Song Shuhang talked to himself for a while and hung up. Dharma King Creation, who was still in a foreign land, was speechless. At this time, close to Jiangnan University Town, at the Heixiang metro station, 3 Buddhist monks left the underground station. The 3 seemed to be triplets. They were tall, strong, ripped and scary. Their muscles were bulging and shiny. They looked like monks with incredible battle prowess. When the people saw their build, they subconsciously stepped backwards. Is this Jiangnan University Town? It's built in a very auspicious place. Ripped monk number 1 sighed. Ripped monk number 2 said, where do we go now? Let's call a taxi, ripped monk number 3 said. But I don't have money with me, ripped monk number 1 said. I don't have money, either, ripped monk number 2 said. Then, the 2 turned to look at ripped monk number 3. Ripped monk number 3 complained, damn, you 2 are really cheap. Aren't you tired of using this same tactic every time? It's because we know that you always bring money with you each time we leave the sect, junior brother Hong Tong, ripped monk number 1 said. Since you'll bring the money, there is no need for me and senior brother Hong Fa to bring it as well. After all, it's very tiring to bring money around, ripped monk number 2 added. Hee hee. The 3rd monk, junior brother Hong Tong, sneered. Hong Fa, Hong Hai, you are too naive. To avoid feeding this bad habit of yours, I didn't bring any money this time either. Fu big senior brother Hong Fa looked at the sky. Tisk. Second senior brother Hong Hai also looked at the sky. So, what do we do now? Junior brother Hong Tong asked. If one had money, they could travel all around the world, but if they were penniless, they couldn't take a single step forward. The ancients were truly wise. Can't we call Senior Tyrannical Song and ask him to pick us up? Big senior brother Hong Fa said. Do you have Senior Tyrannical Song's number? Second senior brother Hong Hai asked. Don't look at me, because I don't have it. Junior brother Hong Tong shook his head. However, I know where Senior Tyrannical Song lives, let's go there on foot. This seems the only way. Walking is also a type of practice. Let's run over there, big senior brother Hong Fa said. The 3 scary-looking monks started running. Hey there fellow Daoists, nice to meet you. At this time, a magnetic voice echoed beside their ears. The 3 turned around and saw a handsome blonde man waving at them. The man was tall and slim, and wore his long hair in a ponytail. His facial features were delicate, just like those of a girl. One could faintly feel the aura of a Daoist cultivator coming from his body. In addition, his strength didn't seem low. Fellow Daoist, hello. The 3 ripped monks greeted him with serious faces. Fellow Daoists, I see that your bodies are very strong and have a metallic luster. Do you specialize in defense? The handsome man said via secret sound transmission. Big senior brother Hong Fa nodded. After all, it wasn't a secret or anything. They hadn't reached the realm where they could pass off as ordinary people. Therefore, as long as one had good eyesight, they needed but a glance to tell that they were Buddhist cultivators that specialized in training their bodies. What a coincidence, I also specialize in defense. Fellow Daoists, where are you going? If we are heading in the same direction, we can discuss what we know on defense along the way, the handsome man said happily. The handsome blonde man seemed to have an aura of gentleness around him. With a few words, he was able to get the 3 muscular monks of the warring Buddha sect to lower their vigilance. It was as if there was some kind of power that affected them and made them feel that this blonde man was a close and friendly fellow Daoist. Second senior brother Hong Hai said, we are preparing to go to Jiangnan University Town. It's just that we don't have any money and can't afford a taxi. Fellow Daoists, do you not have a phone? Nowadays, you only need to install an app on your phone, and then you can pay for a taxi online, which is especially convenient. Big Senior Brother Hong Fa said, I don't have any money on my phone either. Second Senior Brother Hong Hai said, same for me. Junior Brother Hong Tong said, I deliberately transferred all my money yesterday, so I don't have even a dime. The handsome blonde man, Senior Brother Hong Fa said, is Fellow Daoist heading in the same direction? The handsome blonde man smiled, and said, yeah, in fact, the location I'm heading to is also Jiangnan University Town. Actually, most of the passengers who had gotten off at Heixiang Station are heading there. Junior Brother Hong Tong said, is Fellow Daoist going to take a taxi? Can you bring us for a ride? The handsome blonde man, second Senior Brother Hong Hai asked, is it not fine? It's not that it isn't fine, but we're already quite close to Jiangnan University Town. The handsome blonde man smiled, and said, walking there shouldn't take too long, if you three aren't familiar with the way, you can come with me. And so, under the influence of that weird, gentle aura, the three disciples of the warring Buddha sect followed behind the handsome blonde man and headed to Jiangnan University Town. Fortunately, the handsome blonde man had no ill intentions, otherwise, these three guys would have been sold to traffickers without them even knowing it. On the way, the man began to talk about the path of defense with the three disciples of the warring Buddha sect. He talked about it with simple words, going from general to specific matters. The three disciples of the warring Buddha sect originally scoffed at the handsome man's claim that he specialized in defense. With this guy's slender body that made him look as if he were a girl, how could he possibly be proficient in defensive techniques? TSK, however, after he began to talk, they realized that the other party was awesome. He had grasped all kinds of defensive techniques and maneuvers so well that he could easily talk about them and explain them. In just a few minutes, they were able to gain a deeper understanding of defense, and many things that they could not have even imagined in the past were now clear to them. As they walked, the four entered an empty alley. Because there weren't many people where they passed, the four people were able to communicate freely and without restriction. Fellow Daoist's understanding of defense is really exquisite. Hong Fa truly admires you. Hong Fa politely clasped his hands. After a few minutes of talking, the other party's speech was so effective that it could almost be said to be a miracle in the art of teaching. Second Senior Brother Hong Hai's eyes lit up as he said, Fellow Daoist, what defensive cultivation techniques do you practice? The handsome blonde man suddenly paused, he seemed to have said too much. When he saw three good seedlings who specialized in defense, he couldn't help but say a few words in hopes of making the path of defense flourish. He didn't expect to talk so much. This wasn't good, this wasn't in line with his plan of being low-key. It wasn't the time for him to be so high-profile. In order to stay low, he had completely changed his build and appearance before he went out this time, changing his appearance to a gentler style. Other than that, he also suppressed his realm and aura, using hundreds of methods to hide his identity. He even used a secret treasure to hide his sage name. He had put so much hard work into this, he could not let himself fail. So, the handsome blonde man smiled slightly, and said, actually, I only know some theories. Anyway, I practice the Taurus technique, but my level can only be considered very average as I've only reached the intermediate level in it. Junior Brother Hong Tong curiously said, Taurus technique? I haven't heard of it. How powerful is the intermediate level? Would you be able to stop a blade from cutting your arm? The handsome blonde man, who continued to smile, said, the Taurus technique can be considered to be a decent defensive technique, but I wasn't able to learn it perfectly. Generally speaking, if a cultivator of the same realm cuts at my arm using only brute force and a blade, there would only be a red mark left behind. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he didn't want these three guys to look down on him. It could already be considered a superior defensive technique for it to make a cultivator at the same realm only be able to leave a red mark on one's arm when at the intermediate realm. As soon as the handsome blonde man finished speaking, junior brother Hong Tong laughed, and said, "Your Taurus technique isn't that good. I've also only cultivated my jadeite divine body to the intermediate realm, but its effect is better than that of your Taurus technique." As he spoke, junior brother Hong Tong took out a 30 centimeters long serrated knife from his trousers. Only heaven knew how this guy was able to get on the train car with a weapon. Then, he grabbed the serrated knife and slashed at his arm. A sound akin to metal clashing with iron came out, and sparks could even be seen flying out from junior brother Hong Tun's arm, but in the end, the serrated knife failed to hurt him. Junior brother Hong Tong laughed, and proudly said, "Fellow Daoist, do you find my jadeite divine body powerful? If a fellow Daoist of the same realm were to stab me with a knife, let alone red marks, they wouldn't even be able to hurt my hair. Even if they were to make an effort to cut through my body, they wouldn't be able to hurt me at all. Isn't the jadeite divine body very domineering?" The corners of the handsome blonde man's mouth twitched. "Idiot, don't be rude to this fellow Daoist." Big senior brother Hong Fa slapped the back of the head of the junior brother. Even if the blonde Daoist only knew some theories, he was nevertheless able to give some guidance to the three of them. Their junior brother actually dared to be so rude to the other party. How ungrateful! Hong Tong screamed as he held his head and squatted down. Though the slap of his older senior brother wasn't painful, he had to at least pretend it was very much so. Otherwise, his senior brother would really beat him up. "Fellow Daoist, apologies, my junior brother was muddle-headed and offended you, forgive us." "Please believe me, he had no ill intent," Hong Fa told the handsome blonde man. The handsome blonde man smiled slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter, your junior brother is still young, and such mindset is in line with the defensive path anyway." With him being so simple-minded, he indeed was well suited to be a meat shield. The group continued to talk as they walked. The handsome blonde man smiled slightly, and said, "By the way, I heard you mention Tyrannical Song before. Were you referring to the first sage in 1,000 years? Hong Fa's eyes slightly lit up. Had this handsome blonde man approached them with the purpose of getting closer to Senior Tyrannical Song in mind? Was he trying to get through them and get closer to the first sage in 1,000 years? This was also human nature. If others knew that they were juniors of the first sage in 1,000 years, then they would also try to get close to them. At this moment, junior brother Hong Tong replied, "Yeah, we're looking for Senior Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years. We are looking for him to get him to stamp us." "Stamp? Are you all trying to enter profound Sage Tyrannical Song's sect?" the handsome blonde man asked. These three who practiced defensive techniques were good seedlings, so wouldn't it be unfortunate for them if they were to enter profound Sage Tyrannical Song's sect? His junior brother's honest mouth made Hong Fa speechless for a while. As such, he could only say, "Nope, we're getting stamped by Senior Tyrannical Song as a precaution." The handsome blonde man asked, "Precaution? For what?" At this time, the second senior brother Hong Hai added, "It would be good for fellow Daoist to know that we're guarding against the fourth sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Horizon." "You have enmity with Profound Sage Horizon?" The handsome blonde man looked puzzled. He felt that the storyline was really complicated, and so were their relationships. "Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand, that isn't the case. There is no enmity between us and Profound Sage Horizon, it's just that Profound Sage Horizon has quite a bad reputation. He is well known for being a frenzied strength imparter demon, who likes to transfer his pure energy to younger cultivators. 8 out of 10 who are on the receiving end would end up buried by the heavenly tribulation. His strength impartation is simply terrifying." Hong Hai then continued to explain, with Profound Sage Horizon reaching the 8th stage, if he were to master the Sage Seal and learn its stamping powers, he would be able to remotely transfer power to whoever got stamped by him, which is really too terrifying. Damn, the stamp function could actually be used like that? The handsome blonde man was stunned as he acquired this new knowledge. Second senior brother Hong Hai lamented, "It can only be said that our great world of cultivation is doomed." Junior brother Hong Tong said, "So, the first thing we three brothers are doing after coming out of the sect is to go to Senior Tyrannical Song and get stamped so that we can prevent Profound Sage Horizon from secretly stamping us and transferring power to us from far away." The handsome blonde man asked, "So that's the case, but don't you also have to worry about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song transferring power to you?" "Don't worry, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is our senior, and wouldn't do such a thing. And, in the future, there are still going to be many more disciples who are going to go to him to get a stamp. Even if Profound Sage Tyrannical Song also needs to transfer power, he would at least be able to split it between many people and spread it over everyone, and we might even end up benefiting from it." Junior brother Hong Tong divulged another secret once again. "So that's the case." The handsome blonde man nodded silently. In his heart, he couldn't help but raise his view of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. It seemed that the other party was a virtuous man. "Fellow Daoist, do you want to see Profound Sage Tyrannical Song? Do you need me to introduce him to you?" At this time, Hong Fa asked loudly. Frankly, he felt very happy when communicating with the blonde man. If the other party wanted to see Senior Tyrannical Song, he could notify Senior Tyrannical Song and see if he was willing to meet the other party. The handsome blonde man shook his head slightly, and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Although I also want to see Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, it isn't the time yet. I still have other things to attend to." Tonight would be when he was going to meet Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Right now, it was still too early. At that time, he would be Sage Monarch Winter Melon, the 5th sage in 1,000 years. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival and the night of the full moon. As such, he had come to challenge the first sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Tonight was his and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's stage. "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, you might not have thought so, but I've arrived. Everyone thinks that I still want to consolidate my realm and will come to fight you next year, but I have come unexpected. Tonight, our battle in Jiangnan area will start. Tyrannical Song, don't run." For this Battle of the Full Moon, tonight, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had prepared extensively so that everything could proceed smoothly. For example, he had prepared a large-scale, cloud-expelling talisman so that if the weather was rather unpleasant with dark clouds blocking the moon, then he could simply use the talisman and drive away the clouds to ensure that the people in the Jiangnan area could enjoy the bright moon tonight. And if the moon tonight was not big enough, he had also brought a full moon background. After it was released, those in the Jiangnan area would be able to see the largest full moon in its history to ensure everyone's full enjoyment. The people in the Jiangnan area were truly blessed during this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. In Medicine Master's building, Song Shuhang signed several express delivery service papers in succession. It was because of all the equipment ordered by Lady Onion, all kinds of travelware, water bottles, and compressed biscuits. Were these things even useful for cultivators? A fasting pill could replace all the food. And why were these express delivery boys so diligent, coming to the door one after the other? Did Lady Onion do something? Or was it because of Sima Jiang? After receiving several of the delivery services in a row, Song Shuhang suddenly got an uneasy feeling in his heart. Su Clan 16 asked, "What's wrong?" Song Shuhang said, "My guts are telling me that if I stay here, I will probably have trouble." Su Clan 16 asked, "Then, should we leave now?" They had already prepared to go to Lady Onion's birthplace today, it was fine even if they left early. Song Shuhang said, "Let's wait for a while. We can leave immediately after I stamp Dharma King Creations Juniors." After a pause, he added, "Do you think that Sage Monarch Winter Melon will really come here today?" Su Clan 16 seriously said, if you have such a premonition, then there's a good chance that Sage Monarch Winter Melon will really come tonight. A cultivator's intuition was extremely keen. They would feel uneasiness especially when there was something bad about to happen. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly, and said, this Sage Monarch Winter Melon is really impatient. If Sage Monarch Winter Melon had really come today, then he had to at least come up with something to face the other party. Then, once you're done stamping Dharma King Creations Juniors, we'll be leaving immediately, Su Clan 16 said. However, I feel that with Sage Monarch Winter Melon's strength of the profound Sage realm, even if we were to leave immediately, it would still be very easy for him to be able to track us down. I'll ask Senior White if there's any good way to deal with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Song Shuhang then sent a note to Senior White, Senior White, when are you going to finish transcending the tribulation? Not any time soon, I might have overdone it a bit, Senior White quickly replied to Song Shuhang. Overdone? What does he mean? Song Shuhang sent another note, asking with some concern, did something happen to the heavenly tribulation? Did something else other than the nuclear bombs appear? Senior White replied, the strongest hydrogen bombs have already appeared, but this time they arrange themselves into a wonderful sword formation when they attack me. This sword formation is very powerful. Wait a moment, my main body is in a bit of trouble. I'll rush through this wave first. This sword formation really interests me, I really want to get through it. After I get out, I will arrange this sword formation for you to see. I'm going to call it, Heavenly Tribulation Sword Formation, so that the name is easy to remember. Song Shuhang, Senior White had still brought a clone into the Heavenly Tribulation realm to chat with him. No wonder Senior White was still able to respond right away although I had just recently sent the note to him. It must be that secret, clone technique of the 9 provinces #1 group. Shuhang still had yet to learn this clone technique, and it was definitely because his level in the group wasn't high enough. After he successfully became a king in the group, then there would definitely be some old seniors hidden in the group who would contact him in private and teach him the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. About half a minute later, Senior White replied, why were you looking for me? By the way, there isn't much space left on the notepaper on my side, send over another note. Song Shuhang then replied, it is likely that Sage Monarch Winter Melon will be dueling with me today. I've been getting an uneasy feeling. Are you still a clone, or is it the real Senior White? With that message, Song Shuhang also sent a brand new notepad to Venerable White. Senior White responded, it's a night with a full moon tonight. P.S. I am a new clone. The one you were previously chatting with has exploded. The Heavenly Tribulation Sword Formation is really powerful. Song Shuhang, Senior White's first clone, was able to stay on the stage for half a minute before heroically dying. Song Shuhang continued to write. Yeah, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, there's a proper full moon tonight. Senior White's clone 2 replied, guided missiles and nuclear bombs can't explode in the main world, so they can only be used as a deterrent, but if the opponent is an 8th stage profound sage, the nuclear deterrence alone may not be enough to shock him. Song Shuhang responded, yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. If the Heavenly Tribulation weaponry can't explode, then it's tantamount to taking a paper tiger with me and intimidating the opponent with a false display, and I'm not confident that this would work. Senior White, is there any other option? Senior White's second clone said, why not try Lady Onion's fiercely kneeling on the ground and apologizing technique? You can't beat the other party anyway. Senior White also knew that Lady Onion had a set of techniques, one of which was a powerful apology technique. Senior White's second clone added, if there's really nothing that can be done, then you can just hide in the inner world first. When I come out from my heavenly tribulation, I'll help you out. How are you going to help me? Song Shuhang asked. I remember that the Sage Seal has a function to establish a contact with the other party through space. Try letting me stamp you, then I'll make contact with you and go to fight Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Still, let's talk about this later. The main body's battle has gotten very fierce, and I have to get going. It seems to be time for me to be heroic and righteous. See you later, Senior White's second clone said. Su Clan 16, who was at the side, Song Shuhang, I wonder if there's any chance to meet that Senior White clone 2 again. Perhaps because of Senior White 2, who often hung around in the main world, he had an instinctive fondness for the combination of the words Senior White plus 2. By the way, was Senior White 2 still here? If he's here, then maybe he can help me out. Song Shuhang looked towards the sky and called out. Beep, 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 heavens, why has Senior White 2's name been censored again today? Su Clan 16 curiously asked, what are you doing? Summoning a powerful thug. Song Shuhang chuckled dryly, and then shouted in his mind, Senior White 2, oh wait, Senior White 2 must have been away today as he didn't reply to Song Shuhang. At this time, the doorbell downstairs rang out. Song Shuhang looked out of the window and saw 3 muscular monks standing nervously at the door. They should be the 3 juniors of Dharma King Creation, who had just arrived in the Jiangnan area. Song Shuhang jumped up and out of the window. He had recently become more and more fond of going out through windows rather than through the door. Halfway through doing it, Song Shuhang slapped his head. This bad habit of jumping out windows had to be changed. All around Medicine Master's house, there were screening formations to prevent the inside from being seen by outsiders. However, if he suddenly jumped out of the 3rd floor window after returning to his home in Wenzhou City when going out, then his parents would definitely be scared to death. Su Clan 16 smiled slightly and also jumped down. After landing, Song Shuhang saw the fox demon on the phone as it squatted under a flower stand in the yard. It seemed to be calling his female friends to see if any of them were willing to come and marry Daodu. Song Shuhang reached out and opened the gate. When the 3 muscular monks saw Song Shuhang, they greeted him respectfully. Hong Fa. Hong Hai. Hong Tong. Greetings, Senior Tyrannical Song. Come in before we talk. Song Shuhang's mouth twitched slightly. They were still at the entrance. It was strange for the neighbors to see such a scene. The 3 muscular monks nervously squeezed into the small courtyard. They were actually so close to profound sage Tyrannical Song, who was a real powerhouse in the cultivation world. You are the juniors of Fellow Daoist Creation? Song Shuhang smiled. You guys want to get a stamp? Where do you want to be stamped? Ancestor Yuan Tong told us that we should choose to get stamped in an area that's hidden as much as possible. In this way, we won't end up running around and borrowing the fame of Senior Tyrannical Song's name. After all, we came out of the sect to train and gain experience, Hong Fa said with a smile. Song Shuhang nodded, he understood it. After all, they were disciples of the Warring Buddha sect, and not his disciples. Song Shuhang felt that it was very likely for some senior at the profound sage level to be in the Warring Buddha sect. After all, the Warring Buddha sect was a famous large sect among Buddhist sections. The reason these disciples came to him to get stamped was probably to form ties. Because of Song Shuhang's relationship with Dharma King Creation, he would also accept to form ties with them. Su Clan 16, who was at one side, blinked suddenly. Then, she turned her head and suppressed her laughter. Song Shuhang asked, in that case, how about on the back? Second senior brother Hong Hai nodded, and said, all right. Then, the 3 brothers lifted up their monks' clothes, revealing their muscular backs. Song Shuhang brought out the sage seal, and gave each of the 3 of them a stamp. Did everything go well on the way? Song Shuhang asked casually after finishing with the stamping. Everything went well, just that after getting out of the train, we encountered a small problem, junior brother Hong Tong said outrightly. Song Shuhang curiously asked, what happened? My 2 senior brothers did not bring money, and I deliberately did not bring money either. As a result, the three of us were penniless. We were completely broke, junior brother Hong Tong said. Fortunately, we met a blonde foreigner cultivator, and he told us that we were actually very close to the Jiangnan area and took us to Jiangnan University town. Song Shuhang asked, blonde foreigner? What did he look like? He was very handsome and almost looked like a girl, junior brother Hong Tong said. Song Shuhang nodded. After stamping the seals, the three muscular monks chatted with him for a while before bidding farewell. Before they left, Song Shuhang gifted them some money to cover their travel expenses. These three guys were penniless. If he didn't help them out by giving them some money, he was afraid that they would end up on the streets, begging. If these three muscular men were to go begging, people would definitely think that they were going to rob them. After the three muscular monks left, Song Shuhang turned his head, looked at 16, and asked, 16, why did you almost laugh just now? Because of that ancestor Yuan Tong 1. Su Clan 16 smiled, causing her face to reveal deep dimples. Song Shuhang, there wasn't actually anything wrong with this Dharma name, especially if it was taken into account that it was given hundreds of years ago, when there had been a common practice of bestowing such Dharma names. In those times, when Buddhist monks got their Dharma name, they were especially fond of getting one according to their generation. Therefore, in the Yuan generation, there would be a Yuan Zhen, Yuan Yi, Yuan Xian, and so on. Hence, it was quite normal for a Yuan Tong to come out. I wonder if there's a Zhong generation or a Shen generation in the Buddhist sects. If not, then a Tai generation would also be great next time. I'll ask Dharma King Creation. Song Shuhang said, by the way, 16. Let's get going. Su Clan 16 nodded slightly. You've guessed the same thing? Song Shuhang laughed. Su Clan 16 said. The blonde foreign cultivator the three monks met was very likely to be related to Sage Monarch Winter Melon. After all, there were only so many foreign cultivators in this world. The West had its own practice system. Su Clan 16 asked, should we bring Shi and the rest with us? Song Shuhang thought about it, and said, I'll transfer them into the inner world so that we can bring them away from here. As for Fairy Fleeting Life and that monster fox, there isn't a need for us to worry about them. Besides that, he'd see if he could take that Choo-Choo back to her home. Since Sage Monarch Winter Melon had already reached the Jiangnan area, there was no better time to leave. Song Shuhang went upstairs and found that both the monster bird Little Kai and Shi were still asleep. Shi had watched TV yesterday until God knew what time, and Little Kai should have gotten exhausted yesterday, having been taken everywhere by Fairy Dongfang to fairy souls. Song Shuhang directly carried them onto a bed, and then moved them to the desert oasis of his inner world as it had the best environment. Then, he took this opportunity to scan his inner world once again. The group of invisible sword insects raised by Senior White had been arranged at the ancient heavenly city fragment called Sword Saber Peak. As such, many invisible sword insects could be seen circling around the mountain peak. There was also quite a number of piles of spiritual beast food on the peak, enough to feed them for a while. As for the invisible saber insect and the mutated fighting beast, they were placed in the plaza of the Palace of Summer. The invisible saber insect quietly floated in the air as it silently practiced, while the fighting beast kangaroo was jumping around on the plaza as it played. After Song Shuhang thought about it, he moved this fighting beast to the heavenly city fragment, Illusory City. The Illusory City was a huge illusion that randomly generated soldiers of various strength. Such a place should fit the fighting beast kangaroo, which had unlimited energy, quite nicely. Subsequently, Song Shuhang's consciousness scanned the Palace of Winter. A large number of explosives was stored in the Palace of Winter. Though these heavenly tribulation explosives couldn't explode in the main world, the same was not necessarily true for when they were in the inner world. The inner world was strange due to it coming from the third wielder of the will, the striped dragon, and Song Shuhang suspected that the explosives were really able to explode in the inner world. However, he was too afraid to test it out. His inner world was still small, and he couldn't afford to play around with it. He would not detonate these explosives inside his inner world unless it was his last resort. Finally, Song Shuhang's consciousness swept across a room in the Palace of Winter. All the windows and doors in the palace were tightly closed. There was an imprisoned 7th stage venerable squatting by the corner, knocking all over the room, seemingly studying something. As Song Shuhang's consciousness swept past him, the 7th stage venerable immediately froze. He then said, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, can we have a talk?" "Hee," Song Shuhang responded. The 7th stage venerable said, "If I'm not mistaken, this place is a part of the ancient heavenly city?" Song Shuhang didn't respond, but his mental energy remained focused on the other party, which meant that he could keep talking to him. The 7th stage venerable sighed, and said, "Looks like I've guessed right. I truly didn't expect your ambitions to be so great, profound sage tyrannical song." Song Shuhang, great ambitions? Is he talking about me? However, such a behavior is akin to seeking death, so you are destined to perish, the 7th stage venerable said in a deep voice. Song Shuhang, then, with a wide wave of his hand, Shuhang moved the 7th stage venerable to another room. In that room, 10 atomic bombs emanated terrifying pressure. Sheet, sheet, sheet. The 7th stage venerable feared for his life, no longer daring to mess around. Song Shuhang grinned and moved him to another small, dark room. With the great number of rooms in the Palace of Winter, he could easily transfer the other party to a different room every now and then, giving him no time or opportunity to study the room. It was a pity that there wasn't a prison in the Palace of Winter. It would be great if there was. After arranging accommodations for Shi and little Kai, Song Shuhang returned to the room where Fairy Fleeting Life was. Senior Tyrannical Song. Fairy Fleeting Life stood up and greeted him politely. She had packed her things and was preparing to bid farewell to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and asked, "Are you going to leave, fellow Daoist Fleeting Life?" Fairy Fleeting Life's eyes were a little red as she said, "Yes, I'll be heading back to my immortal cave. I expect that my eldest brother will be arriving there within 2 days, looking for me. In addition, I've also prepared to go on a trip to the place of inheritance of the 33 Divine Beasts sect." Song Shuhang cupped his fist towards Fairy Fleeting Life as he said, "Then I wish fellow Daoist all the best. Senior Tyrannical Song, thank you for taking care of me in these past days." Fairy Fleeting Life politely gestured at Song Shuhang again. Fairy Fleeting Life went downstairs and brought her monster fox disciple away. Song Shuhang went to Choo Choo's room again, and at the same time took out some breakfast. When he had bought it for his roommates, he had bought extra for Shi, little Kai, and Choo Choo. He had also originally prepared Fairy Fleeting Life's share, but as she was in a hurry, he wasn't able to give it to her. Choo Choo had already woken up, and was currently sitting at a desk, appearing to be deep in thought. "Choo Choo, it's already the Mid-Autumn Festival. Would you like to go back to your home first and reunite with your parents?" Song Shuhang asked as he handed her the breakfast he had prepared for her. Choo Choo asked, "Elder brother Song, what about you?" Song Shuhang said, "I'm going to take a vacation and go back to have dinner with my family." "Oh." Choo Choo nodded, and then suddenly said, "Elder brother Song, can I come here again after the festival?" Song Shuhang said, "You don't need to go to class. I mean, can I come over on weekends?" Choo Choo's eyes lit up. Song Shuhang paused, and said, "Do you live close to the Jiangnan area?" Choo Choo slightly lowered her head. It seemed that she was from quite far away. Song Shuhang said, "You can come over again when you have the time during long breaks. After all, you're aiming to get into Jiangnan University Town, aren't you? The scores you need to get into this university aren't low. Well, here's my phone number. If anything comes up, you can look for me." Chu Chu's eyes lit up again. After sending off Chu Chu as she got on the train, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 took the opportunity to apply illusory magic onto their bodies and rise to the sky using their sabers. Since Song Shuhang had borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to practice, the level of his saber flying technique had risen greatly. He wanted to have another saber flying race with Su Clan 16, but after thinking about it, he could only give up on the idea as Lady Onion's birthplace was far away from the Jiangnan area. As both of them had just ascended to the 4th stage, even if they were supported by medicinal pills, their stamina still wouldn't be enough to cover the entire way by flying on their sabers. As such, after flying for around 3 hours, when it was approaching noon, Shuhang and Su Clan 16 chose to land in a mountain forest and take a short break. In fact, with Song Shuhang's current state, it wasn't a problem for him to fly for a few days and nights. After all, he still had the Sage Seal in his body that was always replenishing his spiritual power. Although most of the spiritual power supplemented by the Sage Seal went to the Fat Whale illusory core, there was still a part of it that would remain for Song Shuhang's consumption. Other than that, there was also the living spring inside his inner world that would replenish his true yuan all the time. Moreover, there was still the spirit ghost contract between him and Yi Si, which was also constantly replenishing and tempering Song Shuhang's true yuan. In addition, there was still that ball of evil energy of the netherworld that was being absorbed by the lotus projection. The energy contained in that ball of evil energy was stronger than Song Shuhang had imagined. It had been in the process of being absorbed for longer than a day and night, yet most of the ball's energy still remained. The lotus projection's absorption of the energy expanded the space in his inner world, while also helping out with Song Shuhang's true yuan consumption. However, for Su Clan 16's well-being, Song Shuhang proposed to have some rest and a lunch on the way as noon approached. After they landed, Song Shuhang took out a picnic cloth from his spatial magical treasure. He then brought out a lot of food, some of which was among what Lady Onion had bought online, and some from the breakfast Song Shuhang had bought, and there was also a portion which was Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's leftover ingredients. There was so much food that Song Shuhang had a hard time remembering where some of them had come from. Anyway, he brought all of it out. Then, he made a pot of spirit green tea using spring water from the living spring. The two of them then sat on the ground. Su Clan 16 took a bun, nibbled at it, and said using the secret sound transmission, "Shuhang, we've left the Jiangnan area. Do you think that Sage Monarch Winter Melon will catch up to us?" Song Shuhang sighed, and replied, "Although I hope he doesn't, I've been getting the feeling that he's following us." That feeling of uneasiness that he had been getting hadn't dissipated, and instead had actually become heavier. After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang suddenly smiled heartily, and said, "It's great to have friends who come from afar. Fellow Daoist, it seems that our meeting has been brought about by fate. Why not have a drink?" Song Shuhang grabbed a cup of spirit green tea with his right hand and slightly blew on it at the same time as he spoke. Tea made using the spring water from the living spring would be fragrant. Using Venerable White's words, it was comparable to Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's cooking. Fragrant tea, sweet water. A moment later, a handsome blonde man strode out of the forest, and said, as expected of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, "My humble self, Manstein, has come to visit you. Fellow Daoist, please take a seat." Song Shuhang smiled lightly. Heavens, he was really here. Su Clan 16 moved a bit and sat closer beside Song Shuhang. The blonde man didn't feign politeness, and straightforwardly sat down opposite to Song Shuhang. The blonde man sat down cross-legged opposite to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's eyes slightly lowered. Then, he reached out to take out a bamboo cup from his magical bracelet. To his side, Su Clan 16 had also reached out to pick up the bamboo cup, added some tea leaves, and made the living spring tea. "Guest, please." 16 handed the tea to the blonde man. At the same time, she scrutinized the other party. Even though the blond man was trying to suppress his aura, he could not hide the pressure when he moved his hands. This blond man was most likely Sage Monarch Winter Melon. When an 8th stage profound sages condensed their sage seal, they would gain the power to show their divinity to the masses. Under normal circumstances, whenever a cultivator saw a profound sage, they would immediately know their sage name and identity. However, as profound sage Winter Melon was a genuine 8th stage profound sage, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 couldn't be sure whether the other party had the means to hide their sage name or not. So, they just stuck to thinking that the other party was really Sage Monarch Winter Melon. What to do next? Since the other party had already come out. Shuhang couldn't just say, "I spoke out thoughtlessly just now, so you can go back from whence you came, right? Thank you, little fellow Daoist." The blond man, Manstein, took the bamboo cup from Su Clan 16's hands, took a sip, and sighed. "Great tea." Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Fellow Daoist, are you not afraid that there might be something wrong with the tea? I have trust in the character of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years." The blond man then praised, "Moreover, this tea contains strong vitality. A single cup can prolong one's life by at least 50 years, truly worthy of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. Such a precious treasure that can prolong one's life is actually being used by the other party to make tea. Is this the grandeur of the first sage in 1,000 years? If so, his style cannot be considered weak," the blond man thought. Song Shuhang smiled and nodded slightly. The other party's trust in him caused him to be slightly embarrassed. The blond man said, "After drinking Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's tea, I'm embarrassed for not being able to bring out anything worthy in exchange." From the moment they met, the two sides had already entered a competition. With profound Sage Tyrannical Song entertaining him with tea that could extend one's life by 50 years, he definitely could not show weakness. So, the blond man waved his hand and brought out a huge food container from his spatial magical treasure. When the food container was opened, all kinds of immortal dishes were revealed before their eyes. "This is an immortal banquet that I specifically requested from an immortal chef. Although it can't be compared to immortal fairy Bishue's cooking, there are still some precious ingredients within it that I personally cultivated. Eating this can strengthen one's body, and if you eat a large amount of this, then you would even be able to regenerate a limb. If Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song needs it, I can request a batch of it for you," the blond man said as he stared at the location where Song Shuhang's left hand should be. Although there was an illusory arm, with his eyesight, he could naturally perceive it as fake at a glance. "Thank you, fellow Daoist, but there's no need for you to do so. My left arm was not lost. I lent it to a friend for a few days, and it will be returned soon," Song Shuhang said as he smiled. The blond man took a serious look at Song Shuhang's left arm. Sure enough, the left arm had not been cut off. Instead, some secret method, which he couldn't see through, had been used to remove it and keep it in such a state. "Will fellow Daoist's left arm be back by tonight?" the blond man asked in a deep voice. "It depends on how long the heavenly tribulation lasts," Song Shuhang replied. This guy, he undoubtedly was Sage Monarch Winter Melon. However, since the other party had hidden his sage name using special means, it meant that he did not want to meet him directly as Sage Monarch Winter Melon. He probably wanted to wait until the night came before coming to fight him. The blond man, F***CK, listening to profound Sage Tyrannical Song's words, it sounded like his left arm was borrowed to help someone transcend the tribulation. It was actually possible. As they chatted, the two parties eventually fell into a temporary silence. Then, they drank tea and ate the food silently. After the silence, the blond man couldn't help but ask, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, which one do you think is more important? Defense or offense?" The blond man had gone straight to the point. Before the battle of the full moon, tonight, he wanted to have a conceptual battle. Whether it is defense or attack, for cultivators, they are indispensable. Both are very important, Song Shuhang answered, using a big brain reply. The blond man shook his head, and said, however, people have limits, and time is also limited. For most, it wouldn't be cost-effective to practice both offense and defense at the same time. There's a heavenly tribulation waiting for us as we ascend each realm. To fight the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't 10 points of defense be more effective than 5 points in attack plus 5 points in defense? What does Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song think? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Shiet, Sage Monarch Winter Melon wanted to drag him into a debate. However, how could a fake 8th stage profound sage, plus half-finished 4th stage cultivator, like him possibly compare to Sage Monarch Winter Melon, a genuine 8th stage profound sage, in a discussion? He would be obliterated in mere minutes. It is undeniable that in the face of a heavenly tribulation, 10 points of defense would be more effective than 5 points in attack plus 5 points in defense. Song Shuhang sipped his tea, and then continued, with this being the case, to have the other catch up, one would have to integrate offense and defense into one. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's answer does not satisfy me. After the blond man said that, his body slightly shook. In the next moment, a set of golden armor appeared on his body. It was authentic armor intent. The blond man then said, offense and defense are of completely opposite nature. In my opinion, the integration of offense and defense would only leave them both weakened. Still, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, how exactly does a person combine offense and defense into one? Song Shuhang, how in the world did we end up talking about this? Su Clan 16 on the side was a bit nervous, but after seeing the blond man condensing the armor intent, the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Then, as she held a teacup with both her hands, she took a sip. Song Shuhang placed down the teacup with his right hand, and praised, Fellow Daoists' armor intent truly leaves people in awe. Now he could see how this man had withstood the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage for 3 years. This armor intent deserved 33,333 likes. The blond man said, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song hasn't answered my question yet. Well, although I have yet to fully recover, it should be fine to show it to Fellow Daoist, Song Shuhang said with a serious face. He didn't really need to say that he had yet to fully recover, the blond man should have also been able to guess this. After all, Song Shuhang was currently only showing power of the 4th stage. After Song Shuhang spoke, he let out a gentle breath, and Saber intent condensed in his eyes. The Saber intent emanated out, and as the fallen leaves from the forest approached Song Shuhang's body, they were instantly crushed by the Saber intent. The Saber intent wasn't strong, the blond man wouldn't normally pay any attention to such weak Saber intent. But in the next moment, he was shocked. He saw the Saber intent twine around the key parts of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's body, beginning to condense. The Saber intent drew in Song Shuhang's Saber Chi, and instantly formed a set of steel armor. Exquisite lines could be seen on the armor. After the set of armor had formed, the Saber intent and Saber Chi had completely fused. Is this armor intent? No, it's actually Saber intent. The blond man suddenly stood up. The scene that had taken place in front of him had almost destroyed his view of the world. The seemingly unparalleled and overbearing Saber intent had actually condensed into armor? Song Shuhang smiled, and said, Saber intent, armor intent, both are intents that are condensed by cultivators. While offense and defense are both means of a cultivator, as long as one dares to try, it is not impossible to combine the two into one. The world is only as big as your heart deems it. As long as you dare to think and dare to try, nothing is impossible. The blond man pondered for a moment, and then suddenly shook his head. However, what's the point? It's just condensing Saber intent to become like armor intent, only to give up the Saber intent strengths, and amplify the Saber intent's shortcomings. In that case, you're practically just making do with the short end of the stick. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, what you call integrating offense and defense into one, in my opinion, is a mere joke. Song Shuhang smiled and shook his head. In the next moment, he willed, and more than 10 invisible sword insects appeared. Fellow Daoist, watch carefully, Song Shuhang said. He gestured with his hands. Then, the 10 invisible sword insects charged at Song Shuhang frantically, and they began attacking the Saber intent armor on his body. The invisible sword insects were spirit beasts domesticated by Venerable White, but recently, they have been growing in Song Shuhang's inner world. In addition to that, Venerable White and Song Shuhang had jointly used the Divine Beast training system. There appeared a small link between these batches of sword insects and Song Shuhang. Although Shuhang couldn't control them like he was their master, he could still command them to perform some simple actions. Song Shuhang had thought about letting the blonde man punch him, but as the other party was likely to be Sage Monarch Winter Melon, an 8th stage profound sage, even a simple punch would be able to kill him. So, he took a step back and simply called the invisible sword insects to do the job. The invisible sword insects' attacks were very fast. After about 20 breaths, Song Shuhang's Saber intent armor had reached the critical point. Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and transferred all of the invisible sword insects back into his inner world. This move had slightly shocked the blonde man again, spatial power. He was able to see it clearly just now. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song did not use any spatial magical treasure. He only felt some slight fluctuations in the surrounding space, and the invisible sword insects had disappeared. However, wasn't mastering spatial power something for those of the Tribulation Transcender realm? Indeed worthy of the title of First Sage in 1,000 years, he had many tricks at his disposal. Right at this moment, he sensed that there was a change in Song Shuhang's Saber intent armor. A shocking Saber intent emerged from the Saber intent armor. The power of the Saber intent was not too strong for him, but he found that the intent contained within extremely sharp. The Saber intent's counterattack drew in Saber Chi and cut through the sky, covering a distance of nearly 200 meters and seemingly wishing to cut the sky apart. This Saber intent, which seemed to want to cut the sky apart, was something that Song Shuhang had copied from Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning flaming saber technique. That tyrannical saber intent of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, which desired to burn the skies and the seas, had been changed in Song Shuhang's hands into saber intent that desired to slash the skies apart. Song Shuhang grabbed the teacup again and took a sip, and then asked, "Fellow Daoist, what do you think?" The blonde man frowned, lost in thought, and did not immediately answer Song Shuhang. Just now, the saber intent at the end seemed as if it would cut the sky apart, which caused him to feel a tingling sensation on his skin. The saber intent was exceptionally sharp. He had to admit that. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song had indeed perfectly integrated offense and defense into one. Should he also try to make his armor intent attack? As soon as this idea emerged, he immediately cut it off from his mind. The combination of attack and defense was the path of profound Sage Tyrannical Song, and not his path. He had to remain firm on his own path, sticking to defense and only defense. At this time, Su Clan 16 stood up, held the teapot, and filled Shuhang and the blonde man's cups with tea. The blonde man drank the tea, and sighed. "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, you truly did not disappoint me. When it comes to ideologies on attack and defense, yours is truly unique. However, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's offensive and defensive saber intent still failed to convince him completely. He kept on getting the feeling that there was something missing in Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's ideas, that it was merely an illusion of harmony. But what was really missing in Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's ideas? He still couldn't tell. Therefore, he decided on identifying Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song's ideals as part of the centrists. Attackers, centrists, and defenders, the question of which one was the real king would be decided in their battle tonight. Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Every cultivator has its own path, and after stepping on the said path, they may gain the opportunity to achieve immortality. Nevertheless, the path of others may not be suitable for oneself." This was what he felt. He had contacted several elders and had some knowledge of such things. One's own path, the blood man nodded, and said, "Everyone has their own path, and I agree with this. But I think that my own path must also be recognized by others for its correctness." Song Shuhang, if others don't recognize it, then would you use your fists to get others to recognize it? Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, will meet again at tonight's Battle of the Full Moon. At this time, the blonde man stood up, and he no longer bothered hiding his identity. "I have invited the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, Shengang Broadcasting Station, Temple Channel, Magician Hub, etc. to broadcast the battle tonight." Song Shuhang sighed in his heart. Sage Monarch Winter Melon really wanted to make some big news. I know that Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song has yet to recover to peak condition. Here, this is a holy elixir, an extremely precious treasure. It should be enough for you to recover to proper condition before tonight, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said as he took out a small bottle, throwing it at Song Shuhang. "This precious elixir can be used to save one's life. Giving it to me for the battle tonight, do you think it's worth it?" Song Shuhang shook the small bottle and smiled. "Not worth it," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said with a pained expression. "So, would you return it to me?" Song Shuhang, he didn't expect Sage Monarch Winter Melon to answer like that. And what was with that reply? Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, "Actually, this elixir is the fee for asking Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song to fight with me. After all, if I was Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, who had been inexplicably forced to go out and fight, I'm sure that I would not go to participate. Therefore, this fee is necessary." Song Shuhang, at least, the guy turned out to be self-aware. "So, that's all." Sage Monarch Winter Melon got up and was ready to leave. At this time, Song Shuhang said, "Is it necessary to fight?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon firmly said, "Yes, even if you choose to avoid the fight, I will haunt you. Although I know this is wrong, I just have to fight you." He wore the shining armor intent and his entire being came to look like those holy knights in myths, yet his mouth just had to spout out the words of an asshole. Song Shuhang said, "What if I refuse?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon slapped the armor on his chest as he proudly said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, you should have already gotten your answer from what I said in my profound sage speech. Since ancient times, no one dared to consider themselves first in literature, but no one wanted to be second when it came to military power. Even if you refuse to duel, it is useless. This battle between you and I is something nobody shall be able to stop." Song Shuhang said, "Then I give up." "Don't even think about it," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said. "It seems like I can only tell you about a big secret about me," Song Shuhang said. Sage Monarch Winter Melon stopped, and said, "Pray tell." Song Shuhang said, "Actually, I am not an 8th stage profound sage. I am only a 4th stage cultivator. Because of a coincidence, I've ended up condensing a sage seal. Even my current strength has yet to truly reach the 4th stage and can only be considered to be at the semi-4th stage." Ha 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 ha. Sage Monarch Winter Melon laughed. After laughing, he said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, it was a funny joke." Song Shuhang, Sage Monarch Winter Melon firmly said, "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, I know you're very strong. In fact, when I left the heavenly tribulation realm, I met with Fellow Daoist White, who was in the middle of his tribulation. He told me everything, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. He said that you are the most talented cultivator he has ever seen. For you to actually only have used 4 months of time to get to the 4th stage realm after being an ordinary mortal. To be honest, even I was a bit stunned to hear that. However, it is because of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song being so monstrous and talented that I've become even more motivated to fight you. I want to let the practitioners of all systems know that my path of defense will not lose even to the most monstrous genius. Song Shuhang responded, that's true, but, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, please don't hold back and fight with everything you have. Even if I lose, I will have no regrets. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Well, it's decided, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said as he walked away step by step. Song Shuhang suddenly asked, Fellow Daoist, how many nuclear bombs can your path of defense take on? Sage Monarch Winter Melon turned around, and said, are you talking about the kind of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs in Fellow Daoist White's Heavenly Tribulation? Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and said, can you tell me? Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, you are asking so openly, but I don't really know how to answer you. I'm guessing that if the power of the nuclear bombs is at the initial level of the 8th stage, then with my path of defense, I wouldn't be afraid even if dozens of them were to attack together. As for the power of the hydrogen bombs, I'm too unclear, so it's hard to say. Of course, what he said were just his speculations. In fact, if he defended with all his strength, he would certainly be able to defend against the power of the explosion of an even greater number of nuclear bombs. The power of a hydrogen bomb is at the peak of the 8th stage, Song Shuhang added. Sage Monarch Winter Melon took a deep breath. If that's the case, then I'm afraid that I would, at most, be able to defend against one hydrogen bomb. If that's the case, I'll ask you another question. Song Shuhang then asked, if faced with 1,000 nuclear bombs and 100 hydrogen bombs, would Fellow Daoist be able to resist? The corners of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's mouth twitched. I would definitely die. Song Shuhang nodded silently, and then began to scan his inventory of the Heavenly Tribulation weapons. Senior White had already grinded numerous waves of Heavenly Tribulation over a day and a night. And after he grinded them, he sent them to the inner world through Song Shuhang's left hand. However, the number of hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs had not yet reached the initial estimates. Song Shuhang could only guess how many more of the bombs Senior White could grind before tonight. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, why are you asking this? Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked in response. Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and then said, well, actually, I have a magical technique that I want to show to you, Fellow Daoist. Originally, he had intended on conducting the trick of nuclear deterrence on the night of the full moon. With some words, perhaps he could even get Sage Monarch Winter Melon to retreat. And, by that time, Senior White would definitely have grinded more nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs, so the effect would be even greater. However, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had invited the Daily Cultivator and journalists from major practitioner circles to make big news. Song Shuhang was worried that when using the nuclear deterrence during the live broadcast, things might not go as planned. For example, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, because of the numerous eyes on the scene, might stand his ground and try his best to resist the bombs. Furthermore, with so many reporters present, Song Shuhang would be apprehensive in using the hydrogen bombs. Although he knew that they weren't able to explode in the main world, it wasn't something that others knew of, so if he did such an act during the live broadcast, there would likely be a lot of trouble. In the end, nuclear deterrence was an act of terror. He also wanted to conceal it for now, and perhaps use it in more important times in the future. Such a trump card would not be effective if it was done on live broadcast. After much deliberation, he felt it was better to use the nuclear deterrence now. It would be best if he could scare Sage Monarch Winter Melon now. If not, he would go directly to his inner world and wait for Venerable White to finish his heavenly tribulation and then come out to defeat Winter Melon. Sage Monarch Winter Melon laughed. Whatever magical technique that is, just reveal it in the evening. After saying that, Sage Monarch Winter Melon took big strides as he went towards the horizon. Fellow Daoist, please wait. I feel that it would be best to display this magical technique right now, Song Shuhang said as he snapped his fingers and opened his inner world. In the sky, ripples appeared as nuclear bombs squeezed out of the space. These nuclear bombs peeked into the main world, while half of their bodies remained within the inner world. Each warhead carried the aura of the heavenly tribulation and terrifying pressure. This batch of nuclear bombs all had the offensive power of someone at the beginning of the 8th stage. There was a total of almost 200 nuclear bombs, and this was only a fraction of the total number of nuclear bombs that Song Shuhang had. F***CK. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's eyes widened. Song Shuhang wanted to pose with both arms crossed in front of his chest, but as he only had one hand today, he had to give up on the idea. And so, he could only pose with one hand in his pants pocket as he calmly said, "So, fellow Daoist, are you really certain that you want to fight with me tonight?" Su Clan 16, who held the teacup with both hands, slightly moved back, staying at a location where Song Shuhang would be able to transfer her to the inner world. If Song Shuhang's nuclear deterrence wasn't able to shake Sage Monarch Winter Melon, she and Song Shuhang would have to take refuge there. Sage Monarch Winter Melon gravely said, "Nuclear bombs?" He definitely couldn't be mistaken about what he was seeing. The aura of the heavenly tribulation could be felt from those bombs, and each of those bombs emanated pressure at the 8th stage profound sage realm. Moreover, there was a terrifying total of over 200 bombs, and it was still increasing. If they were to explode at the same time, it would simply be disastrous. Song Shuhang raised his head slightly as he calmly asked, "So, fellow Daoist, do you still think that your defensive techniques can stop them?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon went silent. Then, after a moment, he gritted his teeth as he said, "If it's just these nuclear bombs, although there were more than 200 nuclear bombs, if he were to give it his all, then he would still have a chance of being able to get through them." After all, he was now an authentic 8th stage profound sage, even if he had just ascended. He was only halfway through what he was going to say when he suddenly saw that more ripples had appeared behind Song Shuhang. Subsequently, a new kind of warhead slowly squeezed out from behind Song Shuhang. From the overall shape, it looked rather similar to the 200 nuclear bombs. However, this new warhead had a more exquisite shape, and compared to the nuclear bombs, it was as if it were a luxury car being compared to an ordinary scooter. At that same time, peak 8th stage profound sage level pressure emanated out from the new warhead. Sage Monarch Winter Melon felt a little stiff all over. After a short while, he bitterly said, "Is that the hydrogen bomb?" Song Shuhang laughed, and chose not to say anything. Behind him, ripples once again appeared. Then, one after the other, hydrogen bombs filled the sky as they slowly squeezed out and locked onto Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Sage Monarch Winter Melon could only feel great despair overcoming his entire body. There was no need to use such a great number of hydrogen bombs. Even a single one of them would be able to blow him up into pieces. "Have you thought about it?" Song Shuhang said softly. "Do you still want to fight me tonight?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon smiled bitterly. He looked at the numerous hydrogen bombs and nuclear bombs. With his eyesight of the 8th stage profound sage level, he would naturally not make mistakes. This was not an illusion, they were all real. "I still have one last question," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said. "Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, how would you survive if you were to detonate these nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs?" The explosive power of the hydrogen bomb was definitely not something that was under Song Shuhang's control. Song Shuhang turned his head and glanced at Su Clan 16. Su Clan 16 held the teacup, drank some tea, and then nodded. Song Shuhang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Su Clan 16, all the food, tablecloths, and the tea set on the ground disappeared. Spatial power. "I see." Sage Monarch Winter Melon let out a long sigh. As he detonated the hydrogen bombs, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song would simply need to use his spatial powers to leave the area. That way, it would only be Winter Melon who would have to suffer the damage from the hydrogen bombs plus nuclear bombs. I admire Fellow Daoists' methods, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said. However, he was not satisfied. The methods of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound Sage Tyrannical Song, went against the heavens as he directly took out nuclear weaponry of the heavenly tribulation. In the face of such deadly weapons, there was simply no chance of him being able to resist. However, he was not satisfied. Without there being fists thrown and steel clashing, he'd not feel satisfied. So, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, however, Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, I can't accept this. In our battle tonight, if you truly have the skill, then don't use these nuclear bombs. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and flung it backward, causing all the nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs to slowly return to the inner world. Song Shuhang asked, I'll only ask Fellow Daoist this one question, are these nuclear weapons part of my power or not? Sage Monarch Winter Melon was silent for a moment, and then replied, yes, they are. Song Shuhang calmly said, as such, if you, Fellow Daoist, are truly set on having this battle, then prepare to accept the baptism of these nuclear weapons made of heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, the script and the lines were a bit off. At first, he had thought that Sage Monarch Winter Melon would have simply retreated after being shown the nuclear deterrence. He didn't expect Sage Monarch Winter Melon to be unsatisfied with the outcome. If things continued this way, would it eventually play out properly? I understand, I've been too out of touch with reality. Sage Monarch Winter Melon calmed down, took a deep breath, and then said, at most 1 month. I will definitely find a way to deal with those nuclear weapons made of heavenly tribulation within 1 month. On the night of the next full moon, I shall seek you for a fight. Song Shuhang suddenly felt liver pain, kidney pain, stomach pain, lung pain, all kinds of pain. Song Shuhang said, Fellow Daoist, you are too persistent. Without a persistent heart, how could one possibly tread the path of cultivation? Cultivation greatly depends on one's persistent will. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, I shall bid you farewell. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said in a deep voice. After saying that, Sage Monarch Winter Melon cupped his fists, and quickly left. Song Shuhang looked into the distance, watching Sage Monarch Winter Melon leave. He felt a cold feeling overcome his heart. He'd already used nuclear deterrence. What was he to do when he met Sage Monarch Winter Melon next time? And he had a feeling that, even if Venerable White were to come out at that time and secretly help him knock Sage Monarch Winter Melon down, the latter would definitely stage a comeback. There was already a next battle on the night of the full moon, then there'd be a next time, and eventually also a next time. Unless Venerable White secretly helped him and he had a proper all-out battle with Winter Melon, finally showing himself to be slightly weaker and losing the next battle on the night of the full moon. I'm so tired. Song Shuhang sighed. In hindsight, if he had taken a bit longer in transcending the tribulation, leaving the title of First Sage in 1,000 years to that senior, he wouldn't have ended up with the liver pain that he was currently feeling. As Sage Monarch Winter Melon had left, Song Shuhang transferred Su Clan 16 out of his inner world. He also brought out Shi and Little Kai. After Su Clan 16 appeared, she looked around, and then said using the secret voice transmission, did Sage Monarch Winter Melon leave? Song Shuhang nodded and then said, also using the secret voice transmission, yes, but it's better to be careful and not talk about either the nuclear bombs or Sage Monarch Winter Melon for now. Okay. Su Clan 16 laughed. Song Shuhang took out the picnic cloth again, which now included the immortal dishes that Sage Monarch Winter Melon had requested an immortal chef to make. It was just the right time for Shi and Little Kai to have their lunch. At the same time, Song Shuhang kept some of the immortal dishes and prepared to transfer them to the heavenly tribulation realm to give them to Venerable White. Shi rubbed her eyes, and asked, "Senior Brother Song, are we having a picnic today?" Song Shuhang replied, "That's right." Next, they would head to the place where Lady Onion had grown to see what Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had left behind for her. "By the way, Senior Brother Song." At this moment, Shi asked, "Is today the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Song Shuhang replied, Shi replied, "I had a nightmare just now. I dreamt that Senior Brother Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon were in a big fight. Then, Senior Brother was beaten miserably." Song Shuhang, "Relax, Sage Monarch Winter Melon has already left," Su Clan 16 said with a smile. "So, was Senior Brother Song already beaten up by Sage Monarch Winter Melon?" Lowly Shi blinked. Song Shuhang sighed. "Do you have no confidence in me? Sage Monarch Winter Melon has just given up and left. Let's eat and stop making wild guesses." In order to prevent Shi from continuing to spout random things, Song Shuhang quickly changed the topic. The monster bird Little Kai excitedly said, "Teacher is mighty and tyrannical." Song Shuhang casually forced a Saber intent condensing lotus seed into Little Kai's mouth. "Stop with the flattery. How's your practice of the steel hands technique going?" These days, Little Kai had been taken around by Fairy Dongfang's 6 to fairy souls, so he didn't really know how her practice had been progressing. Her remaining lifespan wasn't that long, and even lending her virtuous golden lotus seeds and living spring would only increase it to 100 years. If she didn't practice diligently and break through within 100 years, then she would be done for. Regarding your question, teacher, I've already achieved some results. I've attained the beginner-level proficiency when I was practicing the steel hands technique. Elder Dongfang has given me a lot of advice. After Little Kai swallowed the Saber intent condensing lotus seed, she felt that she had gained a deeper understanding of the Saber. "Let me show you, teacher." After she spoke, Little Kai jumped back and silently operated the steel hands technique. In the next moment, a dark hue condensed on the tip of her wings, with the wings seemingly having become like black iron. Then, Little Kai flapped her wings and flew by a small tree nearby. The wings were like blades as they split the small tree into two. "Not bad." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "The Daoist name Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman really fits you. After a while, I will teach you the inverted scale saber technique." Song Shuhang hoped to have Little Kai learn the inverted scale saber technique before she condensed her saber intent. He wanted to see if his saber intent's becoming saber intent armor was due to his practice of this technique. "Thank you, teacher," Little Kai said excitedly. Having had enough tea and food, Song Shuhang put away the picnic cloth. Then, he and Su Clan 16 rode their sabers towards Lady Onion's birthplace. Shi rode on Su Clan 16's flying saber, while Little Kai stood on Song Shuhang's shoulder. During the flight, Lowly Shi bit her fingers, and said, "By the way, Senior Brother Song, has your duel with Sage Monarch Winter Melon tonight really been cancelled?" Song Shuhang nodded. Lowly Shi curiously said, "That's weird, then why did I have such a weird dream?" Song Shuhang's heart moved. "Is your dream perhaps a prophetic ability?" The practitioners in the world of cultivation had all kinds of talents and racial abilities. If Lowly Shi really did have a talent of precognitive dreams, wouldn't that mean that he would really be knocked down to the ground by Sage Monarch Winter Melon? And the key point in her words was that he was beaten up miserably. No, Lowly Shi shook her head. Song Shuhang let out a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, Shi's words caused him to feel slightly disturbed. As such, as they were flying, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone, went to the 9 Provinces #1 group, and asked, "Is any senior online?" "Yo, Shuhang, you're finally online. Everyone was talking about you," True Monarch Northern River said. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today, and there's a full moon tonight. Calculating the time, that Sage Monarch Winter Melon should have come looking for you, right? Yeah, he came to me. Song Shuhang sighed. Fairy Lychee asked, so, did you get beat up? I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end happily asked, have you been knocked down to the ground? Do the fists of an 8th stage profound sage hurt? Song Shuhang grinned. Seniors, all of you really lack confidence in me. Sage Monarch Winter Melon has given up and left, and the battle tonight has been cancelled. In other words, I've won this round. When Song Shuhang finished speaking, the entire 9 provinces number 1 group suddenly went silent. It was an especially strange silence. After a long while. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Impossible, how could this happen? Fairy Lychee, this isn't scientific. True Monarch Northern River, am I still sleeping? Or is it that I woke up in the wrong posture today? True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, are we traveling through time and space and chatting with a fellow Daoist song from the future? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, the script is wrong, this is too strange. Song Shuhang, seniors, what are you trying to say? Are you all really that unconfident in my abilities? Well, I guess it should be pretty normal that you don't believe in me, but you guys seem to have been hoping that I would get badly beaten up by Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Whose side are you on? Song Shuhang sighed, and replied, I used the nuclear deterrence, so Sage Monarch Winter Melon could only choose to retreat. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber continued, so that's the case, but it still feels wrong. Song Shuhang, seniors, you're going too far. Do you really want me to get beat up by Sage Monarch Winter Melon so badly? Of course not, we are on your side, True Monarch Northern River replied immediately. But the problem is that before this, the shady fortune teller finally found a place with signal and went online, and we chatted for a while. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, then, Fairy Lychee mentioned the Mid-Autumn Festival, so she asked Copper Trigram to conduct a divination for you on whether or not you would win or lose in the battle between the sages tonight. Fairy Lychee, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divination ended up showing great fortune, and he concluded that you would have a great victory tonight, such that you would even beat up Sage Monarch Winter Melon until he surrendered. The battle tonight would then be spread all over the world of cultivation and raise your image as the first sage in 1,000 years. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, so, do you understand now? Song Shuhang, F***CK. Senior Copper Trigram's divinations had to be viewed in reverse. In fact, in a sense, Senior Copper Trigram's divinations were very accurate, as long as they were viewed in reverse. As such, when considering the opposite of great fortune, wasn't it a horrible omen? According to the divination, he was supposed to crush Sage Monarch Winter Melon, making him surrender. If this was interpreted the other way around, wouldn't he be the one crushed by Sage Monarch Winter Melon? In the divination, he would become famous all over the world of cultivation tonight, which would bring him great renown as the first sage in 1,000 years. If this was interpreted the other way around, then tonight, he was supposed to become the biggest joke in the world of cultivation, and his opponent, the 5th sage in 1,000 years Sage Monarch Winter Melon, would become famous for eons to come. Thinking back to what Loli Shur had said just now, she had a nightmare of Song Shuhang getting miserably beaten up. Song Shuhang's heart suddenly became cold. He thought of a possibility, perhaps Sage Monarch Winter Melon would come back as he had already figured out a way to deal with the nuclear weapons. Either that or he had figured out that the nuclear weapons couldn't explode in the main world. Then, tonight, on the night of the full moon, Sage Monarch Winter Melon would make a comeback, bringing reporters from media such as the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, Shingang Broadcasting Station, Temple Channel, Magician Hub, and so on to live broadcast the drama, Winter Melon beating up Song Shuhang. The more Song Shuhang thought about it, the worse his feelings became. F***CK, I'm done for. Su Clan 16 saw Song Shuhang's face change, and curiously asked, "What happened now?" Song Shuhang sighed. "Senior Copper Trigram performed a divination for me not too long ago, about the battle between Sage Monarch Winter Melon and me." Su Clan 16's heart moved, and she asked, "The result of the divination was good fortune?" He speculated that tonight would beat up Sage Monarch Winter Melon until he surrenders. Then, would gain great renown as the first sage in 1,000 years all over the world of cultivation. Song Shuhang revealed a smile that was so bitter as if he had just swallowed the most bitter food in the world. Su Clan 16, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divinations had to be viewed the other way around. This was an unchangeable truth. Because if Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divinations actually came true, that only meant that the world was about to end. Su Clan 16 softly asked, "So?" Song Shuhang said using the secret voice transmission, "It is very likely that soon, Sage Monarch Winter Melon will figure out that my nuclear deterrence is a mere paper tiger, or find a way to deal with my nuclear deterrence. Then, tonight, he would come to challenge and beat me up." Su Clan 16 asked, "Then, what do we do?" Song Shuhang thought about it, and replied, "If I can't change the fact that I'm going to get beaten up tonight, there's only one last way out. I'll need to look for someone to replace me in getting beaten up." "Whom are you going to look for?" Song Shuhang said, "I'll tell you when the time comes." The virtuous Lamia could transform into his image, and it was so impeccable that even an immortal wouldn't be able to recognize the real from fake in a short period of time. However, if he let the virtuous Lamia go in his stead, it would very likely end up in failure. Song Shuhang could already imagine the entire plot in his brain. On the night of the full moon, Sage Monarch Winter Melon would walk under the moonlight with a huge sword and golden armor, looking very cool. On the opposite side, the virtuous Lamia that had transformed into Song Shuhang would be standing silently with both hands behind her back. Then, Sage Monarch Winter Melon would smile slightly, about to say something. At that point, the virtuous Lamia would scream, "Ayahawk," then, she'd fall to the ground and die. Such a scene, even imagining it in his head already left him extremely embarrassed. Unless there was truly no other choice, Song Shuhang wouldn't resort to using the virtuous Lamia. Besides the virtuous Lamia, there was still the puppet that was to be repaired. However, the puppet wasn't his, and its appearance was different from his own. Moreover, she was seriously injured and unable to fight. Song Shuhang thought for a long time. It seemed that only virtuous Lamia could replace him. Could it be that she's the only one I can send out to fight? After Song Shuhang thought about it, he took out his mobile phone and said in the 9 provinces number 1 group, "Seniors, are there any clone techniques that can replace the user to get beaten in his place? Fairy Lychee, are there really such clone techniques? If so, then please give me a dozen. True Monarch Northern River, same here. True Monarch Fallout, TSK, I want such a clone technique too. It would simply be a life-saving technique." True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "I have several kinds of clone techniques here. However, the clone techniques I have are very low level, and the cloning would require the accompaniment of very precious materials." He had an army of Smurfs which were especially prepared for Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Within that army, there was quite a significant number of his employees, and there were some of his clones as well. Song Shuhang, in fact, a clone technique to create clones that could replace the master in getting beat up, did actually exist. He remembered that Venerable White had sent a clone to resist the heavenly tribulation, which had then died. Moreover, this clone was not only able to replace Venerable White in facing the heavenly tribulation, but was also able to replace Venerable White to chat. Should he wait for a while and look for Venerable White to ask him about the magical clone technique, and also to see how difficult it was to practice? However, Venerable White was still in the midst of transcending his tribulation, which meant that Shuhang would have to wait until he was idle before being able to speak to him. Meanwhile, he suddenly thought of another matter, and sent a message to the group. Do you know when Senior Copper Trigram is going to come online? He had recently wanted to talk to Immortal Master Copper Trigram to learn more about that lightning pig that possessed 36 forms, and ask whether it was the pet of the ancestral golden dragon. If it was, then Song Shuhang wanted to understand the relationship between the ancestral golden dragon and slow-witted Song through the lightning pig. So, previously, he had set the Immortal Master Copper Trigram as someone he followed in the group so that he would be notified as soon as he went online. However, he hadn't received any notification just now. Could it be that Immortal Master Copper Trigram was online only during the time when he was facing Sage Monarch Winter Melon? No, that couldn't be, because he didn't receive a notification about Immortal Master Copper Trigram logging in either. Fairy Lychee said, he went online about half an hour ago, then went offline again after a while. Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Strange, why haven't I received a notification about Senior Copper Trigram going online? I've clearly followed him already. Fairy Lychee curiously asked, why did you follow Copper Trigram? Song Shuhang replied, there's an important matter that I want to ask him about. True Monarch Northern River explained, Copper Trigram went online with Iron Trigram's account. As for why he went online with Iron Trigram's account, I would like to know as well. Song Shuhang, sigh, he could only follow the account, Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram, as well. Song Shuhang worriedly asked, does Senior Copper Trigram have any other smurf in the group? True Monarch Northern River, that should be all. Copper Trigram has only Iron Trigram as disciple, and Iron Trigram has yet to give Copper Trigram a grand disciple. Song Shuhang sighed, he hoped that he would be able to meet Senior Copper Trigram next time. At this time, Dharma King Creation curiously asked, little friend Shuhang, haven't you already forced Sage Monarch Winter Melon to leave? Why do you still want to get that clone technique that can replace you in getting beaten up? Little friend Shuhang must be preparing just in case. After all, it is Copper Trigram's divination, True Monarch Northern River replied for Song Shuhang. Dharma King Creation, that makes sense. By the way, little friend Shuhang, is your signal good right now? I have a new song, do you want to hear it? The entire 9 Provinces #1 group instantly went silent. They had learned from experience, not to click if Dharma King Creation ever sent a voice message. Oh no, the signal suddenly started to weaken, my mobile phone is almost out of power. Seniors, I'll talk to you later. Song Shuhang quickly sent a message, and then went offline. The corners of Dharma King Creation's mouth twitched. Strange, doesn't little friend Shuhang like my songs? He was clearly sings my 7 Deaths song in secret, so why is he avoiding me now? Could it be that though little friend Shuhang's mouth says no, his body says yes? After exiting the 9 Provinces #1 group, Song Shuhang passed a note to Venerable White. Senior White, are you busy? Quite busy. There's not enough time to eat, let's talk again in a few hours, Venerable White unknown th clone replied. It looked like Senior White was having a great time. Shuhang wanted to ask him about the clone technique, but it seemed that it could only be postponed. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 continued flying on their sabers towards Lady Onion's birthplace. On the way, Su Clan 16 curiously asked, Shuhang, what do you plan on asking Senior Copper Trigram about? I want to know more about the lightning pig that took Senior Copper Trigram, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 16's eyes lowered slightly as she asked, what do you want to know about the lightning pig? I want to know the relationship between the lightning pig and the ancestral golden dragon of the sea race. I want to know if it was the pet of the ancestral golden dragon, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 16 asked, you know about the ancestral golden dragon? I heard about it from you Jiao. 16, you also know about the ancestral golden dragon? Song Shuhang asked back. Su Clan 16 nodded, and said, my Spirit River Sioux clan and the Sea race have been cooperating for quite a while, so I know some things about the ancestral golden dragon. Why are you suddenly interested in the ancestral golden dragon? Song Shuhang replied, it's a long story. I learned from Yu Jiaojiao that the ancestral golden dragon left some secret messages in the Dragon King Palace. Then, there was another person, a powerhouse of the ancient era, who left replies to the ancestral golden dragon under the golden dragon's messages. So, I ended up becoming curious about the ancestral golden dragon. Sioux Clan 16 turned her body, and curiously asked, what kind of messages did he leave? Some death-seeking messages. Song Shuhang sighed. Sure inquired, how so? Song Shuhang gritted his teeth, and said, it was a kind of message that after a person reads it, they would want to rush out and chop the other party up. Regarding the specific message, he didn't plan on disclosing it without getting Yu Jiaojiao's consent. After all, this was related to the Dragon King Palace, which was a secret area of the Sea race. Sure blinked and nodded. Oh, Sioux Clan 16 also responded, and then she lowered her head, seemingly falling deep into thought. The two continued to ride their sabers onward. 16, what are you thinking about? Song Shuhang asked. Sioux Clan 16 has been silent since the end of the conversation just now. Sioux Clan 16 suggested, it's nothing, but I suddenly feel kinda drowsy and a little bored. Let's have a race with our sabers. Also, how about I don't use the human saber fusion, and we can only use the ordinary flying saber technique this time. Okay, Song Shuhang said with a smile, no longer asking. Sometimes, it wasn't good to be persistent with questions. Not knowing when to stop wasn't a good habit. In the next moment, the two of them controlled their saber light and rushed forward. Sioux Clan 16 did not use the human saber fusion flight technique, and Song Shuhang did not use blade dragging technique. The two of them only used the simplest method of flying with the saber. At 3 in the afternoon, Song Shuhang and Sioux Clan 16 finally arrived near the place where Lady Onion had grown up, not far from a very tall mountain. Is this the place? Song Shuhang continued to fly with his saber as he looked downwards. That mountain peak was similar to the peak he'd seen when he had that dream where he experienced Lady Onion's life. Lady Onion popped her head out, and said, I'm not sure. I haven't been back here for centuries. However, this should be the right place. Sioux Clan 16 said, then, let's go and take a look. The two sabers slowly approached the peak and descended. They were preparing to land directly on the mountain peak. However, halfway into their descent, they found that there was a gentle barrier that was blocking the two of them. From this barrier, Song Shuhang sensed a familiar aura. It was Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's aura. Song Shuhang said, it looks like this is indeed the right place, let's descend along the barrier. Due to the barrier, the two couldn't directly land on the mountain. As such, they could only land elsewhere first and look for an entrance. 3 people, 1 bird, and 1 green onion landed at the foot of the mountain. Song Shuhang could feel a strong sense of familiarity. It was as if he was dreaming about the life of Lady Onion once again. Sioux Clan 16 looked at Lady Onion, and asked, where's the entrance? Let me see. Lady Onion squeezed out of the size-reducing purse, and stared at the giant mountain. Then, after a moment, she blinked and said, I forgot. Sioux Clan 16, sure, Lady Onion became anxious. Don't look at me like that, it's normal for me to have forgotten. I was just a little monster when I left the mountain. Then, I met someone bad and was locked up for 300 years. I even almost forgot where I grew up, so how am I supposed to know where the entrance is? Song Shuhang suddenly said, come with me. The feeling of familiarity that Shuhang was getting became stronger and stronger. He followed his intuition and the strong feeling of familiarity, moving around the mountain peak. When he turned towards the southwest, he suddenly reached out and pushed forward. Vaguely, a door seemed to have been pushed open. Song Shuhang said, "All right, come in through here." Lady Onion said, "Heavens, is this my home or yours? How are you more familiar with the place than me?" Song Shuhang laughed as he said, "Secret." Lady Onion, she became increasingly skeptical. Had Song Shuhang silently done something extreme to her? For example, extracting her memories or something? A team of 3 humans, 1 bird, and 1 green onion, entered the barrier. After entering the barrier, the bright scenery appeared before everyone's eyes. A stone path led all the way to the top of the mountain. On the side of the road, there was verdant spirit grass, and large medicinal herbs such as ginseng, spiritual mushrooms, and knotweed that littered the ground like weeds. Some ginseng was like radish, with parts of the plant exposed outside. Sher saw a beautiful plant of ginseng, so she crouched down in curiosity, reaching out to pull it out. Su Clan 16 gently grasped Sher's hand and shook her head. "Don't touch them, the grass and trees here are all part of a large formation. Even removing a small blade of grass can cause huge changes to this space." Sher quickly retracted her little hand. Little Kai's mouth opened wide as her head suddenly stooped down. Just now, she was about to peck a little crimson fruit. Song Shuhang said, "We'll only be walking along the stone path, don't leave the path." Little Kai flew back to Song Shuhang's shoulder and looked around curiously. Lady Onion's onion sprouts squeezed out from the size-reducing purse. The path in front of her made her recall old memories. At that time, she was in Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's big hand as the latter rose to the peak of the mountain step after step. The group walked halfway up the mountain and was blocked by a barrier gate. Lady Onion said curiously, Strange. When I went down the mountain, I didn't see such a barrier gate." Lowly Sher comforted, "Lady Onion, you had even forgotten where your home was. It's very normal that you don't remember this gate to the barrier, either. Rest assured, no one will blame you." Lady Onion felt like crying. Although she couldn't remember where her home was, she at least remembered when she was coming down the mountain after transforming. She was different from other monsters as she hadn't condensed a monster core when she'd transformed, and there hadn't been any storm or thunder. She had just woken up one night, and after that, she found that she was no longer a green onion, and had become a girl with green hair. Others had to cultivate for thousands of years, but she had just woken up as a human one day. Many monsters that had to cultivate until they became a 5th stage monster to assume human form were about to cry themselves to sleep. Anyway, she remembered the scene when she transformed and went down the mountain peak very clearly. At that time, she jumped all the way to a nearby forest and began her new life. From the beginning to the end, she did not encounter such a barrier gate blocking the path. "It's normal for you not to remember this barrier gate," Song Shuhang said. This barrier gate was likely set up to only block people entering from the outside, and not block the people exiting it. You were going out from the inside, so it didn't stop you. Now, as everyone is trying to get in from the outside, it would naturally block us from getting in. Wait a second. As the master of this place, shouldn't I be able to enter? Lady Onion said, happily squeezing out of Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, and then rushing towards the barrier gate with a leap. Song Shuhang didn't stop her. Bang! Lady Onion hit the barrier gate, and then slipped down along the invisible barrier. "It hurts!" Lady Onion screamed with tears in her eyes. Song Shuhang lightly said, "Obviously, you no longer have permission to go in. At that time, you lived in the nearby forest for over 10 years, and you did not return to the mountain peak. It's quite clear that you subconsciously understood why you couldn't come back. F***CKU. You read my memory, didn't you? Otherwise, how do you know that I lived in the woods nearby for over 10 years? Lady Onion was angry. She jumped fiercely and kicked Song Shuhang's knee. Bang! Lady Onion slid down Song Shuhang's calf with eyes filled with tears, and she squatted on the ground, rubbing her little foot. It hurts. Song Shuhang possessed strength of the fourth stage realm, and with his several body tempering techniques, his physical body had long since surpassed that of an ordinary human. When Lady Onion kicked his leg, it resulted in her having to experience pain greater than when one would kick a steel plate. I didn't read your memory, Song Shuhang said lightly, he only had a dream about Lady Onion's life. Lady Onion said, I don't believe you. If you didn't read my memory, then how could you know so much about me? Song Shuhang grinned. Guess? Anyway, I can swear that I didn't read your memory. Lady Onion made a bewildered face, and then she fell deep in thought. Could it be that I divulged parts of my life while I was dreaming? On the other side, Su Clan 16 started feeling out the barrier gate. Loli Shi curiously asked, how big is the barrier gate? Can we go around it? If you can go around it, then placing a barrier gate here would have been pointless, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Just break it then. Little Kai waved her wings. Song Shuhang said, this is a barrier placed by an immortal level cultivator, none of us are capable of breaking it. As far as he knew, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had already forged his own path. Even amongst the immortals, his combat power was relatively high. In the forbidden area, the stone giant who had been trapped and sent by Song Shuhang into the netherworld realm was also an immortal-level existence, yet it had been defeated by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Found a clue over here. There's some text. It's in the script of the ancient era, Su Clan 16 said. Her fingers, which have been touching all over the barrier, had found a clue. Shi curiously asked, what does it say? I don't know much about the script of the ancient era. I'll transcribe it first. Su Clan 16's left hand continued to explore the barrier gate while she took out a pen and paper with her right hand and copied the writing she'd found. After copying the text, 16 took a picture with her mobile phone, and she prepared to send it to the 9 Provinces number 1 group and see if any of the seniors knew what those words meant. But when she opened her phone, she found that there was no signal. Su Clan 16 said, there's nothing we can do, let's go down the mountain first and go somewhere with a signal so that we can figure out what these words mean. Yet, as soon as she finished talking, a bright pattern appeared above Song Shuhang's ribs. Light shone through Song Shuhang's t-shirt. Loli Shi said, huh? It looks like a calabash brother. I've seen this TV show before. Little Kai, it's in 3D. Song Shuhang, F***CK. It was the Learning God System prototype given to him by Venerable White. Because he didn't want the 3D Calabash Brother tattoo to be seen by others, he purposely attached it to his waist and hid it under his clothes. He didn't think that it would actually have its own light effect that could find its way out through the clothes. It was simply too cruel. 16 pinched his chin as she seriously said, Shuhang, I didn't expect you to like such cute tattoos. Don't get the wrong idea. Song Shuhang waved his hands as he said, this is the Learning God System designed by Venerable White. It somehow started up by itself. As I felt that the tattoo was a bit too embarrassing, I pasted it onto my waist. I just didn't expect this thing to come with its own light effects. At this time, in Song Shuhang's mind, Venerable White's calm and emotionless voice sounded. Detected words of the ancient era that the host does not recognize. Starting up the Learning God System. Successful learning will grant the host with 1 Learning God point. Song Shuhang, Shi curiously asked, what is the Learning God System? An auxiliary system that allows people to become a learning god. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, and said, you guys just wait for a bit, I'll be entering the learning god mode. After about 3 breaths of time. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Got it, I know what these words mean. This sentence is saying next is a fun word game that you can use to open the barrier gate. Will you participate? If we choose yes, then we enter the stage for the word game. Are we going to participate? A word game. Are the words in the game going to be from the language of the ancient era? My performance in the language of the ancient era courses have always been poor. I would at most know 1 or 2 phrases. Su Clan 16 shrugged her shoulders, and said, compared to rolling my tongue to speak the language of the ancient era, I prefer to spend my time practicing with Saber techniques. Loli Shi raised her hand, and said, I've only learned how to pronounce 3 phrases in the language of the ancient era, and my tongue has already rolled itself numb. It's really uncomfortable. Also, every time I study the language of the ancient era, it always feels like I'm going to end up spewing out saliva. I haven't studied the language of the ancient era. I'm just a wild little monster bird, little Kai said with her wings raised. Lady Onion remarked, don't look at me, I haven't learned it. Song Shuhang said, heavens, I have only learned 10 phrases and 1,000 words. How are we going to play? Song Shuhang, who had learned 10 phrases and 1,000 words, was unexpectedly the most proficient in it among everyone. In addition, he had also learned some literature of the ancient era back in the scholarly faction. However, although he could write the text down, he didn't know how to read it. Let's just give it a try for now. I feel that the creator of the barrier gate wouldn't be cruel. Even if we lose the game, our life shouldn't be in danger, Su Clan 16 said. Moreover, she had a trump card in her hand, and if things didn't go well, she could simply use it. Song Shuhang said, then, let's make the choice. We choose, yes. Song Shuhang said the, yes, word in the language of the ancient era. The 3 humans, 1 bird, and 1 green onion felt as if the entire world had started spinning. In the next moment, they found themselves in a vast desert. In addition to the 3 humans, 1 bird, and 1 green onion, there were 2 other figures who were there with them. The virtuous Lamia stood behind Song Shuhang with a serious face. Then, when everyone's eyes were on her, she suddenly tilted her head and turned away from the others. In addition, there was a puppet wearing a scary mask. The body of the puppet, which was originally severely damaged, was now completely intact. Song Shuhang guessed, this isn't reality. A spiritual world? If it was a spiritual world, then it was understandable that the puppet with the scary mask appeared. But why was the virtuous Lamia here as well? Wasn't she simply golden light of virtue? But, whether it was the virtuous Lamia or the puppet wearing the scary mask, both were linked to the ancient era. The 2 of them should be proficient in the language of the ancient era, perhaps they could be of great assistance. Song Shuhang asked, both of you know the script of the ancient language, right? The virtuous Lamia turned her head to look at Song Shuhang. Her eyes rolled, while the mole right by her eye added a strange charm to her. After a moment, her red lips slightly opened, "Aya-aya-wa." Song Shuhang's scream came out of her mouth. Then, she slowly fell to the ground and died. Perhaps it was because they were in a spiritual world, but the virtuous Lamia had died in a very lifelike way, with blood flowing out of her mouth. Song Shuhang, it was stupid of him to actually expect anything from the virtuous Lamia. After sighing, Song Shuhang turned to look at the puppet wearing the scary mask. Though virtuous Lamia was not reliable, the puppet could still be somewhat depended on, right? The puppet's eyes sparkled with yellow light as she stared right back at Song Shuhang. Loli Shi curiously asked, what are the rules of this word game? The rules of the word game are very simple. The generals of both parties will have to conduct a dialogue using the language of the ancient era. Upon making a mistake or mispronouncing something, the general who made the mistake will have to bear the brunt of an attack. When a general loses all of their health bar, the game will conclude. A voice echoed in the air, explaining the rules of the word game. Song Shuhang wondered, both parties? Who is the other party? Besides, did this word game have any special meaning? Song Shuhang felt that Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven wasn't someone who would do meaningless things. Whether it was planting Lady Onion, taking Li Tiansu as a disciple, or imparting Song Shuhang with the flaming saber technique in his dream, it seemed that he had planned everything out. With that being the case, wouldn't that mean that this seemingly playful word game also had a special meaning? Just as Song Shuhang fell into thought, several figures riding horses appeared in the distance, approaching them across the desert. The person leading the riders was Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. Not only that, the 5 figures by Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's side successively became clearer, and all of them turned out to be a Scarlet Heaven too. However, those 5 figures appeared to be younger versions of Scarlet Heaven. Finally, a team of thousands of people appeared. Similar to before, each of those people was Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven, but younger, about 16 years old, and they each held various long weapons in their hands. Our opponent is an army of Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. What was going on here? Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven was a powerhouse that had lived during the ancient era, and the language of the ancient era could even be considered his native language. On their side, the most formidable person they had for speaking the language of the ancient era could only say 10 phrases. Weren't they getting bullied too much here? Of course, these Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven, in front of them were definitely not his real body. He should have only set up some magical technique inside the barrier gate. After the army of Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven appeared, another army spawned behind Song Shuhang and the others. There were 300 Song Shuhangs, 300 Su Clan 16ths, 100 Shurs, 100 Little Kais, 100 humanoid lady onions, 50 puppets, and 50 virtuous lamias. Their army totaled 1,000 units. However, each of the soldiers and horses on their side had no weapons at all, not even a stick. Their momentum was 10 times weaker than the other parties. What's up with these soldiers? Hold on, could these soldiers be the health bar? Song Shuhang sighed. There's still a great difference between our momentum and theirs. They had already lost before the battle had even begun. Shur earnestly said, "It's better to tell you in advance, Senior Brother Song, but I only know 3 phrases in the language of the ancient era." Su Clan 16 added, "I only know 2 phrases." Little Kai said, "Are we going to surrender?" Lady Onion raised her head, and asked, "Can I switch to the other camp?" Song Shuhang responded, "It's impossible to switch teams now. Get ready, the game is about to start." If they could change teams, then he would also choose to jump to the other side. Over at the other side, the Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven that led the group rolled his tongue, and shouted, "Yen at hashtag." Along with his call, the 1,000 other Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven behind him held up their weapons and charged forward to attack. Song Shuhang said, "What did he say?" Loli Shur raised her hand happily. "I know. He was greeting us. What he said can be interpreted as, 'Hi, how are you?' We only have to respond to him." "That's exactly one of the 3 sentences I know." Song Shuhang said, "Then, can you handle it?" "Sure, no problem, Yen at hashtag." After Shur finished responding, the mixed army behind them took a step forward with extraordinary momentum. Though they were bare-handed, they roared gloriously. Song Shuhang and the others looked at their soldiers, who were modeled after them, scream, feeling strange on the inside. The first wave of dialogue between the 2 sides was completed, and they were now tied. Next, the soldiers behind the 2 sides began to charge forward. 1,000 young versions of Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven armed with long weapons launched an attack toward Song Shuhang and the others. As for the 1,000 soldiers in the mixed army, they showed no weakness either, and roared as they charged forward with nothing in their hands. To be honest, although Song Shuhang's team was not uniform, it was much nicer to look at. There were young girls, lolas, sexy lady onions, lamias, beautiful puppets, as well as little monster birds on top of their heads. The soldiers on both sides charged forward, looking like they were immediately about to engage in slaughter. Song Shuhang said, "The other side isn't replying?" Su Clan 16 said, is it our turn to be on the offense? In a turn-based system, the opponent has already finished their attack, and we were able to counter it. Perhaps it's our turn to start the attack. Song Shuhang said, I guess we can try it out. What should we say after having finished initial greetings? Lady Onion replied, after greeting one another, the next thing to say should be, pleased to meet you, or, have you eaten, or something, right? Su Clan 16 said, we can go with that. I can say, pleased to meet you, so I'll handle it this time. Okay, then it's up to you. Song Shuhang said, it felt like they were a group of trash versus elite students. Su Clan 16 said, degrees Celsius. This sentence meant, pleased to meet you. After saying that, the Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, which led the other side, immediately replied with a long phrase in the language of the ancient era. His tongue had rolled so tremendously that Song Shuhang was worried that it would cramp. What did he say? Song Shuhang's face showed confusion, although he claimed to be someone who had mastered 10 phrases in the language of the ancient era. The 10 phrases he knew were of the 1,000-character classic and were not used in daily life. Su Clan 16 shrugged her shoulders, and said, the first half of his reply should have meant I'm also glad to see you. As for the second half, I didn't understand it. I guess he launched a counterattack. After he successfully defended, he should have directly begun his offense. Song Shuhang asked, sure, did you understand him? Sure also shook his head. I didn't, but the other party's version of the language of the ancient era is really authentic. Their pronunciation is amazing and truly of the standard. Was this the time to admire the other party's pronunciation? Song Shuhang sighed and looked at his other teammates. Lady Onion and Little Kai were there just for show. As for the virtuous Lamia, forget it. It seemed that the only one who could reverse the current situation was the puppet. As Song Shuhang had taken too long to reply. On the battlefield, the 1,000 Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven that wielded long weapons had launched a fierce attack, causing the 1,000 soldiers in the mixed army modeled after Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, sure, and the others to be immediately beaten down, and end up crying for their parents as they fell apart. Song Shuhang stared intently at the puppet. It's up to you, high-quality puppet. The puppet's eyes shone, and she nodded strongly. Then, under Song Shuhang's gaze, she slowly but surely crouched down, brought her hands above her head, and covered it. Finally, her figure began to tremble rhythmically. It was the high-quality puppet's sure-kill technique, holding one's head and squatting down. Song Shuhang felt an especially strong bitterness in his heart plus liver pain. I was actually stupid enough to place all my trust in this puppet that likes to hold its head and squat down. There was simply nothing else he could do. At this moment, he could rely only on himself. Song Shuhang said, we can only make a guess, then. Generally speaking, after, I'm glad to meet you, what would the other party say? Just as he finished talking. Beside him, the virtuous Lamia screamed, Ayaha. Then, she fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Song Shuhang, the worst part of this all was that the scream of the virtuous Lamia seemed to have been accepted as an answer. And this answer, due to obviously having the wrong pronunciation, couldn't be used. In the next moment, the mixed army on Song Shuhang's side was beaten up. The Song Shuhang army, who had rushed forward, was beaten without mercy. As he watched more than 300 guys who looked exactly the same as him being beaten up and getting hit by the long weapons, Song Shuhang's heart went cold. The Su Clan 16 army, Sure army, and Lady Onion army also got beaten down in large numbers. Little Kai was shot down from the air. The virtuous Lamia's strength had backfired on her teammates. Lady Onion asked, should we retreat first? Seeing that large number of Lady Onions getting beaten, her green onion roots couldn't help but feel pained. Once we retreat, we would be chased by the other party, which would simply lead to even greater casualties. It would be great if I had a dictionary now. Song Shuhang touched the Learning God System tattoo on his upper waist, but the system did not activate. Song Shuhang asked, "Is it our turn to attack now?" "I don't know, but we can try," Sure said. "What should we say this time?" "I'll go this time, though it will be slightly troublesome." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and then loudly recited the first phrase in the 1,000-character classic of the ancient era. In ancient language, the sky was black and earth yellow. The universe, vast and limitless. Come, reply with the next parts of the 1,000-character classic in this way. With me knowing 10 phrases from the 1,000-character classic, I will at least be able to handle 5 rounds. As Song Shuhang had hoped, the other party began to recite the 1,000-character classic. The Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven in the lead opened his mouth, and then began to quickly and loudly recite, "The sun rises and sets, the moon full or parsed. Stars and residences spread all over. Cold and heat come and go. Autumn's harvest, winter's keep. The time fixed to a year. Everything attuned to balance." Blah blah blah. His mouth didn't stop. His face didn't go red, nor did he have to stop to breathe, but he recited the entire 1,000-character classic in one breath, and did not give Song Shuhang a chance to reply at all. Song Shuhang immediately knelt down. He originally thought that he could at least handle 5 rounds with his knowledge of 10 phrases from the 1,000-character classic. Unexpectedly, the opponent did not play according to the script, and went directly to the end as he recited the entire 1,000-character classic. It was too cruel. As a result, the mixed army on Song Shuhang's side was beaten black and blue by the 1,000-man Scarlet Heaven army, suffering heavy casualties. In no more than 10 breaths, the mixed army was crushed and none were left alive. Whether it was the little birds, the girls, the lolas, the monster onions, the puppets, or the snake girls, they had all been ruthlessly slain. Watching 100 myself getting killed makes my heart feel really tired. Sure sighed. She felt that she was going to have nightmares for a few days. Song Shuhang comforted, "You were lucky. There were 300 of me, and they all died. Moreover, mine were the first to get stabbed and killed in a variety of ways." Su Clan 16 asked, "Have we lost?" Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Definitely. Is there going to be a punishment?" While they were talking, the Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, that led the other side, nodded slightly at Song Shuhang and the others, and he even smiled at Lady Onion. In the next moment, the entire Scarlet Heaven army dissipated and disappeared. It was game over. Song Shuhang and the others' consciousness fell into a trance. Then, they returned to their bodies. When they opened their eyes, they were still in front of the barrier gate. "There's no punishment." Su Clan 16 inspected her body once over and found no abnormalities. Lady Onion said, "It's just a small game, after all. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven is the master who planted me. He is a very gentle and kind person, and his large hands are especially warm. And it was that gentle and kind master of yours that crushed our mixed army, torturing to death and cruelly killing all of them off," little Kai said with tears in her eyes. Lady Onion, at this time, Song Shuhang rubbed his eyebrows, and said, "This game not only doesn't have any punishment, but it actually gave us benefits. I feel that my mental energy has increased. Perhaps the longer we persist in the game, the greater the gains?" Sure happily said, "My mental energy really did increase a bit. Should we go in and play the word game again?" Strengthening one's mental energy was a very boring process, so they couldn't pass on this opportunity. Little Kai and Lady Onion's eyes also brightened up. "Then, I guess we're sticking with that," Su Clan 16 said as a silver light emerged deep in her eyes. "Before we go in again, should we increase our knowledge?" Song Shuhang said. He had the Learning God system, which could strengthen him up and make him learn a few phrases in the language of the ancient era. Moreover, he already had a strategy to go with in mind. The barrier here should have been built when Lady Onion was planted. Calculating the time, it should have been about 500 to 600 years ago. At that time, the 1000-character classic had already been created, so Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven, in the game could easily recite the entire classic in one breath. Therefore, if he wanted to make the Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven, in the game helpless, it was actually very simple. They just had to pick some modern poems or online jokes and translate them into the language of the ancient era, and then say them in the game. For example, Facing the Sea While Spring Blossoms, Nostalgia was a tiny, tiny stamp, and other modern poems, and so on. The Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven in the game shouldn't be able to respond as well as before. Or perhaps, they could play a quiz game, like what comes after the sentence, set a small goal first. Or, how can a friendship boat flip over? It could even be a question on knowledge such as calculus, the principles behind digital television, computer programming, etc. These should only be knowledge that appeared in the past several centuries. All in all, he planned on using knowledge that had appeared in the past 300 years to give the Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven in the game a difficult time. Lowly sure said, however, Senior Brother Song, even if we temporarily study the language of the ancient era, it would be hard to learn a few phrases, and even more so when it comes to pronunciation. The language of the ancient era was different from modern languages, and it wasn't just a language. For example, using the language of the ancient era to cast a technique would result in much greater power than when one used a language of the modern era to cast the same technique. Therefore, even if a cultivator had a strong memory, it was still difficult to learn the language of the ancient era. Su Clan 16 said, "Sure has a point. We don't have to rush to study. This time, let me try to use a secret treasure first." Song Shuhang curiously asked, "What secret treasure?" "A secret treasure that allows me to use the language of the ancient era for a short time, but I have to prepare for quite a while before using it, so I wasn't able to use it just now." Su Clan 16 blinked, and a silver light shone deep within her eyes. "There's such a convenient secret treasure? Then, let's go and give the game another try." 16. You can try to use knowledge of modern poems, online jokes, or even calculus and computer programming and so on to throw off the Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven in the game. "Alright," Su Clan 16 said. Then, she reached out and touched the barrier gate. She opened her mouth, and said, "Yes," using the language of the ancient era. Just when 16 touched the barrier gate, the gate suddenly disappeared. What happened to the gate? 16 blinked in confusion. The barrier gate was not following the script. Didn't they lose the word game? As such, why had it suddenly disappeared? Normally, shouldn't they first win the game? Su Clan 16 felt uncomfortable. She had finally made up her mind to use her trump card, yet ended up not having to use it at all as their target had simply disappeared. It was like preparing to punch yet only end up striking cotton. It couldn't be expressed how uncomfortable it was. The barrier gate disappeared? Lady Onion had heard them and jumped up. She reached out with her small hand to touch where the barrier gate should have been. Indeed, the barrier gate had really disappeared. Song Shuhang scratched his head. Didn't we just fail the word game? Since they failed, why did the barrier gate open? Could it be that the result was unimportant, and only the process mattered? Thus, as long as one participated in the word game, they would be able to pass through the barrier gate? But what would the significance of that be? Why had Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven set up this barrier gate here? Could it really just be a malicious joke Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven played on the people who wanted to enter? Sure asked, "Since that word game is gone now, we can no longer grind for mental energy?" Little Kai regretfully said, "It's a pity. It's hard to come by such a good method for quickly improving one's mental energy." Song Shuhang said, "Well, let's move on." After the barrier gate opened, the stone footpath leading to the mountain became clearer. Now that the barrier had disappeared, there was no reason for Song Shuhang and others not to go in. Therefore, despite their doubts, Song Shuhang and the others continued to walk along the stone path that led to the top of the mountain. After they had walked far away, an illusionary figure appeared where the barrier gate had been. It was a thin man wearing a red Daoist robe with his hands behind his back. It was that same Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven that had planted Lady Onion. However, the figure this time was illusory, and quite clearly not his main body. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven gently said, "Sowing seeds, forming karmic ties." The flaming saber technique was fate, the monster onion was fate, and Li Tiansu was also fate. The fate that was casually planted back then has now turned into thousands of ties. Back then, when he taught his disciple, Li Tiansu, sword techniques, he had inadvertently noticed the existence of Song Shuhang. With kind intentions, he taught Song Shuhang a basic style of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, which planted a seed of fate. Even he had not expected that in the future, the monster onion that he'd planted and his disciple in name, Li Tiansu, would meet Song Shuhang one after the other, allowing him to grow the fate that he sowed at that time. It was as if there was a large and invisible hand between heaven and earth that had pulled him and Song Shuhang together, causing two people of different ages to become deeply tied to one another through various occasions. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven muttered, "Without knowing it, he has actually formed such deep ties with me. Could this little friend Song also be a genius who might become the next wielder of the heaven's will? He does indeed seem more suitable for becoming the wielder of the heaven's will than that monster onion." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven was a strange one amongst practitioners. Most of the practitioners in the universe practice to become the wielder of the will and forge their own immortal legends. It was especially so for those immortals who had stepped on their path. After all, they'd already achieved immortality, and as they continued to advance, the only thing that remained was the heaven's will. But Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven was different. After he stepped on his path, his goal became to cultivate the next wielder of the heaven's will. Even his path was related to this goal. The tribulation transcenders and the immortals in the universe had already gotten a vague feeling. There appeared a deficiency in the current holder of the heaven's will, and various signs indicated that it was about to disappear. At that time, a whole new era would begin. Therefore, Scarlet Heaven began to select talented seeds that could become the next master of the heaven's will. A long time ago, he planted Lady Onion on the mountain peak here. At that time, he told Lady Onion, "Go on and grow. Even the most common green onion will have an unlimited future. I would like to see how much you will grow in the future." When he said unlimited future, it was not just casual talk. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's unlimited future referred to Lady Onion stepping on her own path one day in the future, fighting the world and suppressing all the creatures in the universe, or, to put it bluntly, beating up all the immortals in the universe until they gave up, and then bearing the destiny of the universe and becoming the one and only one in the universe to wield the heaven's will. Looking back, about 500 years had already passed since then. On a random day 500 years ago, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven suddenly got an urge to eat something, and decided to make a plate of fried mutton with green onions. However, after he cut the lamb and grabbed the green onion, he had a strange feeling. The feeling was simply too weird. At that time, when he held the green onion, he suddenly felt something. Ah! What if this green onion in my hand becomes the wielder of the heavens will one day in the future? It was a very strange idea, even stranger than, my family's cat will transform into a cat girl and marry me someday. When he got the idea, he couldn't forget it. As a result, the rich and willful Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven found a spiritual mountain in China and laid down a barrier. Next, he used treasures of heaven and earth to set up a transformation formation on this spiritual mountain. In the end, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven planted the green onion that he had almost cooked on the peak of the spiritual mountain. In the following centuries, Lady Onion absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and was nourished by that transformation formation, set up with treasures of heaven and earth, which laid the most solid foundation for her cultivation. All the monsters in the world would definitely be envious of Lady Onion. Not only did she gain the ability to transform into a human when she was born, once she transformed, the structure of her meridians would be exactly the same as that of a human. In this way, Lady Onion not only possessed the body and longevity of a monster, but also the monster energy that accumulated as the monster aged. In addition, she had a human-like body and very high talent. Hence, she could directly practice human cultivation techniques at the first stage realm. From the moment she was born, Lady Onion had already reached the end point that many monster cultivators strived for their entire lives. In terms of cultivation talent, Lady Onion far surpassed the genius disciples of large sections. After all, that large formation set up with treasures of heaven and earth was carefully arranged by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, a powerhouse of the immortal level. Now, 500 years later, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven used a secret method and once again saw the monster onion that he had planted. To be honest, Lady Onion was so miserable that it was beyond Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's expectations. Reasonably speaking, considering the foundation that he'd laid for Lady Onion back then, she should have at least reached the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm as 300 years passed since she transformed. However, Lady Onion was still only at the 2nd stage realm. Even if she was rooted in the Enlightenment Stone, her strength was still very bad. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven felt a little skeptical of life. When I was holding that green onion sprout, the thought that this spring onion might have unlimited future suddenly appeared in my mind. Was it because I had already fried the lamb in the pot until it was charred? And so, I subconsciously didn't want to make the fried mutton with green onions anymore, causing me to find an excuse for myself? However, I just noticed that this monster onion's luck has been rising, and her future still has infinite possibilities, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven thought again as he pinched his chin. There is this possibility. At this moment, a sharp sword emerged beside Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, and said, "The monster onion has met that little friend Song, so she has opened up a future of infinite possibilities." Scarlet Heaven asked, "Perhaps this little friend Song is the one that should be cultivated instead?" The sharp sword replied, "Not necessarily. Maybe, that little friend Song, like us, is also cultivating the monster onion." What you said makes sense," Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven said, and then asked, "Why did the word games suddenly vanish just now?" "Because someone disrupted everything, and I flipped the table in response." The sharp sword laughed. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven nodded slightly, and then said, "Continue to pay attention to these little friends, and then return to my main body when there is a result. Also, remember to remind these little friends to improve their knowledge of the language of the ancient era. The language of the ancient era is an important part in creating one's own path." The sharp sword replied, "I understand." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven nodded, and then his body disappeared. This place only had a mark that was left behind by a magical technique 500 years ago. After completing its task, the image would dissipate and send its memory to the main body. On the other side, Song Shuhang and his group were unhindered the entire way. They did not encounter any obstacles, and successfully reached the top of the mountain. Lady Onion looked up and began to look for where she had been planted. 300 years had passed, and she only had a vague memory of where the spot she'd occupied back then was. At this moment, Song Shuhang quickly found the place where Lady Onion was planted according to his memories from the dreamland. When Song Shuhang was bored during the several hundred years he spent in the dream, he could only count the number of trees in the nearby forest or watch the water in the stream on the other side to relieve his boredom. Under the effects of the barrier, the forest on the peak of the spiritual mountain had not changed much, and the trees had hardly grown. In this situation, Shuhang could find the place where Lady Onion was planted with his eyes closed. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "It's over here." This spot was the place where he had been planted, spending day after day, year after year in the sun and rain. This was where he had turned into a spring onion and went through the darkest and most boring centuries of his life. Hey, you are going too far. Why are you more familiar with this place than me? I was the one planted here, okay? Lady Onion stamped her foot. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, don't be angry. Come and have a look, let's see what might be here that would cause you to come back. Little Kai said, could there be some parts of Lady Onion's roots left behind here? I've heard before that when a monster plant comes out of the ground after cultivating, they would occasionally leave some roots in the ground when they emerge. Therefore, most monster plants choose to build immortal caves where their roots are. Lady Onion shook her head, and said, I didn't leave behind any roots in the ground, that's for sure. Lowly Sure asked, what kind of treasure would Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven leave behind for Lady Onion? Would it be something like an ancient medicinal pill or something, one that could help her rise to the 5th or 6th stage realm? Su Clan 16 said, how could there be such an elixir in this world? And even if there was, there would only be one end for anyone who eats it, death. All the practitioners in the universe were subject to the heavenly tribulation every time they ascend a stage. If there was really a pill that could raise one's realm to the 5th or 6th stage, with them having no time to consolidate their realm, learn new skills, and arrange a tribulation transcending formation after they swallowed the pill, the only path left for them was death. Song Shuhang said, we'll figure it out when we dig around and have a look. Lady Onion, you should do it yourself. After all, it's something that Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven left behind for you. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had the kindness to guide Song Shuhang in learning a technique. Based on this fact, Song Shuhang would not take the treasures left behind for Lady Onion. Lady Onion took a deep breath, and then her body expanded. From a small green onion, she became a gigantic green onion sprout the size of a human. She still didn't plan on showing her humanoid form. Then, she reached out and hit the ground. After doing so, a piece of crimson jade sparkled in the hole she just made. What is this? Sure hurriedly leaned towards the jade, but as soon as she approached, she felt a wave of heat assault her. The true qi in her body erupted spontaneously to protect her. Then, she quickly retreated to avoid the wave of heat. Hot, hot. Shure's face flushed and she waved her hand again and again. Strangely enough, although Shure had almost been scalded, Lady Onion was not harmed by the wave of heat in the least. She stayed beside the hole, staring at the crimson jade without moving. Su Clan 16 also moved a little closer. With her cultivation at the 4th stage realm, she could afford to do so. However, she couldn't stay too close to this jade. The temperature of this crimson jade was so high that even a cultivator at the 4th stage realm wouldn't be able to bear it. Su Clan 16 said, I've never seen anything like this, but I'm sure it must be a good treasure. Song Shuhang said, Lady Onion, this should be the treasure left for you by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Take it out. Lady Onion nodded. Her sprouts bent down as she grabbed the crimson jade with both hands, and then pulled hard. However, the jade didn't budge. Lady Onion gritted her teeth, and used everything she had in her to pull at the jade, but the little jade seemed to be rooted in the ground, and it still did not budge. Song Shuhang pinched his chin for a moment, and offered, Lady Onion, how about you widen the hole first, then try again? Huff, huff, why should I do that? Lady Onion asked curiously. Song Shuhang replied, I was thinking that maybe the size of this jade is bigger than we think. Lady Onion immediately understood. She remained bent forward as she waved her hands and used her palm to hit the ground by the jade. Within her body, the tome of never-ending tears operated to strengthen her palm's strength. Lady Onion, who kept her green onion form, did not cry like ye see when operating the tome of never-ending tears, but onion juice would appear from time to time on her sprout. Her tears seemed to be flowing in this form. After dozens of palm strikes, the crimson jade was completely unearthed. Sure enough, as Song Shuhang had expected, the small jade from before was just what had been visible from the surface, and a 2-meter cube was actually hidden below. The crimson jade that was exposed on the ground before was just a small protrusion on top of the cube. Lady Onion, how was she supposed to keep such a large crimson jade? Moreover, what use did this thing even have? With the emergence of this 2 cubic meter big crimson jade, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Sure, little Kai and Su Clan 16 couldn't withstand this wave of heat and could only retreat backward. Song Shuhang fared slightly better than them as he had a relatively strong physique and possessed the dual attributes of lightning and fire. Therefore, he was more resistant to heat. Put away this jade first, Lady Onion, Song Shuhang said. Anyway, it was a treasure for sure, so they could just keep it first, and then study it when they get back. If they couldn't figure it out, then they could wait for Venerable White to come out after his tribulation, or ask the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group to see if anyone knew the origins of this jade. Lady Onion asked, where am I going to keep it? Should I put it inside your size-reducing purse first? Song Shuhang replied, put it in my spatial magical treasure. The size-reducing purse wouldn't be able to take it. Its heat is too terrifying. Once you put it in, the size-reducing purse might get destroyed. Lady Onion instinctively didn't want to leave the huge crimson jade. When she touched the jade with her hands, she felt really comfortable, just as if she was one with the jade. However, what Song Shuhang said was right. The jade couldn't be kept in the size-reducing purse. After sighing, Lady Onion nodded and agreed with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and brought out the magical bracelet to collect the crimson jade. Right at that moment, however, his body suddenly paused. That huge ball of evil energy of the netherworld had been completely absorbed by the lotus projection. Originally, he'd thought that it would take about 1 day and 1 night to completely absorb the evil energy of the netherworld, but when his body had neared the crimson jade, the lotus projection and root whiskers in his body became more active and devoured the evil energy of the netherworld like crazy. All the evil energy of the netherworld had now been absorbed, and so the lotus projection went back into his inner world. In Song Shuhang's body, the volume of his inner world expanded once again, and the evil energy of the netherworld that he had absorbed had been transformed into the energy for his inner world. Moreover, his physique was strengthened from the nourishment of the living spring and the power from the inner world, although the majority of the power had poured into the fat whale illusory core in Song Shuhang's dantian. The power that was returned to his body from the inner world this time was huge, and Song Shuhang's fat whale illusory core transmitted a feeling of satiety. Almost. Song Shuhang rejoiced. The fat whale illusory core wasn't far from being complete. Lady Onion asked, "Hey, Shuhang, what are you doing? Can the crimson jade not be kept into the magical bracelet?" She saw Song Shuhang stretch his hand out for a long time, yet nothing had happened to the crimson jade. No. Just now, I finally absorbed that ball of evil energy, and the state of my body has progressed by a bit, so I ended up pausing for a while. Song Shuhang laughed. After saying that, he willed and opened up the space inside the magical bracelet as he tried to keep that piece of crimson jade inside the bracelet. However, the crimson jade only slightly brightened up, yet it did not enter the space of the bracelet. Lady Onion asked, "It doesn't work?" Song Shuhang responded, "It's really as you have said, it can't be kept inside a spatial magical treasure. It seemed that it could only be loaded into the inner world." Lady Onion said, "So what now?" While they were speaking, a wave of spatial energy emerged from Song Shuhang's side. This portal was opened with Song Shuhang set as the coordinates. Under the influence of the spatial energy, Song Shuhang couldn't move his body. Was a 9th stage tribulation transcender directly coming over with him as the coordinates? Who was it? Could it be Crystal Clear Water Pavilion's Pavilion Master Chu? While he was in thought, a rough voice sounded from behind Song Shuhang. Ha ha ha, F***ck, I'm finally out. Subsequently, a stone giant that was over 10 meters tall appeared behind Song Shuhang. Its body was red, and red flames were spouting out of its eye sockets and nostrils. The stone giant laughed proudly. This guy was the stone giant that had been F***ked by Song Shuhang in the Palace of Winter's forbidden area and then captured by the ball of liquid metal that ruled the netherworld. Originally, it almost became the ball of liquid metal's experimental material. At this time, it seemed to have escaped from the netherworld and directly came to Song Shuhang's side. After laughing, the stone giant noticed Song Shuhang. It was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, and said, "Brat, go die." When it escaped with the Palace of Winter set as the coordinates as it had left coordinate marks there. It had planned on escaping into the Palace of Winter to return to the main world, and then using its spatial power in the main world to quickly escape somewhere else. As long as it could return to the main world, that terrifying ruler of the netherworld wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It just didn't expect that it wouldn't return to the Palace of Winter, but rather came to Song Shuhang's side. When enemies met, their eyes would be filled with rage. Song Shuhang said, F***ck. How did this guy get out? That ball of liquid metal was such a letdown. Song Shuhang immediately sent Su Clan 16, Little Kai, Lady Onion, and Shi into the inner world. Then, he himself started to escape to the inner world. Brat, don't even think about escaping. The stone giant sneered as it released a force of spatial interference with its hands. It had been guarding against Song Shuhang for a long time, so when the figures of Shi and Su Clan 16 disappeared, it immediately used spatial interference. It's fine if those little girls run away, but this wicked brat has to die. Moreover, it had learned from the last time. This brat's luck was exceptional. To deal with such a fortunate cultivator, if you could kill them, you had to do so immediately. Otherwise, if you kept on spouting nonsense, their luck might enter into action, allowing them to keep their life in a desperate situation. The last time, it was because I was procrastinating a bit that this brat was able to find a chance to escape. This time, I will absolutely no longer let my mind wander, and shall directly kill him. The stone giant was experienced in dealing with such cultivators who had excellent luck. The ability of spatial interference interrupted Song Shuhang's space transference. Immediately after, the stone giant grabbed Song Shuhang and squeezed him fiercely. Explode to pieces. Stay your hand. At this time, a sharp voice exploded. This voice was something the stone giant was too familiar with. The stone giant turned around sharply, and exclaimed, "Old bastard Scarlet Heaven." The voice belonged to Scarlet Heaven. The same person that had injured it and forced it to suffer the pain of the heavenly fire. When the stone giant turned its head, it didn't see Scarlet Heaven, but rather a dazzling light, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. It had the same nostalgic taste and familiar flavor. The flames dazzled just like the scorching sun. Human eyes wouldn't be able to look directly at this saber light. The saber intent was overbearing. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned by this saber could burn even the heavens. More importantly, this saber attack had been released by a sword. This is definitely Scarlet Heaven. A sword that releases saber intent. In the entire universe, only that bastard Scarlet Heaven sword can do this. Facing this terrifying heaven-burning flaming saber technique, the stone giant subconsciously retreated. Although he kept talking about taking his revenge on Scarlet Heaven, he was obviously afraid of this heaven-burning flaming saber technique. After being injured by Scarlet Heaven previously, the heavenly fire on his body still had yet to disappear. He had even rested for an extended period of time in an extremely cold place, yet the heavenly fire on his body did not get extinguished. He kept going on about how badly he wanted to take revenge on Scarlet Heaven, but he was actually just talking big. he didn't want to meet him until he found a way to deal with the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. While retreating at a rapid speed, the stone giant did not forget to clench his palm to squash that small human with very good luck. The luck of this guy was simply too strange. The last time, he had only relaxed a little, and the boy had escaped death as a consequence. This time, he obviously didn't waste any time, but as soon as it got its hands on the kid, old bastard Scarlet Heaven made a move. Such powerful luck was something the stone giant had only seen a few times in his life. If such a person wasn't put to death quickly, perhaps he would become a threat with enough time. So, he definitely had to kill this guy. He had to kill the threat before it grew. Pop! It appeared that Song Shuhang, who was in between his hands, had exploded from being squashed, causing countless black hairs to scatter. However, the pupils of the stone giant, who was in the middle of frantically retreating, suddenly shrank. When he clenched his hands, something didn't feel quite right. These drifting black hairs were indeed those of a human, but what he squashed and popped seemed as if it were just a balloon, completely lacking the feeling that a body would give. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang touched his bare head, and said, "I thought that I was going to have to use the life talisman." The stone giant's spatial interference just now did indeed interfere with the transference to the inner world. However, his inner world had just upgraded today. After the inner world got an upgrade, the transference function had become even more powerful. Although it was still affected by the stone giant's spatial interference, the inner world was able to eventually bring Song Shuhang in, only that his hair was left outside. This hair loss was the result of the spatial turbulence. Song Shuhang still felt a lingering fear, but fortunately, only his hair had ended up being left behind this time. If it had been some other important body part that was left behind, then he simply didn't know what he would have done. As he was in thought, Song Shuhang used the hair-growing technique to quickly recover his hair. In the next moment, he used the hair-growing technique, and long hair quickly regrew on his head. Song Shuhang shook his head. His hair was soft and shiny, and he let it swing around with confidence. *CK, it's so long again. Senior brother Song, that stone giant that appeared just now, was it a 9th stage tribulation transcender? Sure asked in a trembling voice. Although Song Shuhang had brought them into the inner world at the first opportunity, the imposing pressure that the stone giant released still greatly impacted Sure. Song Shuhang nodded. Su Clan 16 asked, "Is it safe now?" Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, "I'm not sure yet, but at the last moment. Senior Scarlet Heaven seems to have made a move." He wasn't sure what was going on outside, but before hiding in the inner world, he vaguely saw a dazzling saber which set the skies and seas aflame, the flaming saber technique. Little Kai asked, "Are we going to stay here?" Song Shuhang said, "Don't worry, I will let the virtuous Lamia out and probe the situation for us." As long as Song Shuhang didn't die, the virtuous Lamia wouldn't die, either. It was the best choice to make her go check. And so, a moment later, space fluctuated yet again, and the virtuous Lamia who'd turned into Song Shuhang appeared from the inner world. Turning into Song Shuhang's appearance would allow her to attract aggro. As soon as she appeared, she saw that the stone giant was confronting a sharp sword not far away. The expected Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven didn't show up. *CK, why did you come out? When he saw Song Shuhang appear, the heart of Scarlet Heaven's sword felt despair. "Didn't you run away just now? Why the *CK did you come back so shortly after escaping?" The Song Shuhang version of the virtuous Lamia tilted its head and put on a cute expression. "Die!" the stone giant roared, and various overwhelming stone weapons appeared in the sky. There was a stone axe, a stone sword, a stone saber, and they all came down on Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven's sword flashed, and blocked everything in front of Song Shuhang. Sword light exploded and smashed all the stone weapons. Scarlet Heaven's sword yelled, "What are you doing?" Run away and don't come back, it's too dangerous here. However, Song Shuhang simply tilted his head around in response and continued to stare at Scarlet Heaven Sword and the stone giant. Scarlet Heaven Sword felt out of breath due to the anger. Why was this guy so stupid? Ha ha ha. The stone giant laughed wildly. That old bastard Scarlet Heaven was not there, and it didn't seem like he was going to come over. There is only this single, Scarlet Heaven Sword, present, the heavens are helping me. In the next moment, the stone giant waved his hand and erupted its power. Countless stone weapons emerged, and he even spat out sharp sword chi from its mouth. Sheet, sheet, sheet. Scarlet Heaven Sword was depressed. It was only a sentient divine sword, and it needed a master to use it for it to be able to bring out its maximum power. Fighting the stone giant alone was simply too difficult a task for the sword. The stone giant was an immortal-level existence. Even if he was injured by the heavenly fire, his combat power was still higher than someone at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. In addition, the kid behind it was a complete fool, not knowing how to dodge and actually just stood still. If you want to die, then die by yourself. I can't guarantee that I will be able to stop the next attack. Don't blame me if you die, Scarlet Heaven Sword said in a deep voice. It still lashed out with its full strength against the attack of Stone Giant, but this time, it wouldn't be able to completely block its attack. Song Shuhang would definitely be crushed to pieces by an immortal-level attack, even if it was only a portion of the maximum effect of the attack. The sword had tried its best, but this Song Shuhang was really seeking death, and it could no longer do anything. Whoosh! A stone spear broke through Scarlet Heaven Sword Saber attack and stabbed Song Shuhang's body. The Song Shuhang that the virtuous Lamia had transformed into did not try to dodge at all, and was dead struck by the stone spear. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang looked up and let out a long sigh. He could already guess that it was time for virtuous Lamia's performance. She was definitely going to stage a show where she would pretend to die. Next, there was going to be a scene of her shouting, "Aya," and then the Lamia would fall to the ground and pretend to be dead. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, "This disease. Is there really no way to cure it?" As Song Shuhang was in thought, changes occurred in the outside world. The version, Song Shuhang, of the virtuous Lamia trembled and stretched out her hands, grabbing the stone spear that struck her chest. In the next moment, a wave of music resounded. A gentle woman's voice sang a sad song in a tearful tone. The Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia had transformed into slowly raised his head, and stared at the stone giant with a gentle look in his eyes. Song Shuhang sang, "My love, before I die, tell me, am I the person you love the most?" There was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were tender like water. Scarlet Heaven Sword froze. The stone giant was similarly stunned. At this moment, the sad song reached its climax. "No, I never loved you." At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. "You are such a cruel woman, even at the moment of my death you still aren't willing to give me a chance, but your cruelty is something I like about you." The Song Shuhang version of the virtuous Lamia continued to sing. After speaking, Song Shuhang fell to the ground and dropped dead. That sad song began to enter its finale, and the tune became more and more desolate. The stone giant roared, "It's you." He remembered that previously, when he was forcibly captured and brought to the Netherworld realm, this human had done something similar, and there was no way to kill him. Every time he got a fatal injury, he would simply shout, "Aya," and fall to the ground. Later, he pondered for a long time in the Netherworld realm and determined that the Song Shuhang that appeared in the latter half was definitely not the main body. It was simply an immortal monster that imitated Song Shuhang's appearance. Scarlet Heaven Sword, as if she knew that she was recognized by the stone giant, the virtuous Lamia slowly got up from the ground, reached out, pulled out the stone spear stuck in her body, and then threw it aside. Then, she continued to tilt her head and staring at Stone Giant and Scarlet Heaven Sword. The Stone Giant clenched his fist, and said, "Since I can't kill you, then I shall seal you. I'll see what you really are." At the same time, the Stone Giant's eyes stared coldly at Scarlet Heaven Sword. This time, the human had escaped again. However, before Scarlet Heaven rushed over, he could at least destroy this Scarlet Heaven Sword and break an arm of that old bastard. First, he'd destroy Scarlet Heaven Sword, and then seal that thing that couldn't be killed. With this in mind, the Stone Giant rushed towards Scarlet Heaven Sword. The heavenly fire surged from his body. At this time, he was no longer suppressing the heavenly fire wound on his body, and was determined to turn Scarlet Heaven Sword into scrap iron in a short time. Scarlet Heaven Sword felt great pressure. Since little friend Song and the monster Onion are all safe, then it is time for me to leave, Scarlet Heaven Sword thought to itself. In the next moment, it prepared to flee. Just then, a small white hand grabbed and held it. It was the virtuous Lamia. Scarlet Heaven Sword yelled, "Let me go." However, the virtuous Lamia didn't let go. She held Scarlet Heaven Sword and brandished it. Then, she twisted her wrists and imitated Song Shuhang when he used the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. However, the Lamia hadn't learned the heaven-burning flaming saber technique at all, and only knew the stance. She twisted her wrists and waved the sword. She slashed out with the blade, but this saber attack was ordinary as it could be, with its power also being very weak. The Stone Giant, faced with such a slash, did not even bother evading it, and remained resolute in destroying the sword. The virtuous Lamia blinked, and continued to wave Scarlet Heaven Sword a few more times. However, what was slashed out were still just ordinary saber attacks. Scarlet Heaven Sword said furiously, "You haven't learned the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, it's pointless to wave me around. Go back and learn the heaven-burning flaming saber technique before slashing out again. Ha ha ha, what a great opportunity to wipe both of you out." The Stone Giant laughed wildly, and his body arrived at the virtuous Lamia's side in an instant. He raised his fist as he condensed the power of the Law of Earth, and then fiercely punched at the virtuous Lamia and Scarlet Heaven Sword. Seeing this, Song Shuhang suddenly opened his mouth, and then swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword. This was her way of protecting the sword. After all, when she would protect Song Shuhang, she would wrap him up. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Stop, this is too disgusting. Are you performing sword swallowing? Where do you think we are?" Boom! The Stone Giant smashed his fist directly into the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia was smashed into golden spots of light and dissipated. Power of virtue? The Stone Giant's heart moved as he recognized the Lamia's identity. Could it be that this was the materialization of that human's light of virtue? It's no wonder that his luck is so heaven-defying. He was able to make his light of virtue materialize, which would require great amounts of virtue. The Stone Giant came to his senses. After accumulating such great virtue, even if one were an ordinary cultivator, their luck would be very good. He was just a little cultivator who was at the 3rd or 4th stage, so how could he possess such a huge amount of virtue? Could it be that he used a special reincarnation method, capable of retaining all the accumulated virtue after reincarnating? While in deep thought, the Stone Giant looked for the traces of Scarlet Heaven Sword. He had just seen Scarlet Heaven Sword being swallowed by the materialized light of virtue, and though Song Shuhang had been smashed to pieces, Scarlet Heaven Sword was nowhere to be seen. There weren't any fluctuations in space. The Stone Giant frowned. Then, he stretched out his hand and laid a spatial barrier around him. At the same time, along with a thought, 4 high walls emerged from the ground, sealing the entire space. In this way, Scarlet Heaven Sword and the light of virtue's chances of escaping were completely cut off. Not long after the Stone Giant had finished its setup, countless golden dots of light began to condense. In the end, the golden dots of light turned into a brand new Song Shuhang. It was just that the size of this Song Shuhang was slightly smaller compared to before. It still isn't dead after being smashed to pieces? The stone giant felt slight pain in his liver. At this time, the new Song Shuhang reached out and opened his mouth. Then, Scarlet Heaven Sword was pulled out again. It was exactly like a sword-swallowing performance. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Disgusting, this is so disgusting. Can you let me go now? My mission is over, and I want to leave." The stone giant sneered. "Leave? Do you think you can leave? Today, I'm going to turn you into scrap iron." Scarlet Heaven Sword also noticed that the surrounding space had been locked down, with walls all around, which directly turned this into a sealed space. Things had truly become quite troublesome. Scarlet Heaven Sword ranted, "This is all your fault, dumbass. Why the F***ck would you grab me? If it weren't for you, I would have already escaped." In fact, it also had some doubts in its heart. It stood to reason that with its strength, it should have been easy for it to break free even if it was held by the virtuous Lamia. However, when the other party's hand grabbed it, it became unable to resist, which allowed that evil giant to smash it together with the light of virtue that grabbed it. The virtuous Lamia shook Scarlet Heaven Sword around and slashed. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Stop swinging me around. You don't know the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, and nothing is going to happen even if you try slashing out another time. If you really want to try out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, then pull out the guy who can actually use the saber technique. As long as he cooperates with me, he should be able to unleash a decent flaming saber technique. Although it is unlikely to be able to kill this stone giant, it shouldn't be a problem to repel it." The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and seemed to be a little annoyed. Then, her aura changed. She no longer maintained the appearance of Song Shuhang, her figure began to stretch, and her body directly transformed. At the same time, a regal aura emerged from her. Scarlet Heaven Sword froze for a while. It wasn't able to adapt to the sudden, huge transformation of the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia held the hilt with her hands and raised the sword high above her head. The golden light of virtue in her body exploded out. Blinding. Scarlet Heaven Sword yelled as the golden light of virtue dyed it gold. This caused it to feel some heat, so it couldn't help but scream. Watching the virtuous Lamia holding up Scarlet Heaven Sword, the stone giant on the opposite side did not launch an attack. He just stared at the virtuous Lamia. He felt that he had seen this virtuous Lamia somewhere before. The virtuous Lamia stood straight, and the golden light on Scarlet Heaven Sword became even brighter. The golden light shone, and then, like a rising flame, condensed into a beam of light. The aura on her body became stronger and stronger, just as if a ruler had come. In the next moment, she took 2 steps forward while holding Scarlet Heaven Sword with both of her hands, and then slashed violently. Boom! Saber intent exploded, and a golden blade made of light moved like a tide towards the stone giant. At this moment, the stone giant seemed to be locked in position and unable to move. The golden blade of light exploded on him, extremely dazzling. The aura and the saber intent contained within this strike weren't any inferior to the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. The golden light filled the entire enclosed space. Unfortunately, the realm of the virtuous Lamia was too low. The power of her slash only had power around the 4th or 5th stage realm. The golden light dissipated, and the stone giant patted his body, which hadn't received any damage. He only felt as if he had been hit by a large flashbang grenade. Scarlet Heaven Sword, although I forgot where I saw you, it doesn't matter, the stone giant said. I'll just wait until I seal you, and then take some time to study you. After saying that, the stone giant put his hands together, and the space of the secret room began to shrink. He was going to directly seal Scarlet Heaven Sword and the virtuous Lamia. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Hey, we're going to be done for if this continues. Is there any way we can escape?" Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang issued a withdrawal order to the virtuous Lamia and asked her to return to inner world with Scarlet Heaven Sword. The virtuous Lamia swung around Scarlet Heaven Sword and seemed to be very dissatisfied. However, she still obediently followed Song Shuhang's orders. Her figure slowly receded, and her entire body was then integrated into space. The stone giant suddenly laughed, and said, "I was waiting for this moment." On several occasions, that human kid, as well the girls from before, had suddenly disappeared. It felt like they were teleported away while not being affected by the spatial interference. He started wondering if the other party's space technique utilized a special channel. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity to capture the coordinates and directly go in the moment the other party opened up the special space channel. "You can't escape." The stone giant sneered. His body flickered, and he appeared directly in front of the virtuous Lamia. At the same time, he used a space technique to expand this special space channel. However, the stone giant's spatial power couldn't affect the connection between the inner world and the main world. The inner world, which was made by the third wielder of the will, Striped Dragon, was strange and unpredictable, and even the heavenly tribulation realm couldn't completely block it. Without Song Shuhang's permission, the stone giant wouldn't be able to forcefully enter the inner world. How could this be? The stone giant was in disbelief. Right at that moment, another space fluctuation came from behind the stone giant. Then, an evil aura emerged and covered the earth. That evil energy caused the stone giant's body to tremble involuntarily. A sweet voice sounded. "Oh, I found you. You were actually able to escape while I was experimenting on something. I really can't underestimate the immortals of the main world." The stone giant turned his head and saw that a woman with long black hair had appeared within the enclosed space that he had created. This woman had thick hair that was like a cloak. "Impossible," the stone giant screamed, and as soon as his body moved, he opened a spatial gate to escape. But, right at that moment, the woman with long black hair took a step forward and stretched out her hand, waving it. Then, as if she was using an eraser to erase a drawing that she was dissatisfied with, the spatial gate opened by the stone giant was deleted. Subsequently, the black-haired lady grabbed the stone giant's foot and slammed him on the ground. Boom! The earth and the sky shook. "Aya!" the stone giant screamed. Large amounts of evil energy poured into his body from the body of the black-haired lady, sealing him thoroughly, and causing him to lose his power. He lay on the ground like a mortal, unable to move. Afterward, the black-haired lady turned to look at the sky again. There, an eye floated in the air. It was a part of the body of the virtuous Lamia. After being smashed into pieces by the stone giant before, a part of her body had stayed behind. This part of her body turned into an eye and continued to keep an eye on the world outside. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Senior Skylark. This lady with long black hair was an admin of the 9 provinces number 1 group, Xian Skylark. She was an existence that had traversed the path of seeking death even more than thrice reckless. However, the strength of the current Xian Skylark was simply too shocking. She might have already transcended the demonic tribulation of the 8th stage, but thrashing the stone giant with an attack was definitely not something that someone at the 8th stage was capable of doing. Her combat power was completely off the charts. Hee. Xian Skylark looked at the golden eye, smiled, and stretched out her hand, ready to destroy the eye. Seeing the light of virtue, she looked disgusted. However, when she raised her hand, her face suddenly changed. She then held her head, squatted down in pain, and wept. "I'm afraid the most of the surroundings turning silent and of you suddenly crying." While crying, Senior Skylark suddenly hugged her head again, starting to roll all over the ground. She quickly rolled from left to right, and continued doing so until she had rolled 100 meters away. Then, from right to left, quickly rolled back to where she originally was. She kept doing this again and again. She seemed to be having a breakdown, but she looked cute nonetheless. The stone giant lay on the ground like an ordinary mortal, confused. At the same time, he was a little scared, and had no idea what game the ruler of the netherworld was playing. Song Shuhang, who was inside the inner world, was speechless. Inside the inner world, Lolishur asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior brother Song?" Song Shuhang replied, "I saw someone who looked like Senior Skylark." This senior, who appeared to be Xian Skylark, had very high combat power, but her hair color was different from that of Senior Skylark. Senior Skylark's long hair was icy blue and was particularly dazzling. This senior who looked like Xian Skylark, on the other hand, had black hair. However, this may also be because Senior Skylark had transcended the demonic tribulation of the 8th stage, and had been contaminated by the energy of the netherworld, causing the color of her hair to change. Su Clan 16 said in surprise, "Senior Skylark successfully transcended the tribulation already? This fast?" Song Shuhang thought about it and said, "I'm not yet sure if this is Senior Skylark. Her current state is a bit weird. I'll share a picture of her with you." As they were talking, the virtuous Lamia appeared beside Song Shuhang while holding Scarlet Heaven Sword in her hand. Afterwards, she inserted Scarlet Heaven Sword into the ground and tilted her head, looking at Song Shuhang. "What is this place?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, looking all around. Just as Song Shuhang was going to reply, the virtuous Lamia suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword, and then, she opened her mouth and swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword again. Hey, don't swallow me again. Even if you're a beauty, the feeling of being swallowed is still weird. Oh no, I'm going to go in again, Aya. Scarlet Heaven Sword yelled as it was once again cruelly swallowed. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Shur and Little Kai, after being swallowed, Scarlet Heaven Sword quieted down. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. He then turned his body around and shared a picture of the scene outside with everyone. In the picture, Senior Skylark, who had now long black hair, was crying and crazily rolling around. The majestic stone giant, which now appeared like an ordinary mortal, lay motionless on the ground. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, "What's going on?" Song Shuhang said as he shrugged, "Right when we entered the inner world, Senior Skylark suddenly appeared using spatial powers. Then, she grabbed the stone giant and subdued it. Afterward, as you can see, she suddenly started rolling on the ground." Shur said, "Senior Skylark is crying?" Little Kai said, "She looks like she's in pain, right?" Su Clan 16 asked while frowning, "Are you going to go out to meet her?" Song Shuhang said, "I feel that there is something wrong. Not only can Senior Skylark now use spatial power, but her combat power has also gone off the charts. Moreover, her hair color has changed. Let's continue watching before taking any action." Outside, Xian Skylark was still crying and making noise. After rolling around for a long time, she finally got up from the ground. Then, she stretched out her hand to wipe her tears. "It hurt like hell. It felt like I was going to die. What happened just now? What went wrong?" she said to herself. The sudden headache she had was simply terrible. Afterward, Xian Skylark murmured, "Sure enough, there is still a problem with the experiment. I need to go back and test some stuff." After saying that, she reached for the strand of Light of Virtue left behind by Song Shuhang and prepared to smash it. But just when she reached out, the terrible headache came back. She squatted down and held her head again, as tears began flowing down her cheeks. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, Little Kai, Shur, Senior Skylark squatted and cried for a long while, with her long hair spreading out behind her like a rug. She cried and cried. Then, starting from a spot right above her head, her hair color changed. The black-colored hair began to become blue. At first, there was only a small patch of blue, but it then spread like dominoes that had been pushed down. Aya, what's going on? Xian Skylark looked up, screaming in horror. She felt that there was something wrong. The body had already been completely corrupted and contaminated by the evil energy of the netherworld. Yet now, it was actually restoring itself. After a while. Ouch! This hurts like hell. Do you have to be like this every time? Can't you be more gentle? Anyway, I, Skylark, am back again. Xian Skylark rubbed her temple and slowly stood up from the ground, cheering loudly. At this time, her hair color had become half black and half blue, with the blue part still increasing. At the same time as her hair color recovered, her purple skin, which had become like this due to the evil energy of the netherworld, began to recover as well. Xian Skylark shouted, "Huh? No, not the skin first. This purple skin is very sexy, let me have it for a little longer." However, her expression suddenly changed and became cold. How is this possible? I tested it out many times, and your soul had been completely annihilated, so how were you able to resurrect? In the next moment, Xian Skylark's expression changed again as she showed a playful smile. Ha ha ha, so you seized the opportunity to take away my body, eh? There's no use, no one can take my body from me, don't waste your energy. Xian Skylark's expression turned cold again as she said, "This is getting more and more interesting. Nevertheless, it is better this way since it's more entertaining. Let's go back to the netherworld realm and let me study your body again." Her expression changed again, and the playful Xian Skylark said, "No, I don't want to go back to the netherworld to transcend that boring demonic tribulation, it's too shitty. I'm going to transcend the main world's heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage instead. I'm the woman who is going to be the 6th sage in 1,000 years, the number 6 is my favorite." The cold Xian Skylark said, "Don't even think about it. If they really headed to the heavenly tribulation realm, it would be in trouble." After saying that, the cold Xian Skylark waved her hand and opened a spatial crack in the air. Immediately afterwards, she moved toward the space gate. Inside the inner world. Song Shuhang said, "We cannot let Senior Skylark be taken away, her body has been possessed. Find a way to destroy that space gate, or hurt her body so much that she can't move." At this time, a voice came from inside the virtuous Lamia. It was Scarlet Heaven Sword who was speaking. Song Shuhang looked at Scarlet Heaven Sword and his eyes brightened up. Song Shuhang said, "Scarlet, Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, please lend me your strength." Scarlet Heaven Sword mentioned earlier that if someone who could use the flaming saber technique wielding it, then they would be able to slash out an overbearing saber attack. In this way, perhaps they could temporarily stop Xian Skylark. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Let me out of her stomach first." Song Shuhang willed, and the virtuous Lamia took out Scarlet Heaven Sword again. Then, he stretched out his right hand, preparing to take Scarlet Heaven Sword from her. But right at this time, the virtuous Lamia tilted her head. She seemed to like this Scarlet Heaven Sword. After a short while, she approached Song Shuhang and squeezed into his arms. After getting smashed to pieces by the stone giant, her overall size had reduced, and she was now able to look like a helpless little bird. She then brought her right hand toward Song Shuhang's right hand. After fixing it a bit, her right hand fit right into Song Shuhang's right hand. In this way, it was as if she and Song Shuhang were holding Scarlet Heaven Sword together. Song Shuhang, however, his eyes suddenly flashed. Cold Skylark's immense strength was able to easily overpower the immortal-level stone giant. If Song Shuhang were to directly show up, the other party could kill him by simply waving her hand. If that happened, he won't be able to rescue Xian Skylark, and his precious life talisman would also be lost. But the virtuous Lamia was now in a very interesting state, where she was half fused with him. Come on, go back to the main world. Song Shuhang gave an order to virtuous Lamia. He wanted to try something. The virtuous Lamia followed Song Shuhang's orders, and her body passed through space, appearing in the outside world. However, Song Shuhang did not show up. Strictly speaking, Song Shuhang didn't bring out his entire body. Just like how he had only squeezed out a small part of the nuclear missiles, Song Shuhang only brought out his right hand from the inner world, which was now grabbing the right hand of the virtuous Lamia. The rest of his body remained inside the inner world. It was a success. Song Shuhang said. Now, it's time to try out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. The virtuous Lamia held up her right hand and raised Scarlet Heaven Sword towards Xian Skylark. Evil Xian Skylark turned her head around and stared coldly at the virtuous Lamia. Disgusting light of virtue. If there hadn't been something wrong with its current state, it would have already smashed this light of virtue to pieces. But now, it didn't have the time to do so. It had to return to the netherworld realm immediately, because it felt that Xian Skylark's resistance was getting stronger and stronger. If it were to stay here any longer, Skylark might really be able to take control of her body and head to the heavenly tribulation realm to transcend that damned heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. The virtuous Lamia's right hand and Song Shuhang's right hand held Scarlet Heaven Sword together. Scarlet Heaven Sword said gravely, "Use everything you've got on the flaming saber technique. I will cooperate with you by releasing the saber intent." Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and spun his wrist. Boom! Blazing heavenly fire appeared on Scarlet Heaven Sword. The flames contained saber intent that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "You're pretty good, kid. You were actually able to practice the heaven-burning flaming saber technique to this extent. Next, watch as I directly upgrade this saber attack's power to the 9th stage." In the next moment, the saber intent soared to the sky, and the flaming saber technique exploded. The heavenly fire became a fire capable of burning the skies, spreading out everywhere, and rolling towards the evil Xian Skylark. Evil Skylark quietly gritted her teeth, with her heart filled with heat. "You are seeking death. Do you really think that I can't kill you? I can pinch you to death like an ant. You're bringing about your own destruction." It then forcibly separated a strand of evil energy from its body, turning it into a giant axe that went to greet Song Shuhang's heaven-burning flaming saber technique. When the giant axe came chopping down, it expanded like a balloon getting filled up with air. At the same time, its surface was layered with a metal sheen, causing it to look like a genuine giant axe. The heaven-burning flaming saber technique, unwilling to be outdone, filled the entire sky with flames and saber intent as it went to meet the giant metal axe. The flaming saber and the giant axe continuously struck one another. Flames splattered as the slash of the giant axe broke out. The two sides were entangled with each other and seemed to be evenly matched. At that moment, the size of the giant metal axe suddenly increased once again. At the same time, the evil energy contained within it burst out wildly. It then quickly swung around and attacked repeatedly. Boom! The sky-burning fire and the flaming sword could no longer resist, and were brutally crushed by the giant metal axe. After all, it was merely a heaven-burning flaming saber technique enhanced by Scarlet Heaven Sword, and it was quite different from a heaven-burning flaming saber technique that would have been slashed out by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's main body. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Not good, we're at a disadvantage." The other party's casual strikes were all at the immortal level, possibly even stronger. It was afraid that only if its master, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, was present would it be possible to contend with the opponent. After the giant axe, which had doubled in size, crushed the flaming saber technique, it remained unabated as it chopped down on the virtuous Lamia. Faced with this axe, Scarlet Heaven Sword felt hopeless, just as if it was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It could only watch as it was going to be cut down. Unable to escape, unable to resist, and only able to meet the hard axe head-on, if they couldn't stop it, then there was only death awaiting them. The virtuous Lamia cocked her head. She seemed to be unaffected, and waved Scarlet Heaven Sword in her hands with great excitement. She had managed to slash out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, which made her very satisfied. At this time, the most tragic character in the audience was the stone giant, who was still lying on the ground like an ordinary mortal. Evil Skylark was in a hurry, and didn't seem to plan on taking it away. However, it was still sealed and unable to move. Moreover, while the axe that chopped down on the virtuous Lamia seemed to be a single-target attack, it was in fact an AoE attack. The stone giant lay on one side, still within the attack range of the giant axe. What could it do? Things looked hopeless. Come back. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang tried to pull back the virtuous Lamia and Scarlet Heaven Sword, dragging them with his right arm into inner world. However, the space under the axe's range seemed to have frozen. Song Shuhang was unable to bring Scarlet Heaven Sword and his right arm back into inner world. Shiet, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. He felt that this time, his right arm was done for. His left arm had been borrowed by Venerable White, while his right arm was about to be crushed by the giant axe. In a short period of time, he'd become an armless hero. Truly tragic. Even Yonghua from The Return of the Condor Heroes had, at least, one arm. Only if he was able to find a treasure that could restore a missing arm, such as the treasure that Sage Monarch Winter Melon had, or practice the self-healing technique that he acquired from Chenglin's remains to the master level, would he be able to return to his previous state. At the same time, he was glad that he hadn't gone out just now. If he had, he would have been crushed into a mush by the giant axe, and could only rely on the life talisman to resurrect. Now, he only hoped that Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's Sword wouldn't turn into scrap. While Song Shuhang was in thought, the situation in the outside world changed once again. The sky-burning fire that had originally been cut by the giant axe was instantly drawn back to the virtuous Lamia thanks to some Saber intent. The special Saber intent attracted the sky-burning fire, guided it, and caused it to wrap around the head, arms, chest, and various vital areas of the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia was wrapped in layers of flames, looking like an ancient war goddess bathing in fire. Clang! The metal axe chopped down. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia condensed a beautiful set of flaming battle armor. The flaming battle armor was too beautiful to describe with words. This was a variant of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, that could perhaps be called heaven-burning flaming battle armor. Was I seeing things just now? What condensed this set of armor seemed to be Saber intent. Scarlet Heaven Sword thought to itself. Boom! The battle axe made from evil energy had already violently chopped down on the flaming battle armor. Shock waves visible to the naked eye rippled in all directions. The flames splattered, and the slashes from the axe also exploded out in all directions. The battle axe seemed to be unable to break through the defense of the flaming battle armor for now. The two were in a deadlock. Only the stone giant near them screamed in pain. It was not protected by the flaming battle armor technique, and its power had been sealed. As such, it could only resist the battle axe's chops with its body. The stone giant felt great bitterness in his heart, but it couldn't say anything. It could only curse the ruler of the netherworld and Song Shuhang's group in his heart. By the space gate, evil Skylark looked at the location of the virtual Lamia in surprise. It had thought that the evil battle axe would have been enough to crush this guy to pieces. However, the axe had unexpectedly been blocked by the other party. Skylark snorted coldly, but her body was currently trembling, and she could lose control of it at any moment. She could only hatefully step into the space gate, and return to the netherworld realm. In the end, Song Shuhang failed to delay her. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. One dominated the netherworld realm, and the other was a little cultivator who practiced for slightly more than 4 months. This gap was comparable to the distance between heaven and earth. Clang, 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 the evil battle axe and the flaming battle armor remained in a deadlock for 13 breaths of time. In the end, the power of the evil energy battle axe overwhelmed the flaming armor. The defense of the magnificent flaming battle armor had reached a critical point. Cracks had begun to appear on it. This flaming battle armor is almost done for. I guess it's time for me to make a move and turn the tables, Scarlet Heaven Sword thought. After a long period of time of consumption, the power of the axe had decreased by a lot. It was now confident that it could defeat it if it made a move. Just as Scarlet Heaven Sword was about to make its move, there was suddenly a terrifying saber intent that came slashing out of the armor of the virtuous Lamia. Inside the saber intent was a vague intent of cutting the sky apart. The level of the saber intention was not high, it was only at the 4th stage realm, but it had the same intent as that of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. When this counterattacking saber intent appeared, it unleashed the heaven-burning flaming saber technique using the saber chi on the flaming battle armor. In the next moment, the counterattack of the saber intent armor unfolded. An attack with power close to the heaven-burning flaming saber techniques violently slashed on the evil battle axe. Just as the axe had exhausted its energy, it received the counterattack of the saber intent armor and was sent flying into the sky, ending up entangled by the counterattack of the armor. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Is it over?" Boom, 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 the saber intent armor lacked endurance. After 3 moves, the counterattack of the saber intent armor dissipated. But the evil battle axe was still there, suspended high in the air. As expected, I have to enter into action and destroy it, Scarlet Heaven Sword thought. Scarlet Heaven Sword released some sword cries, preparing to use a cool move. But before it could do anything, a magnificent lotus flower appeared in the sky. This lotus flower was extremely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. In the next moment, the style of lotus suddenly changed. Hundreds of thousands of scary roots sprang out from below it, and fiercely pierced the evil battle axe. The axe was preparing to attack again when it was suddenly penetrated by these hundreds of thousands of roots. After 2 breaths, it was unable to maintain the shape of an axe, and was instead degenerated into high-quality evil energy of the netherworld. The roots then began to absorb it fiercely. Scarlet Heaven Sword, F***CK, what are these things? Still, the crisis had been averted. Song Shuhang in the inner world also felt relieved. He didn't want to be an armless hero, for having only one arm already brought tremendous inconvenience to his life. If he lost both, he might have to activate the 3 heads and 6 arms technique and use the virtuous Lamia's hands to replace his lost arms. Unfortunately, I couldn't block Senior Skylark. Right, did anyone record the scene just now? Song Shuhang asked. Sure, and little Kai shook their heads. They were entranced by the battle scenes which were comparable to those in big movies. It hadn't occurred to them to record the scenes. Su Clan 16 waved her phone, and said, I recorded a part of it. Song Shuhang asked, were you able to record Senior Skylark? Su Clan 16 responded. She had started recording just as Senior Skylark started feeling unwell. Great, Song Shuhang said. 16, when we leave the inner world in a while, send the recording to the 9 provinces number 1 group so that all the seniors can think of a way to deal with it. We've already done our best. Su Clan 16 nodded. I'll go out first, Song Shuhang said. His body flickered, and he appeared in the main world. After he got out, he appeared beside Virtuous Lamia, right where his right arm was. Song Shuhang retracted his hand and let go of Scarlet Heaven Sword. The lotus projection was connected to him, and the evil energy of the netherworld was continuously absorbed and converted into pure energy, getting transmitted to his inner world. After Song Shuhang released Scarlet Heaven Sword, the virtuous Lamia grabbed it and lifted it up, seemingly preparing to swallow it again. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Hey, don't swallow me again. Are you addicted to swallowing swords? Besides, it's time for me to leave. Let's meet again in the future if there is fate between us." When it finished saying that, the virtuous Lamia had already taken the posture of swallowing a sword, and swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword with her head raised. Scarlet Heaven Sword complained, "Damn, I said not to swallow me, Aya." Then, there was no longer any sound. Song Shuhang, finally, he set his sights on the stone giant, who was still in ordinary person mode. Song Shuhang asked, "Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, should we use another heaven-burning flaming saber technique on it?" The stone giant's body was still covered in heavenly fire. If they were to send another powerful heaven-burning flaming saber technique at it, it would definitely kill it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "In my current state, there is no problem with unleashing another strong attack, but I'll need some time if I am to use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique again." This feeling of being a fish on a chopping block made the stone giant desperate. Its body was being burned by the heavenly fire, and if Song Shuhang did really use a 9th stage heaven-burning flaming saber technique, it was truly done for. Song Shuhang asked again, "How long would it take before we can use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique again?" If it was going to take too long, he could only choose to escape. Because if the stone giant recovered from Skylark's imprisonment technique, it would definitely go on a rampage. Time was currently of the essence. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Longer than you think." The eyes of the stone giant, who was currently tied up like an ordinary mortal, suddenly lit up. Then, it tried to desperately break the seal in its body. Song Shuhang, should I run? However, running away was among the last of his strategies. The other party had power at the immortal level, and they would be able to cross through space and appear right beside him with a single thought. The exception being if he were to hide in the inner world or a similar secret realm. Otherwise, no matter how far he ran, it wouldn't matter at all. Song Shuhang asked, "By the way, Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, can you contact Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven?" To be honest, Song Shuhang had never really provoked this stone giant. However, just because he happened to know the flaming saber technique, the stone giant had decided to take out its anger on him. As such, this entire matter was pretty much Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's fault. It was Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven that had cut the stone giant and caused it to suffer from the heavenly fire, resulting him becoming the #1 enemy of the stone giant. Song Shuhang was merely an innocent passerby. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I'll give it a try, but it isn't certain that I will be able to contact Scarlet Heaven. Only the heavens know what he's been up to recently. When I try to contact him, 9 times out of 10, I wouldn't even be able to get through." Then, it turned to the virtuous Lamia and said, "Well, can you let me out first? If I'm outside, the signal would be better." The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and remained motionless. Scarlet Heaven Sword, such being the case, it could only silently try to contact Scarlet Heaven. After about 3 breaths, it was able to successfully get through to Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven asked, "Is something up?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Come and pack up an old opponent of yours." Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven said, "I'm busy." Scarlet Heaven Sword then said, "If you don't come, you'll end up collecting my dead body." Scarlet Heaven said, "It's alright, as long as your body is still there, I can forge you anew." Scarlet Heaven Sword, while they were talking, Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven began to lock onto the coordinates of Scarlet Heaven Sword, getting ready to open a spatial gate beside it. What happened specifically? Summarize it for me. Scarlet Heaven Sword then recounted what happened just now to Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven at the fastest speed it could. So that's the case, Scarlet Heaven nodded. I'll be right there. After about 2 breaths, a spatial gate opened up in the air. The stone giant's pupils shrank. That old bastard, Scarlet Heaven, had come. After the spatial gate opened, a right hand came out, clenched into a fist. Only his right hand appeared. Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's real body didn't come out. After this right hand appeared, it directly punched at the stone giant. Old bastard Scarlet Heaven, roared the stone giant. At this moment, it had finally managed to break part of the seal. At the same time, Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's right fist opened, revealing a rune in his palm. Bam! The rune affixed itself onto the stone giant's body and turned into a large net. It was another imprisonment technique, one that directly wrapped around the stone giant. Then, the right hand picked up the net, lifted it up slightly, lifting the stone giant as well, and moved back into the spatial gate. Let me go. Let me recover, and I'll fight you once again. The stone giant roared repeatedly. However, Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven paid him no attention and dragged the stone giant into the spatial gate with a strong pull of his right hand. After dealing with the stone giant, the right hand turned to Song Shuhang and the others, raised 2 of its fingers, and made a V gesture. Afterward, the right hand also returned to the other side of the spatial gate. Hey, wait! Take me back with you! Scarlet Heaven Sword yelled while still in the belly of the virtuous Lamia. In the air, the right hand pointed at Scarlet Heaven Sword, and made an OK gesture. Scarlet Heaven Sword called out, "What do you mean with that?" The fingers of Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's right hand moved again, and he gave a thumbs up to Scarlet Heaven Sword, as if to say, "Good luck." Then, the right hand retracted into the spatial gate. Scarlet Heaven Sword, Song Shuhang felt relieved in his heart. The stone giant had been taken away by Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven, which was a great ending for him. The stone giant had the strength of an immortal, and Song Shuhang wouldn't be able to keep it in the inner world like he did with that 7th stage venerable. Sending the stone giant into the inner world was tantamount to letting a wolf into one's house. Once the stone giant managed to break the seal, Song Shuhang would have had to face someone at the immortal realm all the time, someone who could instantly pass through space and appear behind him, giving him a fatal blow. Scarlet Heaven Sword quickly contacted Scarlet Heaven again. "Hey, what did you mean with those gestures? Quickly take me back with you." It didn't want to be the prop used by the virtuous Lamia to perform sword swallowing. Scarlet Heaven replied, "I'm busy." Scarlet Heaven Sword said in anger, "No matter how busy you are, I will never talk to you again if you don't explain. Do you think I won't dare to blow myself up?" Scarlet Heaven replied, "Go ahead." Scarlet Heaven Sword, after a short while, Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven replied, "I'm too busy for the time being. You should stay with little friend Song for now and protect him. You can consider it as the reward for taking away little friend Song's prey. Prey referred to the sealed stone giant. Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven had just picked it up and went home, so it made sense that Song Shuhang would be rewarded a little for his contribution. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "That's the reason?" Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven replied, "This is a part of the reason. In addition, a senior came to me a few days ago, and we talked for some time. At that time, they mentioned this little friend Song as well as other things as we discussed. Anyway, you stay with little friend Song for now and protect him. If you have the chance, give him some pointers on the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Of course, there's no need to force it, just let things take their natural course. After some time, I will come to pick you up." Scarlet Heaven Sword, wasn't he being too casual about this? Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, sure, and little Kai went down the mountain by following the road. The virtuous Lamia floated behind Song Shuhang, Scarlet Heaven Sword in her body. When they were walking down the mountain and passed where the barrier gate had been, Song Shuhang and the others felt everything before their eyes become dark. Is it evening already? Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. At this moment, night had already descended in the outside world. The color of the sky was beautiful tonight. There were countless stars in the sky that gave one a poetic feeling. Among the stars, a full moon hung high, exuding gentle light. It was simply picturesque. The full moon was like a painting, and the night sky like a poem. I didn't think that it was already so late, Song Shuhang said. He'd originally planned to take Lady Onion to her birthplace today and quickly discover the secrets concealed there. Then, if it was still early, he could rush back to Wenzhou City and go back to his hometown to see his parents. After all, it was currently the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was a pity that the plans of men couldn't compare to the plans of the heavens. After they emerged from the barrier on the mountain peak, the sky was filled with the stars and the moon. It was already deep into the night. Song Shuhang asked, 16, sure, do you usually go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Su Clan 16 shook her head, and said, the lifespan of cultivators is extremely long. Small festivals that ordinary people celebrate are events that we don't necessarily celebrate every year. Sure added, same for me. Song Shuhang said, I guess that's fair. Then, he turned to look at the virtuous Lamia, who had Scarlet Heaven sword in her stomach. As soon as he thought of Lady Onion, a problem surfaced in his mind. Song Shuhang asked, Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven sword, what's the use of the crimson crystal we dug out at Lady Onion's birthplace? That piece of crystal was now kept inside the inner world. The temperature of that thing was extremely high. Other than Lady Onion, nobody else could even approach it. At this time, Lady Onion was still in the inner world, attached to the crimson crystal and unwilling to come out. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, oh, you're talking about that crimson crystal. That's what Scarlet Heaven left for little Lady Onion. That thing can allow that little green onion to be reborn and gain the special constitution, monster body. When it came to special constitutions, Song Shuhang had only heard Soft Feather mention some of them before. After a cultivator reached the second stage realm, if they were to encounter a great opportunity or fortune, they'd have the chance to gain a special constitution. Daoists had the immortal body, demonic cultivators had the demonic body, Buddhists had their Buddhist seed, scholars had their scholarly root, and monster cultivators had the monster body, each with their own unique effects. Special constitutions such as these could increase one's cultivation speed, increase the power of their magical techniques, or strengthen their close combat ability. However, it was not easy to obtain an immortal body. Not only would condensing it be very costly, but the failure rate was also greater than 90%. Song Shuhang curiously asked, how do we get Lady Onion to use it? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, simple, just plant her on that thing. It was that simple? Song Shuhang asked, well, Lady Onion has currently taken roots in the Enlightenment Stone. Does Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword have a way to uproot her? And, subsequently, plant her on that crimson crystal? It would be the best-case scenario if he could take this opportunity to remove Lady Onion from the Enlightenment Stone. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, once she is strong enough, she would be able to leave the Enlightenment Stone by herself. In addition, she can't plant herself on the Crimson Crystal yet, her realm is currently too low. Her realm is too low? Song Shuhang asked curiously. So, why did Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven remind Lady Onion to return to the place of her birth through her dream? That isn't Scarlet Heaven's fault, Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Who could have expected that after more than 300 years, Lady Onion would still only be at the second stage? According to our initial estimates, 300 years should have been enough for her to ascend to the fifth stage. Song Shuhang, fair enough, when it came to cultivation, Lady Onion was indeed terrible. Song Shuhang asked, so that means that Lady Onion would have to be at the fifth stage realm to be able to be planted onto the Crimson Crystal? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, she doesn't necessarily have to be at the 5th stage, it should already be possible for her once she's at the 4th stage. Right now, however, it would be good for her to stay by the side of the crimson crystal as she practices. Song Shuhang nodded. It appeared to him that he would have to wait until Lady Onion reached the 4th stage before they could even discuss this topic again. By the way, that crimson crystal seems to be of the fire attribute, right? Then, does that mean that the monster body Lady Onion would condense is also going to be of the fire attribute? Song Shuhang asked curiously. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, indeed. Shi's eyes lit up as she blurted out, a flaming green onion sprout? Song Shuhang, a flaming green onion sprout? Well, it would certainly be quite the scene. The group walked as they talked, and they were soon back at the foot of the mountain. They were now in the area where ginseng, spiritual mushrooms, and some other medicinal plants were growing. Song Shuhang casually asked, can these ginseng and mushrooms be taken away? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, that's completely fine, however, the medicinal energy within these ginseng and mushrooms has been absorbed by the barrier formation for several hundreds of years. In other words, their medicinal value is now equivalent to a large turnip's. If you really wanted to, you could go ahead and pick some and chew on them. Song Shuhang, after giving it some thought, he willed and opened a gate to the inner world. Next, he took away a batch of ginseng, mushrooms, and other medicinal plants, and transplanted it into his inner world. He wanted to try out and see if these things would recover after being transplanted into the inner world. Not many would be able to be like the protagonist, who had an entire small world with him, and could casually play around and test stuff out like this. Afterward, they left the spiritual mountain. Behind Song Shuhang, the lotus roots were still pricking the air. They had traveled through space and stuck themselves to that ball of evil energy of the netherworld on the mountain peak. Song Shuhang asked, what time is it? Shi looked at her watch, and replied, it's 10 o'clock in the evening. Song Shuhang raised his head, looking at the bright moon that hung high up in the sky. He couldn't help but keep on remembering the divination made by Senior Copper Trigram. The night of the full moon had yet to pass. In other words, there was still a chance that he would be caught by Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and then violently beaten up and oppressed, and the matter would finally spread throughout the entire world of cultivators. Song Shuhang asked, Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven, when would you be able to cooperate with me in executing the heaven-burning flaming saber technique again? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, calculating the time, after another hour or so should be enough. After hearing that, Song Shuhang felt relieved. It seemed that Scarlet Heaven Sword wasn't going to leave. So, if Sage Monarch Winter Melon did come over to fight him, he could probably borrow Scarlet Heaven Sword to execute the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, whom do you plan on cutting down this time? Song Shuhang said, this person might not even come, so we can only wait and see if that guy will come looking for me tonight. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, okay, just tell me when the time comes. I'll give you a free, on-the-spot lesson to bring one step further your comprehension of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, which is something I've always liked. Song Shuhang, ever since the beginning, due to the absurdity of the matter, his mind had been questioning if Scarlet Heaven Sword was really a sword. On the surface, it did indeed appear like a sword, but then why the hell would it slash out saber intent? Moreover, it even always liked the heaven-burning flaming saber technique? Such a skill tree was simply too messed up. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Not far from the spiritual mountain where Song Shuhang and the others were, a group of people was slowly approaching. In the lead was a person wearing a hooded coat, with short blonde hair flowing out of his hood. He was tall and had blue eyes and perfect facial features. His expression was resolute, and his face that of a handsome Western man. This man was the 5th sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Behind him was a variety of cultivators carrying various advanced recording equipment and various types of recording magical treasures, with each of them being at the 4th stage or above. These 4th stage cultivators were journalists from several well-known cultivator channels, such as the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, Shuhang Broadcast Station, Temple Channel, Magician Hub, and so on. A brown-haired man, who was a reporter of Temple Channel, asked, "May I ask, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, if you have really given up on proceeding with the battle under the full moon tonight with profound Sage Tyrannical Song?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded slightly, and said, "Yes." A reporter of the Daily Cultivator then took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask, why did you suddenly give up on having the battle under the full moon with profound Sage Tyrannical Song? Is it because profound Sage Tyrannical Song is going to be closing up, or is it because profound Sage Tyrannical Song refused to fight?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon shook his head, and frankly replied, "It's neither. The reason I'm giving up on the battle under the full moon with Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song is because I've already had the chance to meet him this morning. Originally, I was still quite adamant on having this fight with him. However, after profound Sage Tyrannical Song showed me one of his unique magical techniques, I've learned that I'm really inferior to him. He could only feel despair when he was faced with those hundreds of nuclear bombs plus the large number of hydrogen bombs, as well as that strange spatial technique of Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song. Facing such techniques, he really couldn't think of a way to go against them. Most importantly, those bombs were only a portion of the huge inventory that Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song had at his disposal, and he could still take out an even greater number of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs if he wanted to. When faced with Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, Sage Monarch Winter Melon kept on having the illusion that he was like an ordinary player being forced to go against a pay-to-win player. Unless he reached the peak of the profound Sage realm and improved his path of defense, he could only dream about being able to resist all those nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. A reporter of the Secret Information Center was surprised, and asked, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is so terrifying? With just a magical technique, he could make Sage Monarch Winter Melon give up. In certain ways, he can be considered more terrifying than some of those old profound sages," Sage Monarch Winter Melon continued. "As such, I would actually rather face one of them than face Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song." All the reporters quickly wrote this down in small notebooks. This was very hot news. The mysterious profound Sage Tyrannical Song maintained his status as the first sage in 1,000 years with only one move. A reporter of the Magician Hub asked then, "Sage Monarch Winter Melon, whom do you plan on challenging tonight?" "Tonight, I plan on challenging an old profound sage who had become a sage 1,300 years ago. His current strength can only be described as unfathomable. In fact, I can't rule out the possibility that he might have reached the 9th stage realm. I plan on challenging Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song after I've accumulated a certain amount of confidence," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said in a deep voice. Having said that, he took a deep breath, and continued, "This person I am challenging today is the one I admire the most. Everyone should know his name. His sage name is Sage Monarch Melon Eater." "Melon Eater?" The reporter from the Daily Cultivator quickly searched his memory. Over the past several thousand years, every person who'd successfully become a profound sage had been noted down by all factions, especially the profound sages from the last millennium, who were all familiar to everyone. However, after everyone rummaged through their memories, they seemed to have no memory of or information on this Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Was it them who didn't remember? Or was it Sage Monarch Winter Melon who was confused? The reporter from the Secret Information Center asked, "Sage Monarch Winter Melon, are you sure that Senior Sage name is Sage Monarch Melon Eater?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded. "Yes, that's his name. Today, he asked me to come here and compare notes with him. He said that he wanted to try out my path of defense." The reporters' faces showed great doubt as they pondered the unfamiliar name. Could it be that our intelligence agents are too lacking and didn't manage to find information on this Sage Monarch Melon Eater? But that couldn't possibly be right. 8th stage profound sages would always hold a show of divinity in front of the masses. Therefore, it was impossible for all the practitioners in the universe not to have any information about a new profound sage. Was it because Sage Monarch Winter Melon was a foreigner? Maybe he accidentally mispronounced the sage's name because his Chinese wasn't up to standard? Could the real name of this, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Chigua, actually be, Sage Monarch Red Hook, Chigua, or perhaps it was transliterated from Sage Monarch Winter Melon's mother tongue and then converted to Melon Eater? But regardless, they only had to wait for a while to be able to see this Sage Monarch Melon Eater in person. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Several reporters looked at each other and nodded, all coming to that conclusion. Although the breaking news about the battle between the 5th sage in 1,000 years, and the 1st sage in 1,000 years, tonight turned out to be fake, it was at least replaced by this new battle between Sage Monarch Winter Melon and Sage Monarch Melon Eater, which shouldn't be bad, either. The spirit of gossip within the reporters was already on fire. Under Sage Monarch Winter Melon's lead, the reporters went straight to the spiritual mountain. At the same time, Song Shuhang had just led Su Clan 16, Little Kai, and the virtuous Lamia out of the Great Barrier at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Curiously asked, "Senior Brother Song, where are we heading next?" Tonight had been really exciting. Not only did they dig up a treasure for Lady Onion, but they also suffered the attack of an immortal. Unfortunately, the true appearance of this immortal could not be seen as its body was covered by a layer of stone. Then, there was the scene of Senior Brother Song controlling the virtuous Lamia, and using Scarlet Heaven Sword to fight another mysterious powerhouse. Other than the whole thing being very exciting, was also able to gain a lot of insight after watching these several battles in a row. Watching battles between such great powerhouses was also a kind of blessing. The benefits were second only to one's gain from a speech of an expert. Staying by Senior Brother Song's side had allowed her to experience so many exciting things, and even let her break through. From time to time, she would even get the chance to eat immortal Fairy Bishue's dishes. It was really great. Unfortunately, her sect already knew that she had successfully jumped through the Dragon Gate and ascended to the 2nd stage. It was likely that they were going to send someone to pick her up very soon. Felt truly reluctant. If she could stay with Senior Brother Song all the time, then she would be able to have a lot of fun while easily advancing in realm. Song Shuhang looked at the sky, and said, "Are you going to go with me to Wenzhou City?" Su Clan 16 paused slightly, and then replied, "I'm fine with that." Little Kai said, "Wherever teacher goes, I go as well." Blinked, and said, "Wherever Senior Brother goes, I go as well." As they were talking, Song Shuhang suddenly had a strange feeling. Someone has come, and this visitor doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. His sage seal had reacted to the sage seal of another party. That person was a profound sage. In addition, the opponent's sage seal conveyed the intent to battle. *CK, it can't be Sage Monarch Winter Melon, right? Did he see through my nuclear deterrence, and came looking for me? Wasn't he a bit too fast? This is such a headache. Although Scarlet Heaven Sword promised Song Shuhang that it would help him execute the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, it still had to recover. Calculating the time, it would still need around 50 minutes before it could help Song Shuhang. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's timing was simply too terrible. Su Clan 16 asked, "It can't be Sage Monarch Winter Melon, right? I'm 80 to 90% sure that it's him." The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Su Clan 16 said, "Should we try running away from him?" Since Sage Monarch Winter Melon dared to come looking for them, then he had likely found a way to deal with the nuclear deterrence, or realized that the nuclear deterrence was simply a paper tiger. Song Shuhang said, "A monk can run, but the temple can't. With Sage Monarch Winter Melon's bothersome character, even if we hide from him today, he would definitely come looking for us again tomorrow. Let's take a look at the situation before deciding. If Sage Monarch Winter Melon had been born a woman, she would have been quite interesting with such a persistent character. However, he was born a man, so he was only annoying. In hindsight, it was better to look at the situation first. If things really were not going well, Shuhang just had to stall for an hour and then let Sage Monarch Winter Melon taste the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. On the other side. "We've arrived, it's just ahead," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said in a deep voice. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said that he would wait for me on this spiritual mountain. "When I fight with him, you guys had better retreat a bit to avoid getting involved in our battle." The reporters nodded, and replied, "Sage Monarch, rest assured, we are aware of such things." Sage Monarch Winter Melon, do you have a chance of winning against Sage Monarch Melon Eater? A reporter of the Daily Cultivator asked with curiosity. "To be honest, there's no chance of me winning," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said. "But that doesn't matter, the crux of this battle with him isn't the outcome. I simply want to show him the power of my path of defense. So, even if I lose, it will be enough as long as I can prove that my path of defense is right." The reporter of the Daily Cultivator nodded. Sage Monarch Winter Melon raised his head and looked at the sky. It was a fine night tonight, the full moon was bright, and all the stars revolved around the moon. However, the full moon was still a bit too small. As this thought came to his mind, Sage Monarch Winter Melon took out the moon background he had prepared, then stretched out his hand, and released it. With the full moon background released, the full moon in the sky looked about twice as large. It was bigger, rounder, and brighter. This background was suitable for his upcoming battle with Sage Monarch Melon Eater. In addition, by releasing this full moon background, he was also telling Sage Monarch Melon Eater that he had already come and they could begin the battle of two sages. A huge full moon emerged. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said, "He's come." He sensed that someone was coming down the mountain. Moreover, that someone possessed the aura of a sage seal. It seemed that Sage Monarch Melon Eater had yet to become a tribulation transcender. This allowed Sage Monarch Winter Melon to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. With this being the case, he could at least resist a while during the duel and not be smashed to the ground as soon as it started. While he was in thought, Sage Monarch Winter Melon suddenly froze. Looking in the distance, he saw a young man appear on the spiritual mountain. The teenager had long hair flowing down his back, and he was flying in the wind. His facial features were exquisite, and he looked like a kind person. He was missing a left arm, but his left arm was not broken. One could faintly tell that his arm had been disconnected, and was now somewhere far away. Behind the young man, a golden figure that was materialized light of virtue was following him. That light of virtue had assumed the shape of a lamia. Every time she moved, light of virtue would envelop the young man. Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was stunned. This scenario wasn't right. Wasn't Sage Monarch Melon Eater the one supposed to appear at this time? Why did Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song suddenly appear here? What about Sage Monarch Melon Eater? Wait a moment. If profound Sage Tyrannical Song was the one here, hadn't he just challenged him once again? Sage Monarch Winter Melon immediately recalled the sky filled with nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs, causing his brain to hurt. Behind Sage Monarch Winter Melon, the eyes of the reporters lit up. They felt that they were going to be able to catch some hot news. Shuhang stood high up above them, similarly looking at Sage Monarch Winter Melon from afar. At this time, Sage Monarch Winter Melon fully displayed his aura and no longer suppressed his sage seal. When one saw him, they would be able to know that his sage name was Winter Melon. It's Sage Monarch Winter Melon, F*ck my life. Shuhang sighed. Fellow Daoist Winter Melon, I didn't expect you to be so persistent. Shuhang gazed below him at Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and said, So, Fellow Daoist Winter Melon, have you already found a way to deal with my magical technique? Song Shuhang's voice was calm and steady as he transmitted his voice through the sage seal, with the dignity of a profound sage. The corners of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's mouth twitched faintly. If I had found a way to deal with your ultimate magical technique, would not have chosen to fight Sage Monarch Melon Eater. However, in front of everyone, Sage Monarch Winter Melon couldn't show himself to be too cowardly. No matter what, he was still the 5th sage in 1,000 years. Even if he were to lose, he couldn't just forsake his image. Sage Monarch Winter Melon shook his head, and said, I'm ashamed to say that even though I've been bitterly thinking of ways on how I might deal with it until now, I have yet to come up with a method, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. This guy hasn't seen through my nuclear deterrence? Then, why did he come looking for me again? Song Shuhang wondered in his mind. However, his face remained calm as he slowly said, then, why has Fellow Daoist come looking for me on the night of the full moon? Is something the matter? The other party had even released into the sky a full moon background that enlarged the full moon by 3 times, showing his desire to challenge him to a duel. Could it be that the other party was planning on using words to force him to be unable to use the nuclear deterrence, and then have a bout with him? With Sage Monarch Winter Melon's annoying character, such a change in the plot might really take place. While Song Shuhang was thinking about it, Scarlet Heaven Sword transmitted its voice to him, Little friend Song, is the person you said you were going to fight a while ago this newly ascended 8th stage profound sage? Song Shuhang replied, exactly. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, if that's the case, although I haven't completely recovered, I can still help you slash out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique at around the peak of the 8th stage and close to the 9th stage in power. Moreover, this level of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique is easy to control and would not cause any accidental injuries. Song Shuhang heard this and joy filled his heart. In other words, instead of having to stall for an hour, he could just take the sword and engulf the skies in heaven-burning fire. At this time, Sage Monarch Winter Melon sighed, and made a decision. Sage Monarch Winter Melon deeply said, actually, what happened tonight was a misunderstanding. I rushed over here to challenge Senior Sage Monarch Melon Eater and prove to him that my path of defense is the correct one. Song Shuhang, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. To think that from the beginning until now I was the one overthinking things. How awkward. Who was Sage Monarch Melon Eater, though? And for such a coincidence to actually take place, did that mean that Sage Monarch Melon Eater lived nearby? However, since we're already at this point, I have a request. Sage Monarch Winter Melon seriously said, Fellow Daoist, can you send over a heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb so that I'll be able to have an idea on how things might play out before I go and challenge Sage Monarch Melon Eater? Song Shuhang. It's coming, it's coming. Here comes the scoop. The reporters from the well-known cultivation channels, such as the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, Shingang Broadcast Station, Temple Channel, and Magician Hub, were all ecstatic. They'd originally thought that they'd missed the show of the 1st sage in 1,000 years versus the 5th sage in 1,000 years, tonight. However, unexpectedly, they were now going to witness the battle again after several twists and turns. The reporters immediately aimed their equipment toward Song Shuhang and Sage Monarch Winter Melon in preparation for the live broadcast. Only the reporter of the Daily Cultivator remained frozen as he said, wait, just now, did Sage Monarch Winter Melon just ask Profound Sage Tyrannical Song to send a heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb over to him? Did he hear correctly? Could the nuclear bomb he was referring to be the one that exploded and made a huge mushroom cloud in the heavenly tribulation realm a few days ago when that white-robed cultivator was transcending his tribulation? The power of that thing was even greater than the power of modern nuclear bombs. If Profound Sage Tyrannical Song could really release a nuclear bomb, what should they, as reporters, do? The area of effect of a nuclear bomb was extremely wide. If they were to run now, would they still be able to survive? Song Shuhang's liver was now aching. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen at all. Sending a nuclear bomb to Sage Monarch Winter Melon? His nuclear bomb was just a paper tiger. Moreover, he still wanted to use the nuclear deterrence trick to fool others. How was he going to do that if everyone was going to film it and show that it was a dud? Such being the case, since Sage Monarch Winter Melon didn't really want to challenge him, he could just straight up reject him. As such, with a calm expression, Song Shuhang slowly said, "I refuse. You should have an idea of the power that those nuclear bombs have. If you really want to experience their power, we will have to change the time and place. We can go into space or head to the Gobi Desert. This is China, and I don't want to create meaningless chaos here." When the reporters heard this, they nodded silently. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's words made sense. The detonation of a nuclear weapon in China might trigger another world war if not controlled properly. However, in their hearts, the reporters were a little disappointed. It looked like the anticipated show of the first sage in 1,000 years versus the fifth sage in 1,000 years wasn't going to eventuate. Sage Monarch Winter Melon went silent for a long time, and then suddenly rejoiced. "So, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, can we go to space now? With our strength, it won't take too long to go to space. In addition, we all know that those nuclear bombs are quite precious, so if you are willing to blow me up with one, I will definitely repay you with something equivalent that would absolutely satisfy you. Come on, blow me up, don't pity me. After I die, I will give you a generous reward." Song Shuhang, by accident, he had made a mess for himself again. The main thing was that he wasn't even a real 8th stage profound sage. When discussing things, even if he was cautious, he still wasn't really able to think using the perspective of someone at the 8th stage. Flying to space was very simple for an 8th stage profound sage, and it wouldn't even take them much time. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's suggestion was actually fine. So, how should he respond to Winter Melon? Scarlet Heaven Sword asked suddenly, "Are you going to cut him down?" Song Shuhang nodded. "Yup, let's cut him down. To deal with such an interesting girl like, an annoying man like Sage Monarch Winter Melon, you had to deal with him in a single breath, not giving him a chance to bother you again." As such, Song Shuhang took a step forward and shook his head, saying, "Not today. I still have something to do today." However, since Fellow Daoist Winter Melon simply wants to prove the power of his path of defense, let's just decide everything in a single move. How about it? Are you willing to take a saber attack of mine? When Sage Monarch Winter Melon heard his words, he was stunned at first, but joy filled his heart immediately afterward. For him, resisting the nuclear bomb of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was the last option. If he could directly face Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, even if it was only a single move to decide everything, it would still be much better than facing the nuclear bomb. "Thank you, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, one move is enough." Sage Monarch Winter Melon shook with excitement. "Then get ready, Fellow Daoist Winter Melon. This saber strike will be the strongest I've ever slashed out," Song Shuhang reminded. Scarlet Heaven Sword said that it could cooperate with Song Shuhang to slash out a peak 8th stage saber attack. In terms of power, it was even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Although its area of effect was not as large as the atomic bomb, it was more destructive and concentrated. Sage Monarch Winter Melon took a deep breath. He lifted his hood, then took out a golden greatsword, and erected it in front of himself. Sage Monarch Winter Melon patted the big sword. Then, a gorgeous suit of golden armor emerged on his body, and the power of intent vaguely circulated over the golden armor. In addition to the golden armor intent, Sage Monarch Winter Melon grabbed the greatsword with both of his hands, and then broke it. The original golden greatsword popped out into 2 iron plates. The greatsword transformed, turning into a giant shield. It turned out that this thing wasn't a sword, but was actually a shield. Sage Monarch Winter Melon held the shield with both hands and recited an incantation. The power of the holy light enhanced his body as it strengthened his defense, while at the same time, a holy night halo appeared under his feet and enhanced his defense another time. In the end, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's body slightly bent, and his entire figure shrank behind the shield. He held the giant shield in both hands and took a standard defensive posture. In his body, profound sage level, profound energy, circulated and activated the indestructible body of the Buddha. At the same time, tattoo-like inscriptions emerged on his body. These tattoos were manifestations of the cultivation techniques practiced by Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Each inscription could strengthen his resistance to the 5 elements, resistance to elemental damage, resistance to physical damage, and so on. Armor intent plus lifebound magical treasure giant shield plus Western holy light system enhancing techniques plus holy night halo plus Daoist indestructible body of the Buddha plus inscription resistances linked to his cultivation technique, all of these formed Sage Monarch Winter Melon's ultimate defense. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said gravely, "Come, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, I'm ready." Scarlet Heaven Sword, oh boy. This Sage Monarch Winter Melon really put all his points into defense. In the same realm, even I haven't seen anyone with stronger defenses than him. Even people who possessed the bloodline of divine beasts such as the turtle dragon or the black tortoise did not have as extreme of a defense as this guy. This guy seems to have simply gone mad on the path of defense. Song Shuhang asked, "Can you cut through it?" Scarlet Heaven Sword, of course. Although this guy's defense is strong, his realm is low. If his realm were around the middle of the 8th stage, we might not be able to put him down, but he isn't. Song Shuhang replied, "If we can cut through, then that's great." By his side, his sage seal had already emerged, constantly adding the dignity of a profound sage onto him. Afterward, Song Shuhang raised his right hand and said to the virtuous Lamia, "Sword, come." Song Shuhang was preparing to issue a command to the virtuous Lamia. He hoped that she would become serious, bring Scarlet Heaven out, and put it in his hand. However, before he could give the Lamia an additional command, the Lamia had already made a move. She quickly moved to Song Shuhang's side, and leaned her body against his as she held on Song Shuhang's arm cutely. Song Shuhang, then, the virtuous Lamia grabbed Song Shuhang's right hand with her hands and pulled it towards her lower abdomen. "Come on, use my power," the virtuous Lamia let out a sweet voice, from which one could still hear from music playing in the background. From which TV series had she taken those lines? In the next moment, Song Shuhang's hand was integrated into the abdomen of the virtuous Lamia. Of course, this was just what it looked like on the surface. In fact, the virtuous Lamia and Song Shuhang were one single entity. Song Shuhang's state at this time was actually no different from the 3 heads and 6 arms form. His hand passed through the body of virtuous Lamia and grabbed the hilt of Scarlet Heaven Sword. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled out the sword from the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia leaned back, her blonde hair fluttering as her body turned into golden light of virtue particles and returned to Song Shuhang's body. He took out a divine weapon from the virtuous Lamia's body. "What magical technique is this?" a reporter said in shock. "Could it be that the light of virtue can be materialized into a sword?" Another reporter quickly recorded it in his small book. An older reporter sighed, and said, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's light of virtue is as unexpected as ever. Last time, during the heavenly tribulation, that Empress form was already something unforgettable. I didn't expect that same Empress to also have a sword form. Unfortunately, such a peerless Empress turned out to be a light of virtue. If she was a real woman, she would definitely be the best candidate for a Dao companion in the hearts of many male cultivators." Song Shuhang gently swung Scarlet Heaven Sword as he said to the reporters below, "All of you retreat a bit more. The Saber technique I will be releasing in a while is fairly powerful and isn't that easy to control. It would be best to retreat back to around a kilometer from here. With just a swing, powerful flames and saber intent emerged on Scarlet Heaven Sword. Isn't that a sword? Sage Monarch Winter Melon and the reporters stared at Scarlet Heaven Sword. No matter how they looked at it, it was really a sword. However, didn't profound sage Tyrannical Song talk about using a saber technique just now? Did he misspeak or something? Song Shuhang resolutely said, "Don't worry about such details." Sage Monarch Winter Melon, are you ready? Sage Monarch Winter Melon shouted, "I'm ready, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, go ahead." Then, take this. This saber attack is called Heaven Burning. Song Shuhang strode forward, and stood about 5 meters above the ground. Song Shuhang trod on air as black, crystal-like lotuses appeared below his feet, supporting his body, and allowing him to directly approach Sage Monarch Winter Melon. After approaching Sage Monarch Winter Melon, Song Shuhang turned his wrist. Heaven Burning Flaming Saber Technique. Boom! Blazing flames rose from Scarlet Heaven Sword. Sage Monarch Winter Melon stared at Song Shuhang firmly. From how profound Sage Tyrannical Song swung the saber in his hand, this heaven-burning flaming saber technique seemed to be no different from the ordinary and widely spread flaming saber technique. However, the saber intent in these flames was vastly different. These flames seemed like they would burn everything, even the sky. The overbearing sword intent was obviously slashed out using a sword, yet the tyrannical power of the saber intent did not reduce in any way. This saber intent was even more powerful than the one contained in the last attack that the saber intent armor had unleashed this morning when he and Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song were discussing the path of defense. Tyrannical Song, this sage name is really fitting, Sage Monarch Winter Melon thought to himself. However, this saber intent was only the beginning. After the flames rose from Scarlet Heaven Sword similar to flowing water, they spread out in all directions with Song Shuhang as the center. In the next moment, the sky-filling flames covered Song Shuhang as well. At this time, bystanders could only see raging flames everywhere with a blurred figure in the center holding the hilt of Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang stepped down from the air, descended on the ground, and then approached Sage Monarch Winter Melon step after step. Every time he took a step, the sky-filling flames burning on his body would also follow. The temperature around him began to rise rapidly, the ground cracked, the water evaporated, and the grass and trees quickly dried up. Even some streams at the foot of the mountain directly evaporated to nothingness. This was just the beginning. As Song Shuhang continued to move forward, more flames appeared, and the temperature kept rising. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, those reporters felt their mouths go dry, and even the air around them was burning. Heavens, is this the power that an 8th stage profound sage can bring out when they make a move? The reporter from Shengang broadcast station kept on swallowing, but his throat still felt extremely dry. This saber attack is really overbearing. It already has such power even before it has been officially executed. His title of First Sage in 1,000 Years is well deserved, the reporter from the Daily Cultivator said as he continued to feel that the water in his body was evaporating. And this is still just the prelude to the actual strike. Let's retreat a bit more, a kilometer away is still too close, the reporter from the Temple Channel said with a bitter smile. Even a kilometer wasn't safe enough. The prelude to profound Sage Tyrannical Song strike has already caused the temperature to rise to such a terrifying degree. When this, heaven-burning, technique actually slashes at Sage Monarch Winter Melon, what terrifying destructive power would break out? The reporters all put away their recording equipment and moved back. Fortunately, the recording equipment they were using were not ordinary ones and were actually a combination of cultivation and technology. Otherwise, with them recording from such a distance, they won't even be able to see the shadows of Song Shuhang and Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Song Shuhang's speed was not slow. He brought out the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork to its peak. With every step he took, he raised his momentum as much as possible, and every step he took seemed to be pressed down on the opponent's heart. Finally, when he reached the peak of his momentum, he had reached a suitable distance to conduct his strike, a distance of 100 meters from Sage Monarch Winter Melon. This was the safest distance that Scarlet Heaven Sword had calculated to unleash the attack. From this distance, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that would be slashed out would be the easiest to control and would not cause a disaster. So powerful. Will I be able to block this saber attack? Sage Monarch Winter Melon thought to himself. He was extremely confident in his path of defense, but when faced with this close-range saber attack, he had no idea if he could bear it. The flame spreading from Song Shuhang had turned into a sea of fire that engulfed Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Heaven burning! Song Shuhang shouted at this moment. He held the sword in his right hand and slashed towards Sage Monarch Winter Melon. The sword rose and then descended. The sea of fire responded to Song Shuhang's sword, and the flames surged like a big wave. In the end, all of them gathered on the sword at this moment. The only thing that Sage Monarch Winter Melon could see were flames. He could see nothing but flames. It was as if he was in a world of flames. The heaven-burning saber intent brought out overbearing flames that heavily came down on Sage Monarch Winter Melon's shield. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defensive magical techniques and holy light-enhancing techniques shattered as soon as they came into contact with this flaming saber. The inscriptions on his body, which provided him flame resistance, failed to provide a trace of resistance in the face of such a high-level flame. The holy night halo and the mysterious indestructible body of the Buddha were also unable to resist the high temperature brought by the monstrous flames. Although his defense had yet to be broken, Sage Monarch Winter Melon felt the water in his body evaporate and his lips turn dry. After a breath, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's giant shield shrank and turned back into a golden greatsword. The shield's defensive line was breached. This giant shield was Sage Monarch Winter Melon's life-bound magical treasure. Winter Melon was one with his shield, and the duo had resisted the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage for 3 full years. However, when faced with this single heaven-burning saber attack, the giant shield was only able to persist for a while before he felt like it was melting. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's attack was actually able to reach such a degree of power, Sage Monarch Winter Melon thought to himself. More importantly, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was not a cultivator that followed a purely offensive path, but one that practiced both offense and defense. As Sage Monarch Winter Melon was in deep thought, the armor intent on his body was also breached, and the brilliant golden armor intent fell apart. The heaven-burning flaming saber technique broke through the giant shield and the armor intent, directly cutting into Sage Monarch Winter Melon's physical body. Almost there. Song Shuhang said in his mind. Next. He just had to stop the heaven-burning flaming saber technique right before it cut into Sage Monarch Winter Melon's body and cancel it. Afterward, he would calmly say, "You've lost." This decisive battle of one move to decide everything was coming to an end. As expected of Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. This is the duel I wanted, and this is the time to prove myself, Ayahawk. At this moment, Sage Monarch Winter Melon suddenly roared. The moment heaven-burning flaming saber technique was about to cut into him, a small fortress-like projection emerged on his body. The fortress covered Sage Monarch Winter Melon and protected him. When this fortress appeared, it suddenly went on to block the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. This was the ultimate technique of Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and it was the strongest defense he had ever developed. Iron Fortress Absolute Defense. Sage Monarch Winter Melon clenched his fists, panting heavily. He had put everything he had into this Iron Fortress. His path of defense, his convictions, he had gathered everything together for this Iron Fortress. Block this saber attack. It's now time to prove that my path of defense is the right one. Sage Monarch Winter Melon shouted in his heart. Boom! The heaven-burning flaming saber technique struck the fortress projection. The iron fortress shook violently, seemingly about to collapse. However, it stubbornly resisted. At the same time, the blazing flames enveloped the entire steel fortress and burned wildly. The reporters from the various cultivation channels filmed this scene from different angles. At first, when they saw that Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense had been destroyed by profound Sage Tyrannical Song's attack, they all thought that he was going to lose. However, it turned out that Sage Monarch Winter Melon still had a final line of defense. The defense of this steel fortress was absolutely stunning. As a result, it was still not certain who was going to win this duel where one move would decide everything. Was the attack of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound Sage Tyrannical Song, going to come on top? Or would the defense of the fifth sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, allow him to have the last laugh? Tonight, they would prepare a big headline. The heaven-burning flaming saber technique and the iron fortress were in a stalemate. Thanks to the iron fortress, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had already been able to hold on for over 5 breaths. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "I have to admit that although this kid is obsessed with the path of defense, he does have some skill. The defensive power of this iron fortress is beyond my imagination. Can you cut through it?" This was the Song Shuhang's only question. Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, "Of course. Are you ready? When you're ready, just put me away. I will give him the final blow when you do that." Song Shuhang asked, "You don't need my cooperation with anything else?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Nope. Next, you just need to handsomely stow me away. I want to smash this kid's path of defense, and see if he can rise up again, going even further on the path of defense. Song Shuhang replied, "All right." As such, under the eyes of the reporters, as well as Su Clan 16, Sure, Little Kai, and the others, Song Shuhang slowly kept his sword. He turned his wrist and held the hilt backwards. Unfortunately, there was no scabbard, otherwise, handsomely returning the sword into its scabbard would have been a very good choice. While Song Shuhang's wrist was turning, the virtuous Lamia silently appeared again. She stood beside Song Shuhang and took Scarlet Heaven Sword from him. The reporters from the Daily Cultivator, Shengang broadcast station, and so on channels were puzzled. The battle seemed to have just reached the real climax. Why would Sage Monarch Tyrannical Song suddenly put away his sword? Could it be that? The reporters immediately stared at Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Crack, 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 a crisp crackling echoed. A small crack appeared on Sage Monarch Winter Melon's iron fortress. Subsequently, the crack grew larger and spread to the entire iron fortress. Boom! The iron fortress had been breached, and though it was clearly just a projection, when it broke, it seemingly released countless shards of real iron. After breaking through the iron fortress, the flames of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique still maintained its overbearing momentum, and continued to advance until they finally stopped in front of Sage Monarch Winter Melon. At this time, the saber intent, saber chi, and high temperature that the attack had brought along had completely disappeared, making it look like an ordinary flaming saber technique. However, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique was currently in its strongest state. After all, this weak-looking heaven-burning flaming saber technique had managed to destroy the iron fortress in one hit. "Sure enough, I still lost," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said. This time, he was truly convinced. It was totally different from when he faced the nuclear deterrence, which didn't completely convince him. His iron fortress still had a lot to improve on, especially the structure of the fortress. There were still some changes that had to be made. As such, Sage Monarch Winter Melon also benefited a lot from this match. The battle between the first sage in 1,000 years and the fifth sage in 1,000 years had come to an end. "Careful!" Su Clan 16, Sure, and the reporters suddenly called out. Some of the fragments of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's shattered iron fortress shot out toward Song Shuhang's location after colliding with one another. Song Shuhang was slightly distracted at this time. He was in a state of joy, not because he won against Sage Monarch Winter Melon, but because he had broken Senior Copper Trigram's curse. The divination that Senior Copper Trigram had performed for him predicted that he would wreck Sage Monarch Winter Melon on the night of the full moon, beating him up until he was black and blue. As a result, he would become throughout the whole world of cultivation. However, everyone knew that Immortal Master Copper Trigram's divinations had to be interpreted in reverse. But now, just as Senior Copper Trigram had predicted, he did really defeat Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Although he did not beat Sage Monarch Winter Melon black and blue, he still won, and it was a clean win. The battle had come to an end, and Sage Monarch Winter Melon had now lost the chance to beat him up. The curse of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's shady divinations had finally been broken. The curse related to those shady divinations, which the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group greatly feared when they were auspicious, had come to an end today. From today onwards, please call me the terminator of Senior Copper Trigram's shady divinations. Song, super awesome, Shuhang. Song Shuhang thought to himself. As he was in deep thought, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. At the same time, the cries of Su Clan's 16, sure, little Kai, and the reporters rang out in his ear, careful. Song Shuhang's head turned. Then, he saw several pieces of the iron fortress fly towards him. Each of these fragments possessed power at the 8th stage profound sage realm. After getting blown up by the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, the speed and power at which they shot toward him was terrifying. It was enough to penetrate the defenses of someone at the 6th or even 7th stage. If Song Shuhang weren't careful and was directly hit by these fragments of the iron fortress, he could only rely on the life talisman to revive himself. F***ck, what is this? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Tonight he had changed his fate and gone against the heaven, greatly altering the supposed cause and effect of Senior Copper Trigram's shady divinations. As such, was he now receiving a karmic backlash? No, changing fate and going against the heavens sounded too far-fetched. Tonight's battle with Winter Melon was clearly a natural result. He did not deliberately go against the heavens. However, now was not the time to be thinking about this. It wasn't really a problem to deal with the fragments of the smashed, iron fortress. Song Shuhang only had to go to his inner world. As long as he timed it right, he could avoid them just fine. Or, he could simply open the entrance to the inner world in front of himself and store these pieces of the iron fortress within it. As long as he found them a solid landing point, he wouldn't have to worry about them destroying his inner world. While he was preparing to use his inner world to either avoid or to directly store the fragments of the iron fortress, the virtuous Lamia beside him suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of him. Song Shuhang? The virtuous Lamia handed Scarlet Heaven's sword to Song Shuhang again, and she prepared to use her body to block the fragments of the iron fortress. Right, guaranteeing its master's safety was the basic instinct of light of virtue. No matter how much it materialized, as light of virtue, when its master was in danger, it would be the first one to protect them from harm. At the same time, the voice of Scarlet Heaven's sword echoed from within Song Shuhang's hands. Little friend Song, pour your saber intent into my body while the power of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique has yet to fade. Attract over all the remaining power and try using it to form the flaming battle armor. That's possible? Song Shuhang asked while pouring his saber intent into Scarlet Heaven's sword. A while ago, your light of virtue was able to condense the flaming battle armor, so as its master, you should definitely be able to do so as well. Moreover, even if it doesn't work, I'm still here. With my strength, I can definitely guarantee that you will not be killed by those pieces of debris. You would only be injured at most. Scarlet Heaven's sword replied. Song Shuhang, well, he could try, and if it didn't work, then he still had the inner world. As Saber intent that belonged to Song Shuhang poured into its body, Scarlet Heaven Sword issued a light sword cry. In the next moment, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that was originally hovering above Sage Monarch Winter Melon's head suddenly dissipated, returning to Song Shuhang's side in the blink of an eye. Under the attraction of Song Shuhang's saber intent, the saber chi and saber flames of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique were drawn in and wrapped around his body. At the same time, a fragment of the iron fortress struck the body of the virtuous Lamia and pierced through her in an instant. The virtuous Lamia's long golden hair fluttered, and her body softly fell into Song Shuhang's arms. Then, the voice of a trembling woman came out of her mouth. "Big senior brother. I'm sorry, I'm going to die. My body hurts, it hurts a lot. Big senior brother. I beg you, please promise me. I beg you. You must help me take care of third senior brother. Third senior brother is so stupid. Everyone bullies him. If I die, what is he going to do?" After trembling and reciting out the lines, the virtuous Lamia tilted her head and dropped dead. She had changed her style today, and she didn't scream, "Ah," and then die. Instead, she spouted all kinds of overly dramatic TV drama lines, while making pauses after each line to increase the suspense. Of course, there was still some background musing that could be heard every now and then in the back. This was the first time he heard these lines about the big senior brother plus third senior brother plus junior sister. It was seemingly a life and death melodramatic drama between three people. From which movie or TV series had the virtuous Lamia gotten those lines from? Song Shuhang. In the distance, a few reporters became nervous when they saw this scene. They clearly knew that the virtuous Lamia was only the materialization of light of virtue and was not a living being. However, they still felt bad after seeing the beautiful Empress suddenly block the attack in front of profound Sage Tyrannical Song and then fall under the power of the strike. This scene was simply too heart-wrenching. While the reporters were busy worrying for the virtuous Lamia, for more fragments of the iron fortress had embedded themselves into her body, making her scatter into pieces. She had been broken and scattered several times today, so it would take some more time to recondense her body. After the 4 fragments scattered the virtuous Lamia, 2 of them lost power and fell to the ground, while the other 2 remained unabated and continued to fly towards Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang did not avoid these fragments of the iron fortress. Evading was no longer necessary, because when the Lamia had begun reciting those lines, he and Scarlet Heaven Sword had already finished the rest. The saber flames and saber chi of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that had yet to dissipate wrapped around Song Shuhang's body. Then, under the guidance of the saber intent armor, they attached themselves to Song Shuhang and protected the key parts of his body. When the remaining 2 fragments reached Song Shuhang, the flames on Song Shuhang's body had already transformed into a suite of flaming battle armor. This armor seemed to be burning with everlasting fire. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and waved it gently. Flames appeared behind him and turned into a long cloak. In the next moment, the 2 fragments hit Song Shuhang's flaming battle armor. SKSKSKSKSK, the flames and the heat of the armor set on fire the fragments of the iron fortress. Just after making contact, the volume of the fragments decreased substantially, and their volume continued to decrease as time went on. But this was not the end. In addition to its powerful defense, the flaming battle armor also had a counterattack effect. As a result, after the 2 fragments of the iron fortress hit the armor, they quickly bounced back. The flaming fragments of the iron fortress shot back towards Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, the reporters that were watching from far away were stunned. The reporter from Shengang Broadcast Station exclaimed, "Armor intent? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has also mastered armor intent? To think that in addition to being proficient in offense, profound Sage Tyrannical Song is proficient in defense as well. Moreover, his defense can even counterattack, the reporter from the Magician Hub murmured. The first sage in 1,000 years actually possessed such a deep foundation in cultivation? No, that isn't armor intent, it's Saber intent. At this time, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's voice sounded in the ears of the reporters. Saber intent? The reporter from the Daily Cultivator stared at the flaming armor of profound Sage Tyrannical Song with his eyes wide. Whose saber intent would look like this? If the person who said this sentence was not Sage Monarch Winter Melon but someone else, the reporter from the Daily Cultivator would have slapped them in the face, and then yelled, "Bah, idiot who is making a horse out of a deer." The other reporters were equally baffled and in disbelief. You heard it right, it's saber intent. This is profound Sage Tyrannical Song's path, a saber intent that can also be used for defense. Offense and defense as one, sigh, Sage Monarch Winter Melon sighed and said. It's just that profound Sage Tyrannical Song's path was not suitable for him. As he spoke, Sage Monarch Winter Melon took out a giant golden shield from his spatial magical treasure and kept it off in front of him. As an expert in defense, he couldn't rely only on his life-bound giant shield to make a living. In order to cope with various situations and enemies proficient in various fields, his spatial magical treasure had more than 30 different types of shields, and each shield was of great quality. This giant golden shield was specialized in defending against waves of small hidden weapons, and it also came with the effect of rebounding such hidden weapons. It was a treasure of the Holy Knight system. Together with the Holy Knight's Thorns aura, the rebound effect was further strengthened. And, Sage Monarch Winter Melon did just that. When he pulled out this shield, he subconsciously used the Thorns aura and instinctively activated the Holy Protection on himself. It couldn't be helped as defending has become an instinct for him, and these habits have penetrated deep into his bones and could no longer be changed. In the next moment, the fragments of the Iron Fortress rebounded by Song Shuhang slammed into Sage Monarch Winter Melon's golden shield. Clang, the fragments hit the shield, which sounded like a giant bell being hit. Subsequently, the two fragments bounced back and shot toward Song Shuhang once again. At the same time, around 7 fragments had been, just like the 2 previous pieces, ignited and bounced back from Song Shuhang's side, shooting toward Sage Monarch Winter Melon's golden shield one after another. Clang, 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 the sound of bells kept on ringing. These 7 pieces, similar to the 2 from before, were bounced back and shot back at Song Shuhang. Suddenly, a total of 9 fragments were busy running back and forth between the 2 profound sages, making the scene look like a table tennis match. Song Shuhang, Sage Monarch Winter Melon. In this way, the first sage in 1,000 years and the 5th sage in 1,000 years had accidentally met on the night of the full moon, and conducted a duel where one move decided everything. Finally, the 2 profound sages had a friendly table tennis match, and that was when the curtains fell and things came to an end. The reporters were satisfied. The duel between profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon was not long, but it was full of great scoop. After they brought back their reports today, this hot news would probably blow up in the entire world of cultivation. More importantly, there was still another main course for today. The 5th sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, still planned to challenge an old profound sage, Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Although they did not know the origins of this Sage Monarch Melon Eater, as long as he appeared, the reporters present would surely be able to determine the identity of the other party. It was undeniably worth it to stay up late tonight to record the news. Over 10 minutes later, Song Shuhang took Su Clan's 16, Sure, and Little Kai and slowly left the spiritual mountain. Sure curiously asked, Senior Brother Tyrannical Song, are we not going to stay and watch the duel between Sage Monarch Melon Eater and Sage Monarch Winter Melon? A battle between 2 profound sages was something that was rare to come by in 1,000 years. There's no hurry, Song Shuhang said. In fact, I'm also curious about the identity of that old profound sage, Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Besides, I've been getting the feeling that Sage Monarch Winter Melon traversing thousands of miles to come here is a little bit too much of a coincidence. The world was so big, so why would that Sage Monarch Melon Eater lead Sage Monarch Winter Melon all the way here? In the end, he caused Sage Monarch Winter Melon and Song Shuhang to meet once again. Su Clan 16 responded, "It's indeed a bit too much of a coincidence." Song Shuhang said, "So, when we left, I had secretly left some of my light of virtue near the spiritual mountain. Later, if that Sage Monarch Melon Eater appears, we will be able to directly watch a live broadcast of the events that take place." Due to the virtuous Lamia, Song Shuhang's light of virtue had a variety of weird abilities. For example, he could separate a small part of the light of virtue and have it become an eye. Afterward, he could watch events live through this eye. This was a feature that he had only today found out about. A while back, when he'd been facing the stone giant on the peak of the spiritual mountain, the body of the virtuous Lamia had been broken apart. At that time, most of the light of virtue returned to his inner world, but a small part of it had stayed behind and condensed into an eye. Song Shuhang found that he could peer into the outside world through that little eye, making it as if the eye were a camera. It was just that the distance could not be too big. After crossing a certain distance, the light of virtue that had been left behind would dissipate. Song Shuhang said, "Let's go and look for a place nearby to rest up first, and then wait for Sage Monarch Melon Eater to appear." After they had reached a certain distance from the spiritual mountain, Song Shuhang opened a gate to his inner world and brought everyone in. After a long and tiring day, he would have entered that fragment of the ancient heavenly city that had 2 hot springs within it to enjoy a comfortable bath. However, if he were to take 16, Sure, and little Kai to the hot spring together with him, it was better to discard this idea. In the end, Song Shuhang chose to go to the living spring, which was at the center of his inner world. After that, he transferred the tablecloths, food, and the tea set over to him so that everyone could rest here as they wait for the arrival of Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Looking through the virtuous Lamia's eye, they could see that Sage Monarch Winter Melon was adjusting his state and meditating with eyes closed. As for the reporters, who stayed somewhere a few hundred meters away, they were busy writing at tremendous speeds. As for the star of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's duel tonight, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, he was still nowhere to be seen. Song Shuhang took a sip of tea, calmed his mood, and then looked at Scarlet Heaven Sword, saying, "Say, Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you know Sage Monarch Melon Eater?" Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "Nope." Su Clan 16 said, "The same goes for me, I've never heard of Sage Monarch Melon Eater at all. Reasonably speaking, unless they're a very old and ancient profound sage, there would be records of them in ancient cultivation families, just as how it is for most of the profound sages in the main world. Long-established cultivation families would record each profound sage and their profound sage speech, which was considered precious knowledge." Song Shuhang speculated, "Do you think that perhaps because Sage Monarch Winter Melon has a non-standard accent, he had mispronounced Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven's Daoist name and said Melon Eater, Chigua, instead of Scarlet Heaven, Chixiao?" "Scarlet Heaven is very busy," Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. "With Scarlet Heaven's busy schedule, even being able to find the time to send out a single hand was already great. With that said, where would he find the time to have a duel with an 8th stage profound sage?" About half an hour had already passed, and Sage Monarch Melon Eater was still nowhere to be seen. Sure said, "Senior Brother Tyrannical Song, I want to sleep for a while first. Wake me up when Sage Monarch Melon Eater comes out." Song Shuhang smiled and nodded. He stretched out his hand and summoned a large bed from his magical bracelet. Inside his spatial magical treasure, there was a great number of junk that he had never spared the time to carefully sort out. Anyhow, it seemed that there was always a time when it could come in handy. Out of boredom, Su Clan 16 brought out her phone, and then said, "There's no signal here." Song Shuhang said, "Oh, wait a sec, let me give you access to the signal." Little Kai, how about you? Do you want me to connect your phone to the internet? At this moment, little Kai was jumping up and down, while her wings appeared to have a steel color to them. She replied, "Nope, teacher. I want to practice well." Song Shuhang said, "All right, keep it up. You can first grind your proficiency for this steel hands technique. I'll go and talk to True Monarch Eternal Fire soon to see if I can teach you the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha." Since little Kai's Daoist name was a virtuous Buddhist sabersman, how could she be missing the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha? In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Su Clan 16 went online and sent a video that was related to Skylark. True Monarch Northern River, is that Senior Skylark? She has already successfully transcended her tribulation. Little 16, where did you meet her? Fairy Lychee said, Senior Skylark's state seems to be off. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, how did her hair color become black? Isn't Senior Skylark's hair color blue? Medicine Master sent a voice message. Is it possible that one's hair color will change after transcending the demonic tribulation? Anyway, Thrice Reckless, I remember you saying before that you liked female cultivators with long black hair. Isn't such a Senior Skylark more in line with your preferences? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, as they were talking, Skylark's hair color in the video began to change to blue. Then, her expression constantly changed, and she seemed to be talking to herself. The video ended when Skylark opened a spatial gate. Su Clan 16 had only recorded until there. As for the later parts, when Song Shuhang had fought against Skylark through the virtuous Lamia, she had been too late to record it because there was a pause in the middle. Fairy Lychee's eyes widened as she said, "From what I understand, Senior Skylark seems to have yet to transcend the demonic tribulation of the 8th stage. If so, how did she leave the demonic tribulation realm?" True Monarch Fallout, wait, does this mean that Senior Skylark was possessed? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, Su Clan 16, Little 16, where is Senior Skylark right now? Su Clan 16 replied, Senior Skylark returned to the Netherworld realm, we weren't able to stop her. That's why I sent the video here first. I wanted to see if the seniors could figure out a way to help Senior Skylark. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group could only frown, worried. True Monarch Northern River asked, is there any fellow Daoist who has been preparing to explore the Netherworld recently? Can you see if there's any news of her while you're on your journey? Fairy Lychee, who do you think is so bored to go to the Netherworld realm? At this time, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly said, I'll go. The things on my side have been handled. Let me prepare a bit, afterwards, I can head to the Netherworld and check it out. I have a strong feeling that when I come back from Netherworld realm, I'll have become a 6th-stage True Monarch. Thrice Reckless had already finished filming his movie. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked, Tyrannical Song, little friend Shuhang, are you online? Do you have any more information about Fellow Daoist Skylark? Song Shuhang, Senior Thrice Reckless, don't be anxious. I'll first ask around to get a clearer picture of the situation. The Netherworld realm is so big that it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if you were to head in now and look for Senior Skylark. If he could contact Senior White too, there was a chance that he could get some information about Senior Skylark. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, then, I'll go prepare and leave tomorrow. Netherworld realm, Vaini, Vidi, Vici. True Monarch Northern River, Fairy Lychee, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Fairy Dongfang 6, just butting in. Seeing as the night of the full moon night is over, Shuhang, has the duel between you and Sage Monarch Winter Melon been resolved? True Monarch Northern River, right, that shady fortune teller had divined that Song Shuhang would have good fortune. He said that he would beat Sage Monarch Winter Melon Black and Blue, and would even become renowned all over the world of cultivation. Young Master Phoenix Slayer excitedly asked, Shuhang, did you meet Sage Monarch Winter Melon again tonight? With a calm face, Song Shuhang sent a reply. Yes, I met Sage Monarch Winter Melon again not too long ago. Next, it was time for him to show off, because he was the man who'd ended Immortal Master Copper Trigram's curse. As such, he wanted to change his nickname in the group to Song Super Awesome Shuhang. Fairy Dongfang 6 worriedly asked, "You really met him again? Did you get hurt? Were you violently beaten up?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes lit up. True Monarch Fallout, did Sage Monarch Winter Melon bring a lot of reporters from the world of cultivation? I heard that some reporters were invited to witness the battle between the first sage in 1,000 years and the fifth sage in 1,000 years. Song Shuhang smiled. It was time, this was the moment. I won. Song Shuhang typed these words and sent them to the group. There was a sudden silence in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Generally speaking, when it came to group chats, the most terrifying thing was sudden silence, because a sudden silence usually meant that someone had brought up a topic that caused the group to fall into an awkward silence. Such a situation would require a very kind user to save the face of the original poster. But this time, it was different. Song Shuhang continued, after I met Sage Monarch Winter Melon the second time, we agreed on deciding the battle with a single strike. After that, I held a big treasured sword and slashed apart all of his defenses with a single saber strike. In the end, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had no choice but to admit defeat. The group fell into another awkward silence for a long while. So, he held a big treasured sword, yet used one saber strike to slash apart all defenses of Sage Monarch Winter Melon? Fairy Lychee, little friend Shuhang, how can I say it? In the end, the other party was an authentic 8th stage profound sage, while you were only at the 4th stage realm. Even if you lost, it doesn't matter too much, and there's no need to abandon yourself to despair. Adjust your mentality, and you'll still come out on top. Chapter 1147 This is some nuclear fate. It wasn't only Fairy Lychee, the other seniors who were online also went and comforted Song Shuhang. Fairy Dongfang 6, there, little friend Shuhang, don't cry. I thought that no duel had occurred between you and Sage Monarch Winter Melon since you were online and seemed alright. It's my mistake, I shouldn't have even brought up this topic. I acknowledge my mistake. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, don't be heartbroken, Shuhang. You're still young, and it isn't shameful to lose to someone at the 8th stage while you're still at the 4th stage realm. Besides, you've only been cultivating for slightly more than 4 months. At this rate, you might really be able to reach the 8th stage at some point. At that time, you can go back and beat Sage Monarch Winter Melon Black and Blue. Your youth is your biggest capital, you can do it. True Monarch Northern River, for us cultivators, vanity is something useless. Furthermore, this event could contribute to tempering your mind. If things really go according to the reverse of Copper Trigram's shady divination, the news of the defeat of the first sage in 1,000 years should spread all over the universe tomorrow. You can simply regard this event as something to further temper your will. For a while, the 9 provinces number 1 group became the 9 provinces chicken soup for the soul group. All kinds of chicken soup for the soul that could overwhelm one with a warm feeling inside blew in Shuhang's face. After all, Song Shuhang had only been cultivating for a short time, so the seniors in the group were concerned that his mind would be greatly affected. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang raised his head to look towards the sky as he said, "Heavens." Su Clan 16 covered her mouth as she chuckled softly. While the seniors of the 9 provinces chicken soup for the soul group were busy thinking of how to comfort Song Shuhang, a message that was completely inconsistent with the rest popped up. Fairy Heavenly Sound, Soft Feather, Senior Song, weren't you holding a sword? How did you end up breaking Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense with a saber strike? Soft Feather was asking this question very seriously. She had just recovered from being muted when she saw Song Shuhang's topic, so she happily asked this question. In addition, her personal information note read, September 4, 2019, dissatisfied. September 5, 6, and 7, missing. Well, at least someone believes you, Su Clan 16 said with a smile. Song Shuhang, just now, he was still thinking of changing his nickname in the group to Song Super Awesome Shuhang, but now he was too embarrassed to change it. Fortunately, Soft Feather gave him a way out. Song Shuhang immediately took that opportunity and began explaining what had happened. Tyrannical Song, actually, here's what happened. Early this morning, I took Lady Onion back to her birthplace to dig for treasures. Then, along the way, I experienced various kinds of events. The video that 16 had sent a while ago was one of the various kinds of events that took place tonight. After dealing with all of those events, a powerful teammate ended up temporarily joining my small party. Fairy Lychee, explain properly. Tyrannical Song, to sum it all up, before I encountered Sage Monarch Winter Melon, I encountered a very awesome treasured sword. The sword is called Scarlet Heaven Sword, and it's the weapon of the powerhouse that imparted the heaven-burning flaming saber technique to me. As long as Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword is willing to cooperate with me, I can transcend my limits and slash out a powerful heaven-burning flaming saber technique. This was how I ended up winning when I encountered Sage Monarch Winter Melon earlier. Fairy Heavenly Sound, Soft Feather, isn't Scarlet Heaven Sword a sword? So how could it slash out the heaven-burning flaming saber technique? It doesn't stop there, because Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword also mastered its own saber intent. To be honest, if it weren't for it being Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven's weapon already, I would really have taken a liking to it, Song Shuhang said, filled with emotion. A sword that could be used as a saber, how cool. Fairy Heavenly Sound, Soft Feather, awesome, I really want to see this sword that mastered its own saber intent. Venerable Spirit Butterfly, wait until you consolidate your realm first. Venerable Spirit Butterfly came online and showed his presence. After all, he was preparing to transcend his tribulation and charge towards the 8th stage realm before the end of the month. During this period of time, he had to show his presence as much as possible. I know, Father, Fairy Heavenly Sound, Soft Feather, said while giggling. Fairy Lychee, so, little friend Shuhang, you really cut down Sage Monarch Winter Melon in one fell swoop? Song Shuhang replied, yeah. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely be the top news on the Daily Cultivator tomorrow. You really beat up Sage Monarch Winter Melon? Northern River's loose cultivator still couldn't come to his senses. Song Shuhang, nothing of that sort, everything was decided in a single move. I used Scarlet Heaven Sword and successfully shocked Sage Monarch Winter Melon. True Monarch Fallout asked, can you use that borrowed saber technique repeatedly? Song Shuhang, it can't be used repeatedly within a short period of time. The time Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword needs to recover and the limits of my physical body have to be taken into consideration. Fairy Dongfang 6, if little friend Song Shuhang really won. Then, tomorrow, the reporters of the various cultivation channels will definitely spread this news to the entire world of cultivation. Is it really going to go as how Immortal Master Copper Trigram had divined? Northern River's loose cultivator swiftly said, does this mean that the shady divination wasn't actually shady? This is unscientific. Island Master Tian Kong, I have a guess. Could it be that Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram told us the opposite of the results of his divination? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, as long as his divinations are interpreted in reverse, Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram's predictions are terrifyingly accurate. That's impossible. Even if the entire world were to burn, Copper Trigram wouldn't say the reverse of his own divination, Northern River's loose cultivator said resolutely. Although he and Copper Trigram were sworn enemies in the group, he was the one that knew his character the best. Sun-splitting Halberd Guada said, there is still another possibility. Don't you all remember? At that time, it was Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram's account that went online. Could it be that it was Iron Trigram that did the divination? When Guoda spoke, the entire group suddenly went quiet once again. After a few seconds. True Monarch Northern River, WTF, Guoda, why didn't you send those dog pictures when you showed up? I subconsciously stopped chatting to wait for you to send that picture of a dog being rubbed before talking again. Sun-splitting halberd Guoda, there are occasionally 2 or 3 days every month when I don't want to make a fool out of myself, alright? At this time, Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram went online, and said, it wasn't me. Song Shuhang received the system prompt that Iron Trigram went online. Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram rarely popped up in the group, perhaps it was because his teacher, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, had too strong of a presence and had too many enemies, causing him to keep as low a profile as possible. Over time, his account would sometimes become his teacher's smuff. After getting banned, he would sometimes log on to his account to go online. Island Master Tian Kong, so it wasn't Iron Trigram's divination. Then it was really Copper Trigram's divination. This time, Copper Trigram was actually right. Is the world going to end soon? Vice Island Master Tian Wei, if that's the case, little friend Song Shuhang, from now onwards, you've become the terminator of Copper Trigram's shady divinations, super awesome. Song Shuhang saw this and felt great joy well up within him. After chatting for so long, there was finally a senior who got the point. Su Clan 16 looked at the contents of the chat in the group and smiled. Honestly speaking, Song Shuhang seemed to be even happier now than after he defeated Sage Monarch Winter Melon in that one move to decide everything duel. Obviously, Song Shuhang was more content with becoming the terminator of Copper Trigram's shady divinations than settling things with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Inside the 9 provinces #1 group. If that shady fortune teller suddenly no longer does shady divinations, is there still something that sets him apart from others? Northern River's loose cultivator said with indescribable sorrow. Fairy Lychee immediately replied, there is. Remember his countless transformations? He can be a man or a woman, and transform into anyone he wants. Northern River's loose cultivator, with his countless transformations, he can indeed be whoever he chooses to be, but if you carefully think about it, you will find that he does not have his own characteristics. Everything about him, including his character, personality, voice, appearance, and even gender, can all be false. In the past, we could still distinguish Copper Trigram using his shady divinations. If he loses the attribute of shady fortune teller, then Copper Trigram will definitely become the most bland and presenceless person in the group. When the bright moon appears, Scholar Drunken XXX popped up with force, angrily showing his presence, as if he wanted to prove something. Fairy Lychee said, unfortunately, Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram Taoist isn't online. If he was online, we could directly ask him what's the deal with his divination. While Fairy Lychee was talking, a group member who had not been online for quite a while had come out. F***CK. As soon as Scholar Xian Gong appeared, he sent a gigantic F***CK. Since the Demo Dragon Medicine Refinement and Apocalypse Wars shooting, Scholar Xian Gong quietly found a place to strengthen his physique and transcend his tribulation. Due to the trauma he suffered after getting bombed by nuclear weapons when he was closing up before, Scholar Xian Gong had specifically chosen to transcend his tribulation at a nuclear-free zone. This time, it was unknown if there really weren't any nuclear weapons, but he would at least try to invite some good luck. Scholar Xian Gong had considered transcending his tribulation in space, but after much consideration, he still decided to have it on Earth, where he had more control. Everything was prepared, so when his physique reached a satisfactory level, Scholar Xian Gong began to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage. This heavenly tribulation came at him menacingly. 7 days and 7 nights had already passed since he started transcending the tribulation. Thrice reckless mad Saber, Senior Xian Gong, have you finished transcending your tribulation? I didn't expect to get a signal at this time. Perhaps it's just so that I say a few last words. I may die soon, and there might not be much time left for me, Scholar Xian Gong said using the voice function. I've already spent 7 days and 7 nights transcending this heavenly tribulation, and it is getting weirder and weirder. 3 or 4 days ago, the heavenly tribulation had changed into various weapons. Now, there's even something that appears to be a nuclear bomb that has begun forming. Suddenly, the entire 9 provinces number 1 group went quiet once again. Everyone knew that there was a deep wound in Scholar Xian Gong's heart left there by the traumatic nuclear bomb incident. There was a time when whenever someone mentioned the word nuclear bomb, with him around, he would suddenly become very anxious. Now, at the last juncture of Scholar Xian Gong's tribulation, a nuclear bomb had actually appeared? Shouldn't the nuclear bomb be something that only appeared in the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage? Why would it appear when Scholar Xian Gong was ascending to the 7th stage? Could it be that Scholar Xian Gong's life really had some fate with nuclear objects? Scholar Xian Gong seized the moment to say his last few words. I've no idea what has happened to the heavenly tribulation, but everyone should take note of the modernization of the heavenly tribulation when transcending. Chapter 1148 Senior Xian Gong, try crouching down while holding your head. As he was saying his last words, Scholar Xian Gong did not forget to warn the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. He hurriedly said, before facing the nuclear bomb, I had gone through several weird waves of heavenly tribulation attacks. Lightning, fire, and metal all turned into F-22 Raptors, and there were many other fighter jets that I couldn't recognize. They flew above my head and carpet-bombed me. It was simply a nightmare. I still feel like I'm in a dream, as if I was transcending a fake heavenly tribulation. I hope I can quickly wake up from this nightmare. So, to the fellow Daoists who are going to be transcending soon, please be wary of this. Scholar Xian Gong said with a solemn voice, time is running out. The nuclear bomb above my head is about to take shape. I feel that this wave will be the end of me. Dear fellow Daoists, the road of cultivation is endless, but it seems that I will get going first. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator also sent a voice message. Scholar, we've all known about the modernization of the heavenly tribulation since a few days ago. In addition, the strongest heavenly tribulation weapon we know of at present is the hydrogen bomb. Its power is at the peak 8th stage realm and is simply frightening. Scholar Xian Gong, you already knew since a few days ago? Northern River's loose cultivator continued, ever since I learned about the modernization of the heavenly tribulation, I immediately began trying to contact you, but I couldn't reach you. I think you should have already begun transcending the tribulation at that time. Fairy Lychee, now isn't the time to be talking nonsense. Is there any way we can help him? Furthermore, the emergence of a nuclear bomb during the heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage is too ridiculous. Senior Xian Gong, can you look at it more carefully and see if it's a guided missile and not a nuclear bomb? Scholar Xian Gong looked at the nuclear bomb that was forming, and sighed, I don't think I've made a mistake. You should know that I've been studying nuclear bombs ever since that accident. So, was it a genuine heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb? Could it be an inner demon tribulation? Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, an inner demon tribulation would attack the most vulnerable part of a person's heart. Senior Xian Gong was traumatized due to nuclear weapons, so could it be that at the last junction of the heavenly tribulation, his inner demon transformed into a nuclear bomb, the thing that he feared the most? Thrice reckless Mad Saber's words made a lot of sense. In fact, under that death-seeking shell was a meticulous mind. Scholar Xian Gong smiled bitterly and said, if it were an inner demon tribulation, I don't think that I would have the time to go online and share my last words with everyone. An inner demon tribulation would not give a cultivator the opportunity to prepare. Its only objective was to overwhelm the cultivator thanks to their inner demons. At this time, Fairy Heavenly Sound, Soft Feather, said, if you really don't have any other option, Senior Xian Gong, perhaps you should try the crouching down and holding your head tribulation transcending technique. Huh? Scholar Xian Gong was confused. What was she trying to say? Why did she want him to assume such a cowardly posture during the heavenly tribulation? Soft Feather said, this was how the second, third, and fourth sages in 1,000 years transcended their tribulations. If you really can't find a way to deal with the nuclear bomb, you can try crouching down and hold your head while shaking vigorously. Maybe you can transcend the tribulation this way. Scholar Xian Gong, there are already a second, third, and fourth sage in 1,000 years now? In the short few days since I've begun transcending my tribulation. What in the world has been taking place in the outside world? Scholar Xian Gong felt like everything he knew was already outdated, and the outside world had seemingly entered a new era. At this time, no one in the 9 provinces number 1 group refuted Soft Feather's words. After all, a few days ago, among the second, third, and fourth sages in 1,000 years, 2 had done exactly what she had said, while the other one was directly kneeling down as he transcended the tribulation. Those postures were simply too shocking and unique for one to forget about them. Only Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, for he knew what had truly happened to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Daoist Priest Horizon, and Eternity. Everything had been the doing of that high-quality puppet in his hands. After thinking about it, Song Shuhang turned on the voice function. Tyrannical Song, Senior Xian Gong, can you take a closer look? Is it really a nuclear bomb launcher? Tyrannical Song, are you little friend Song Shuhang? Scholar Xian Gong said, looking up at the nuclear bomb silo that had been finished forming, I can't be wrong. After I got out of secluded meditation the last time, I filled my brain with knowledge related to nuclear weapons. Scholar Xian Gong continued, it's coming, the nuclear bomb was launched. I'm done for. He sighed, and then put everything he had in setting up defensive formations. The power of the heavenly tribulation nuclear bomb was way higher than an actual nuclear bomb, and the destructive power of the nuclear bomb this time was much greater than that of the nuclear bomb that had exploded on his head that year. I am going to die. At this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang thought for a moment and said, well, I want to congratulate Senior Xian Gong in advance for successfully ascending to the Venerable Realm. Northern River's loose cultivator? Song Shuhang speculated and said, I don't know why nuclear bombs appeared in Senior Xian Gong's heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage, but if it really is a nuclear bomb, its power is likely going to exceed the limit this world can handle. As such, I am afraid that it cannot truly explode in the main world. Why were cultivators pulled into the heavenly tribulation realm when they took on the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage? It was because the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage was too high, and it would cause too much damage in the main world. Fairy Lychee asked, but what if this nuclear bomb really explodes? Song Shuhang said, if it really does explode, its power would be weakened until it cannot affect the main world too much. With that being the case, the power of the explosion would be within the limits that Senior Xian Gong can withstand. In his inner world, there was a large number of nuclear bombs, and there was still a steady stream of new nuclear bombs being transferred in by Venerable White. Song Shuhang did not study these nuclear bombs intensively, but the inner world was, after all, a place under his control. Whenever he was idle or in meditation, his consciousness would casually sweep through the nuclear bombs in the inner world, and gradually, he ended up gaining a certain understanding of them. When the bright moon appears, if that's the case, it's truly great. There won't be another decrease in the numbers of our 9 provinces number 1 group. 30 years ago, in their small circle of friends, there was a certain sword monarch Luer. When he took on the heavenly tribulation of the 7th stage, he got possessed by his inner demons and died amidst the fire of tribulation. Such a thing was something that none of them wanted to happen again. Fairy Lychee, I hope Scholar Xian Gong will live through this tribulation. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, I hope little friend Shuhang's guess is right. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end, although I don't like little friend's song, I hope that he's right this time. May fellow Daoist Xian Gong be safe. The fellow Daoists who were online sent candle emojis as they prayed for Scholar Xian Gong. Song Shuhang, after receiving the notification from his clone, the especially busy True Monarch Yellow Mountain found the time to go online, and he felt the corners of his mouth twitch as he looked at the chat records. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's heart felt stifled. He had told Fairy Lychee previously that the candle emoji was not an emoji for blessings, it was more like condolences for Scholar Xian Gong. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, right, just now, Senior Xian Gong didn't say where he was transcending the tribulation. Can you lock onto him and see what's going on over there? I'm feeling really anxious, meow. Fairy Dongfang 6, Phoenix Slayer, be patient. Maybe after a while, Senior Xian Gong will come online again. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, but we can't just wait here, we have to do something. True Monarch Yellow Mountain went online, and said gravely, don't worry and wait. I'll try to see if I can find fellow Daoist Xian Gong's location through his phone. In addition, what little friend Shuhang said makes sense. I feel that fellow Daoist Xian Gong should be able to successfully get through this wave of the tribulation. When True Monarch Yellow Mountain appeared, many people in the group calmed down. In the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain played the role of a central pillar. Although his cultivation might not be the highest within the group, his position in the group was irreplaceable. Time flew by. After about 5 minutes. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, alright, there's no need to search for his coordinates anymore, fellow Daoist Xian Gong is safe. F***CK, I've finally got a signal again. Scholar Xian Gong sent another voice message. Young Master Phoenix Slayer congratulated him, congratulations to Senior Xian Gong for successfully transcending the tribulation. Fairy Lychee said, congratulations to Senior Xian Gong, you're now an authentic venerable. In the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, there was now a new authentic venerable as well as 2 fake profound sages. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Senior Xian Gong, after consolidating your realm, you must remember to treat us. For a while, the entire group was filled with messages congratulating Scholar Xian Gong. Nobody within the group wanted a fellow Daoist to suddenly never be able to go online again. Such an event was truly something that nobody hoped to happen. The separation brought about by death was one of the greatest pains in the world, it was something that could even affect cultivators with firm hearts. Scholar Xian Gong quickly replied, thank you, everyone. I've made everybody worry for nothing. Fairy Lychee, Senior Xian Gong, what happened? Did the nuclear bomb explode? Was it an inner demon tribulation? Or was it as Song Shuhang had guessed and the bomb was either something that Scholar Xian Gong could handle or simply fireworks? The members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group all wanted to know what had happened. It really exploded. To be honest, the moment it exploded, my heart went cold. The momentum, pressure, and that terrible shock wave were not something that I could have handled. I really thought that I was going to die. However, I did not expect that its power would turn out to be weak as it reached me after exploding. It wasn't even comparable to the carpet bombing of the fighter jets from before. This wave of the heavenly tribulation was truly scary, and my liver is still trembling to this moment. I will clean up the traces of my transcension first. Fellow Daoists, just wait for me to return to China, I'll make sure to satisfy everyone with the treat. Scholar Xian Gong laughed and said. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were also relieved. Little Kai asked, Chirp, teacher, has Sage Monarch Melon Eater appeared yet? Song Shuhang looked at the scene by the spiritual mountain through the eye of light of virtue. Sage Monarch Winter Melon and the group of reporters were still at their original places. As for the other main character of the night of the full moon, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, he had yet to come. Song Shuhang said, Sage Monarch Melon Eater hasn't appeared yet. He isn't just planning to leave Sage Monarch Winter Melon hanging, right? Afterward, Shuhang gently patted little Kai. Little Kai, if you're tired, go to where Shi is and sleep for a while. When Sage Monarch Melon Eater appears, I'll call you. Alright. Little Kai nodded and leaped toward Shi's bed. On the other side, Scholar Xian Gong, who had just transcended the tribulation, put away his phone and let out a sigh. His naturally reddish face was currently slightly pale. He had been badly injured, and his legs were hurt to the point that only the bones were left. It would take at least a year for his injuries to heal. Moreover, the injuries on his legs were not caused by the carpet bombing. The strength of the bombing of the fighter jets was nowhere enough to cause the damage he had just received. As a matter of fact, he hadn't shared the entire truth with the other fellow Daoists in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't say it. Just a moment ago, when the nuclear bomb had completely formed and was launched, Scholar Xian Gong suddenly felt the world turn upside down. Immediately afterwards, he and the nuclear bomb were transferred to another world. That world wasn't the main world, but was another completely independent space. In this space, the nuclear bomb exploded and the explosion formed a mushroom cloud that brought him despair. At the same time, that explosive power that made his liver tremble came rushing at him, tearing down all the defenses he had prepared within a thousandth of a second. As the barriers were shattered, Scholar Xian Gong was sent flying upside down. The power of the explosion finally reached his flesh, and the severe pain passed from his legs to his mind. My life is over. This was the only thought in the scholar's mind at the moment. Then, as he watched the explosion of the nuclear bomb slowly devour him, a mysterious will suddenly came over and scanned his body. When that will came down on him, the space and time around him froze, and it seemed that his consciousness was the only thing still working. After the will scanned him, Scholar Xian Gong felt that the world had turned upside down once again. In the next moment, he was kicked out of the independent space and returned to the nuclear-free zone, where he had originally chosen to transcend his tribulation. Had it not been for the serious injuries to his legs and body, he would have thought that the nuclear bomb he had just encountered was really just an inner demon tribulation, as thrice reckless Mad Saber had said. Scholar Xian Gong had a guess. Perhaps, a while ago, he was brought into the heavenly tribulation realm. It was the space where 7th stage venerables were rumored to enter when they attempted to transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. However, his strength had yet to reach the condition of entering that space. As such, after getting scanned by that will, he was forcibly kicked out of the heavenly tribulation realm and managed to escape with his life. After that, the spiritual power of heaven and earth poured into his body, signaling the end of his tribulation. His body strengthened after the tribulation, and he officially reached the 7th stage venerable realm. Thanks to this heavenly tribulation, Scholar Xian Gong felt that his fear of nuclear weapons, which had started to get a little better as of late, got even worse. Now, he wasn't sure if there was any hope of recovery for him. Immediately after the incident, he planned to tell his experience to the fellow Daoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He found out that his cell phone was still safe. He had left it behind when he got teleported and the nuclear bomb exploded. As such, this lucky cell phone was not taken into the heavenly tribulation realm and was able to avoid the tribulation. He immediately opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he discovered that he couldn't talk about his experience. He had already thought about what he was going to say in his mind, but for some reason, he couldn't get the words out. Scholar Xian Gong immediately understood that this experience may be something he might have to take with him to the grave, or find some other means to record it down. As such, in order not to worry his fellow Daoists in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Scholar Xian Gong endured the pain, smiled, and simply reported something that would calm everybody down. After that, he didn't even have time to look at the blessings of his friends. He put down the phone and screamed in pain, F***ck, it hurts so much. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind, all kinds of strange changes had been happening to the heavenly tribulation. In addition, he had yet to reach the 7th stage, but he was still pulled into the heavenly tribulation realm. It almost seemed as though there was a huge bug in the system. With this being the case, could it really be, as the rumors said, that there was some problem with the current wielder of the will? While Scholar Xian Gong was in thought, looking up into the sky, several scenes appeared. Those were scenes of the show of divinity of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song plus second sage in 1,000 years, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman plus third sage in 1,000 years, Eternity plus fourth sage in 1,000 years, Horizon. The scene was beautifully tragic. In addition to the bald-headed profound sage Tyrannical Song, who was reluctantly standing up, there were 3 cowards, 2 of which were crouching, while the last one was kneeling. They were incomparably unsightly. Moreover, there was still the scene of the first sage in 1,000 years profound sage speech, as well the 3 other profound sages' speeches. Finally, there was the scene where the 5th sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, showed his divinity and held his profound sage speech. Furthermore, Sage Monarch Winter Melon challenged profound sage Tyrannical Song during his speech. The profound sage speech was a scene that all the practitioners in the universe could see if they wanted to. Every practitioner had the right to watch the profound sage speech, regardless if they were asleep, in closed-door cultivation, or even transcending their tribulation, everyone had the right to watch it. However, practitioners who were in the middle of transcending their tribulation would get the chance to watch the profound sage speech only after having transcended their tribulation. Wait, am I seeing things? Isn't this profound sage Tyrannical Song our little friend Song Shuhang? And this profound sage 7 Lives Talisman is definitely Fellow Daoist 7 Lives Talisman, who's in our group, right? I don't know of this eternity, but he actually dared to confess during the profound sage speech. As for Horizon, isn't he that rumored frenzied strength imparter? Scholar Xian Gong's eyes widened. He felt that his entire world was collapsing. Little friend Song Shuhang ascended to the 8th stage profound sage realm? What in the world happened? Am I going crazy? Or is it this world that has gone crazy? Wait, could it be, am I still going through my inner demon tribulation? Scholar Xian Gong thought of the terrifying possibility that he might still be stuck in some imaginary plot created by his inner demons, having yet to get out. This explained why Song Shuhang could ascend to the 8th stage, show his divinity, and even give out a speech that resonated with the Great Way. Could all of this and that nuclear bomb be originated from my inner demons? Scholar Xian Gong started questioning his life. On the other side, over at the spiritual mountain where Lady Onion was born, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was keeping an eye on the time. He took advantage of this break to rest and adjusted his state to peak condition. He was waiting to start the duel between Sage Monarch Melon Eater and himself. Senior Winter Melon, it should almost be the scheduled time, why hasn't Sage Monarch Melon Eater appeared yet? The reporter from the Daily Cultivator couldn't help but ask. Sage Monarch Winter Melon frowned as he said, I'm wondering that as well, the scheduled time is already arriving. The reporter from the Shuhang broadcast station asked, could it be possible that Sage Monarch Melon Eater is temporarily unable to come due to certain matters? Sage Monarch Winter Melon shook his head as he said, no, Sage Monarch Melon Eater is a senior that I admire, and I believe him. If he says something, he would never renege on it. He said that he would test out my path of defense today and wait for me at the spiritual mountain, so he will definitely appear. Seeing Sage Monarch Winter Melon's firm look, the reporters of the big cultivation news platforms nodded and continued to wait. In fact, these few reporters were not in a hurry at all, because they already got a scoop of very good news tonight. If Sage Monarch Melon Eater really did appear later, that would be a welcomed plus as they would be able to witness another duel between profound sages. Then, if Sage Monarch Melon Eater didn't appear, it would still be fine, because their trip was already worth it anyway. While Sage Monarch Winter Melon and others were waiting, someone's phone suddenly rang. The golden-clothed Sage Monarch Winter Melon inserted his golden sword into the ground, reached out and pulled out his golden phone from his breastplate. It seemed that Sage Monarch Winter Melon really loved the color gold. When he saw the call, Sage Monarch Winter Melon happily answered the phone. "Hey, Senior Melon Eater. Foolish Melon, where are you? I've been waiting for you here at Mount Hua the entire night. Why aren't you here yet? Do you not understand how this old man feels? It's the middle of the night and this old man has been waiting for you on the top of the mountain amidst the cold wind. One should respect the old and care for the young. These are the morals I've been painstakingly teaching you. If you have an appointment with an elderly person like me, shouldn't you come to the appointment in advance? Now, the appointed time has almost arrived, but you aren't here yet. Are you just going to leave me hanging? Don't tell me that you're stuck in a traffic jam." A thunderous voice echoed from Sage Monarch Winter Melon's phone. Sage Monarch Winter Melon was confused. "Say something." The other person seemed to be very irritated. Was this state of mind really that of a profound sage? Wasn't this profound sage's will a bit too jumpy? The reporters secretly thought to themselves. And more importantly, the appointed place was Mount Hua. I've been waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Actually, wait, did you just say Mount Hua? Sage Monarch Winter Melon's eyes widened. Come up if you're at the foot of the mountain. Sage Monarch Melon Eater roared. Sage Monarch Winter Melon hurriedly explained, Senior Melon Eater, the place you said we were going to meet at wasn't Mount Hua. You said that we should meet under a pretty spiritual mountain. You even personally sent the coordinates to me, so I'm waiting for you at the foot of the spiritual mountain right now. Sage Monarch Melon Eater. After a short while, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's tone suddenly softened as he said, "Ha ha ha, never mind then. Winter Melon, is there any fellow Daoist near you who can use the light of virtue?" Speaking of fellow Daoists who could use the light of virtue, Sage Monarch Winter Melon and the reporters there immediately thought of the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song. Well, it was no surprise. The Empress made of light of virtue the profound sage Tyrannical Song had materialized was truly impressive. Profound sage Tyrannical Song might not be the person with the strongest light of virtue in the world of cultivation, but his light of virtue was definitely one of the most incredible. An empress filled with dignity who could also play dead. That was truly something only his light of virtue could accomplish. However, profound sage Tyrannical Song had already left. Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked, Fellow Daoists, is there any of you who can use the power of virtue? The reporters looked at him as he looked at them. After a while, the reporter from the Daily Cultivator asked, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, what level of virtue does Senior Melon Eater require? Also, another question, how are we supposed to cooperate with him? At this time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's voice rang from the phone. I have a secret technique that allows me to move past the limitations of space through the power of virtue and manifest myself briefly. This secret technique does not require much power of virtue, as long as a fellow Daoist has already condensed a light of virtue that can protect their body, it would already be enough to cooperate with me. Don't worry, this old man's secret technique won't do any harm to the fellow Daoist who will be cooperating with me, and it will actually bring that fellow Daoist great benefits instead. Are any of you fellow Daoists able to cooperate with this old man? The reporters heard what he said, and their hearts were greatly moved. As long as they possessed such light of virtue, they could help an old profound sage, allowing him to cross through space and have a fight with Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Moreover, they could gain great benefits. This was simply a great opportunity that had fallen from the sky. In addition, they could even take this opportunity to form a good relationship with an old 8th stage profound sage and have greater fortune in the future. It was a pity that despite their hearts being moved, the reporters from the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, Shuhang Broadcast Station, and Magician Hub could all only shake their heads and smile bitterly. Practitioners from the Just Path were not averse to accumulating some power of virtue, as such a thing would only do them good. In fact, the reporters present more or less had some power of virtue, however, most of them hadn't been able to condense theirs into protective light of virtue. Only the reporter from the Temple Channel smiled. The reporter raised his hand, and asked, "Sage Monarch Winter Melon, I am not a cultivator, but my power of virtue happens to have condensed into protective light of virtue last month. Do I meet the requirements?" He was a practitioner of the Western Holy Night system. The practitioners of this system tended to have a lot of virtue. This reporter had some good luck and got to condense a layer of protective light of virtue in the previous month. At this time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's voice echoed from the phone. "It doesn't matter which system you're from as long as the light of virtue you have has already reached a protective state. What's your name, young practitioner?" "Tyria, but I also have a Chinese name, Hu Bei Dong," the blonde reporter said in high spirits. "Northeast Tiger." Reports from the Daily Cultivator, reporters from the Secret Information Center, Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Who gave this guy his Chinese name? Could it be that this fellow watched Animal Planet and randomly picked one? Sage Monarch Melon Eater gently said, "I've remembered your name. Alright, tell me your coordinates. Then, after a minute, activate your protective light of virtue. I will use your light of virtue for a short time and complete my assessment of Winter Melon." "No problem, Senior Melon Eater. I'm all ready." Hu Beidong shouted as he reported the coordinates of his position. Such a great opportunity actually fell upon him. Today was really his lucky day. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang woke up Shi and little Kai. "Senior brother Song, has Sage Monarch Melon Eater arrived?" Shi asked as she rubbed her eyes. Song Shuhang replied, "He's coming soon." This Sage Monarch Melon Eater apparently got the wrong meeting place. Now, he's going to use a secret technique that makes use of another person's light of virtue to cross through space for a short time. Having such mysterious methods, he's worthy of being a profound sage. He's borrowing someone's light of virtue? From whom is he borrowing it? Little Kai subconsciously looked towards her teacher after hearing that, after all, her teacher's light of virtue was too incredible. Song Shuhang pointed at the blonde reporter in the live broadcast screen, and explained to Shi and little Kai, he's going to appear with the help of that blonde reporter. That guy's Chinese name is Hu Beidong. He should be a practitioner from the West's Holy Night system, and his protective light of virtue has already condensed. Sage Monarch Melon Eater will use the secret technique to appear using his light of virtue. Thus, Shi, little Kai, Song Shuhang, and Su Clan 16 all sat side by side in front of the live broadcast screen. Song Shuhang stared at the blonde reporter in the screen as he thought about the secret technique that Sage Monarch Melon Eater was going to use to appear for a short time. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. 1 minute later. "It's almost time," Sage Monarch Winter Melon said deeply. After hearing that, Hu Beidong quickly released his protective light of virtue. In order to allow Sage Monarch Melon Eater to successfully cast the technique, all the other reporters had already retreated away from Hu Beidong. At the same time that Hu Beidong stimulated his protective light to virtue, a golden glow blossomed in the night sky. Subsequently, that golden glow turned into an unendingly expanding golden cloud. In the cloud, a holy song resounded as cheers and laughter could be heard coming from it while bringing with it a strong dignified aura. The methods of this old profound sage truly were worthy of his identity, being simply beyond imagination. If one wasn't a practitioner, they would be unable to see such things. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a gigantic golden cloud would definitely cause a wave of panic. Afterwards, the golden cloud descended towards the reporter Hu Beidong. Then, similar to a funnel, the golden cloud poured down. With a cheerful face, Hu Beidong cooperated by strengthening his light of virtue to make it as bright as he could to allow it to resonate with the golden cloud in the sky. Inside the inner world. Senior Brother Song, my eyes hurt, and my mental energy also feels a little weird. I feel dizzy, Sure said, her little hand rubbing her eyes strenuously as tears kept flowing down. Song Shuhang explained, don't worry, it's because you directly looked at the technique of an 8th stage profound sage and were influenced by it. If a cultivator's strength is insufficient, they would find it difficult to directly look at the methods of a profound sage. Sure, what you're currently seeing is already filtered. If you were actually there at the scene itself, you would likely end up falling unconscious when you see a profound sage's fighting techniques. However, looking through this live broadcast, you only need to calm down and adjust yourself for a while. At the same time, he poured some innate true energy into Shure's body to ease the pain in her eyes and her mind through the connection between the sage seal in his body and the seal on Shure's body. As for how he came to know how to do this, Song Shuhang learned it from Fairy Lychee during the war between the scholarly faction and the Netherworld demons. Now, it just so happened that he could do it for Shure and little Kai. Shure questioningly said, however, Senior Brother Song, when you and Sage Monarch Winter Melon dueled a while ago, why didn't I feel any pain in my eyes or in my mind? Little Kai quickly replied, it's because teacher is a fake profound sage. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. It's because Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword sympathized with you and secretly protected you when it took action. Although he was a fake profound sage, Scarlet Heaven Sword was the genuine sword of an immortal. If it were to truly explode out with its power, it would even slash apart the attack of someone at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcend a realm. Such an attack would cause cultivators at the 5th stage and below to fall into a state of mental agony, and maybe even a coma. Oh. Shure nodded, learning something new once again. At this time, Su Clan 16 suddenly said, Don't you feel that the Golden Cloud's landing point is a bit off? It does seem like, the Golden Cloud seems to be getting bigger and bigger, little Kai said. Song Shuhang said, F***ck. The reason the Golden Cloud was getting bigger and was about to fill up the entire live broadcast screen was because the thing was rushing towards the eye made of light of virtue that they had left back there. Song Shuhang got a bad feeling in his heart. In the next moment, the live broadcast screen went black. Shure curiously said, what's going on? Su Clan 16 looked at Song Shuhang and saw his dumbfounded face. She had a vague guess in her heart. She took a sip of the spirit green tea, and asked, Shuhang, the secret technique of Sage Monarch Melon Eater, couldn't have fallen on the light of virtue you left back there, right? Song Shuhang's expression was still one of disbelief. Honestly. I'm truly an idiot. At the foot of the spiritual mountain. Hu Beidong's mouth was wide open as he stiffly turned his head, looking at a place not far from where he was. It wasn't only him who did this, the same went for the other reporters and Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Just now, as they were watching the golden cloud fall on Hu Beidong's body, suddenly, the cloud made a turn, moved toward some other point, and fully descended at that place that was 100 meters away from Hu Beidong. Sage Monarch Winter Melon hastened to call Senior Melon Eater once again as he wanted to tell him that the landing point of his secret technique was off by a bit. But when the cloud fully descended, a figure slowly began to condense. In that place, a dazzling golden glow first appeared. It was the power of highly condensed light of virtue. Afterwards, the cloud's power and the light of virtue merged. With the light of virtue as the core, the golden light began to stretch and extend. In the end, it transformed into a figure. That figure wore a simple robe, it was a Daoist cultivator. His left hand held a horsetail whisk, while his right hand held a dagger. He had a stern face and a long beard. At first glance, he seemed a hard-to-come-by expert. Was this Sage Monarch Melon Eater? The reporters quickly recorded the scene. In their minds, they also compared the appearance of Sage Monarch Melon Eater with the recordings of the people who became profound sages 1,000 years ago, as they tried to figure out which old profound sage this Sage Monarch Melon Eater was. This Sage Monarch had an outstanding temperament, with a unique appearance, making him look very recognizable. As long as there was a record of his profound sage speech from thousands of years ago, they would be able to confirm his identity. Sage Monarch Melon Eater praised, Little fellow Daoist Hu Beidong, your protective power of virtue was formed just a month ago. Its quality isn't bad. The holy knight, Hu Beidong, heard his words and suddenly felt like crying. Senior Melon Eater. You didn't descend through my light of virtue. Huh? Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked out of curiosity, I didn't use your light of virtue? Then, how did I take shape? That's what I want to know as well. Hu Beidong cried inside. Only, Sage Monarch Melon Eater didn't have time to delve into this issue too much. He traveled through space with a secret technique, and he did not have time to waste. Anyway, the secret technique worked. As for whose light of virtue was used, it was the same. As long as the secret technique worked, it didn't matter. He needed to hurry up and keep his promise with Sage Monarch Winter Melon while the secret technique had yet to lose its effect. Facing Sage Monarch Winter Melon, profound Sage Melon Eater slowly said, Winter Melon, I didn't expect you to finally take this step. To be honest, I am very glad to see that you have finally gotten to show your divinity. Thank you, Senior Melon Eater. One of the reasons I could hold on until now is thanks to your teachings back then, Sage Monarch Winter Melon said with a serious look. Sage Monarch Melon Eater occupied a very important position in his heart. Sage Monarch Melon Eater smiled gently and said, Anyway, let me test out your path of defense today. He really envied this junior of his. This guy was very determined to tread on the path of defense, and he was even somewhat obsessed with it. Winter Melon insisted on treading this path, and in the end, he was able to follow by it and show his divinity. As for his own path, he felt like he was at a dead end, unable to advance further. Nonetheless, he would test Winter Melon's path of defense today. It was the last thing that he could do to help Winter Melon. Profound Sage Melon Eater held the horsetail whisk in one hand and a dagger in the other. He slowly raised his dagger and pointed it at Winter Melon. Because of the previous experience they got from witnessing the fight between Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon, the reporters quickly retreated to a safe position and set up their recording equipment to start recording the second battle between Profound Sages tonight. At the same time, several reporters, including that of the Daily Cultivator and the Shuhang broadcast station, racked their brains as they tried matching Profound Sage Melon Eater with the information they had on the various Profound Sages in their memories. However, even if they compared Profound Sage Melon Eater with Profound Sages from 1,000 years ago, they still could not determine his identity. There appeared to be no Profound Sage whose appearance was similar to Profound Sage Melon Eater's. Was Profound Sage Melon Eater really who Sage Monarch Winter Melon said him to be, someone who became a profound sage 1,300 years ago? Could Sage Monarch Winter Melon be wrong? Are you ready? Senior Melon Eater said lightly as countless golden rays between the heavens and the earth condensed towards the tip of his dagger. Sage Monarch Winter Melon said gravely, I'm ready, Senior Melon Eater, please advise. Once again, he prepared his defenses. Armor Intent plus Lifebound Magical Treasure Giant Shield plus Western Holy Light System Enhancing Techniques plus Holy Night Halo plus Daoist Indestructible Body of the Buddha plus Inscription Resistances linked to his Cultivation technique at the same time. At the bottom of these defenses on the surface, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's strongest defense, the Iron Fortress of Absolute Defense, was hidden below. Facing the senior he admired, Sage Monarch Winter Melon immediately activated his strongest defenses. In the next moment, Senior Melon Eater made his move. Senior Melon Eater had a horsetail whisk and a dagger, so everyone subconsciously thought that he was a master of swordsmanship or an expert whisk user. But when Melon Eater took action, he actually roared. Roar! A thunderous sound came out of Senior Melon Eater's mouth, scaring all the reporters. When he roared, a golden shock wave erupted from the dagger in his hand. The dagger looked like it was a giant cannon opening fire. Boom! The golden shock waves slammed straight into Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Ha! Sage Monarch Winter Melon similarly shouted as he erected his shield. The defensive spells, holy light, and the secret techniques on his body all lit up. A barrier, a formation, and a halo emerged from him. The shock wave hit Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense, and the two went into a deadlock. Roar! Senior Melon Eater's battle cry had become fiercer. As he roared, the shock wave released from his dagger became stronger and stronger. The louder his roar, the stronger his attack. Ha! Sage Monarch Winter Melon shouted loudly, maintaining his unbreakable defense. Even though his body was forced backwards under the power of the shock waves, his unbreakable defense remained standing. As for the scene of the battle after that, it continued on the same way. Senior Melon Eater, ROAR, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, HAH. Senior Melon Eater roared even louder. ROAR, Sage Monarch Winter Melon grit his teeth. Ha! Ha! Senior Melon Eater roared like there was no tomorrow. Roar! Sage Monarch Winter Melon was not ready to be outdone. Ha! 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 The attack power entirely depends on the roar. It was the same for the defense, it now relied on the loudness of his roar. The louder his roar, the stronger his attack power. Similarly, the louder the roar, the more unbreakable the defense. If it were not for the two parties exuding 8th stage level pressure, the sage seals floating around their bodies, and the terrifying energy being released, the reporters would really doubt that these two were actually 8th stage profound sages. In all honesty, the scene of this battle was truly inferior to the one Saber to decide everything match between profound sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Previously, the scene from when profound sage Tyrannical Song made his move shook everyone. The sky filled with flames enveloped the entire area, and wherever he went, the vegetation would dry up, the streams would disappear, the water would evaporate, and the sky would appear to be burning. On the other hand, Senior Melon Eater was just increasing the strength of the shock waves generated from his dagger through his roars. From the beginning to the end, the actions of the two profound sages had not changed. Actually, Sage Monarch Melon Eater was very powerful. However, he and Sage Monarch Winter Melon were not truly in a duel. He was merely testing out Sage Monarch Winter Melon's path of defense. As such, he controlled his attacks and slowly strengthening them instead of going out all at once. He did so not to break Winter Melon's defenses right away. This led to the scene that the reporters were witnessing. Senior Melon Eater praised, "Winter Melon, you have indeed grown up. Your path of defense is stronger than I thought." "Senior, thank you for the compliment," Sage Monarch Winter Melon replied. Senior Melon Eater said gravely, "However, it ends here. I already have a grasp of how strong your defense is. Take on my next move." Sage Monarch Winter Melon also said gravely, "Senior Melon Eater, please advise." Senior Melon Eater slowly raised his horsetail whisk and covered his dagger with it. When he combines the horsetail whisk and the dagger, it transformed into a large hand cannon. Super Whisk Cannon. Roar! Senior Melon Eater opened his mouth and started roaring again. This time, the blast from the dagger became even more terrifying and concentrated. Boom! In just one shot, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's lifebound magical treasure giant shield, Western Holy Light System enhancing techniques, Holy Night Halo, and Daoist indestructible body of the Buddha were destroyed. His armor intent barely withstood the attack. But at this time, the roar of Senior Melon Eater became even louder. Arr. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's roar grew louder again, and Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense appears to no longer be able to hold on, the reporters thought to themselves. The battle had already reached this point, and they had basically figured out the attacks of Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Whenever he increased the volume of his roar, his attack power would rise to the next level. And, as expected, the power of Senior Melon Eater's Super Whisk Cannon increased by another 30%. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's armor intent was finally unable to resist. It burst into pieces, and the sage's body was knocked down and thrown back. The reporters immediately recorded this precious scene. Although this Super Whisk Cannon's shot was not domineering, its power was of a similar grade as profound Sage Tyrannical Song's heaven-burning flaming saber technique. It could also break the defenses of Sage Monarch Winter Melon in a single hit. Now, it's time for Sage Monarch Winter Melon to show his final defense. All the reporters thought in their hearts. Honestly speaking, the battle between the two profound sages had no suspense. As expected, Sage Monarch Winter Melon activated his final defense after the armor intent was burst apart. Ha! Senior Melon Eater, look at my absolute defense, Iron Fortress. Please advise me. Ha! Ha! Sage Monarch Winter Melon roared loudly. The phantom of the Iron Fortress emerged to protect his body. Interesting, you actually combined the defenses of the West's Holy Knight system and Cultivation system into this technique, the Iron Fortress. On the path of defense, you are already a master. Let me try out your strongest defense, ROAAR, Senior Melon Eater roared again. Senior, then let's continue. Ha! Sage Monarch Winter Melon also shouted. Next, the scene was a showdown to see who roared louder. To be honest, this scene looks quite boring, the reporters secretly thought. It was a battle between profound sages, something rare to see even in 1,000 years, but a trace of disappointment couldn't help but grow in their hearts. They felt that a battle among two profound sages shouldn't be so monotonous. Actually, if they had nothing to compare it with, then they might not be thinking this way. If not for profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon's battle that took place earlier, perhaps they would have been very excited to watch this roar battle between the two profound sages. Roar. Ha. 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 The sounds coming from the two profound sages went on, but the scene of the battle was now shrouded in golden light. The reporters were no longer able to see the figures of the two profound sages and couldn't distinguish them apart. They could only vaguely judge the battle according to the loud roars coming from both sides, and it seemed that Sage Monarch Melon Eater had begun to prevail. They could tell from Sage Monarch Winter Melon's shouts that he was now short of breath. Was Sage Monarch Winter Melon's defense no longer going to be able to hold on? Or was it his voice that was no longer able to bear it? In this battle where one's roar decided the victory, one's voice was an extremely important weapon. I really hope that this mode of battle would change to something else, several reporters thought to themselves. Frankly, they couldn't stand listening to the two profound sages roaring like this, their minds were slowly breaking down. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand this kind of battle wherein their strength entirely depended on their voices. Senior Melon Eater, who was roaring loudly, suddenly started coughing. Cough, 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 what's going on? Senior Melon Eater's voice echoed. At the same time, the golden shock wave covering the entire place quickly dissipated. Senior Melon Eater had unexpectedly stopped his attack. The dual location had already transformed into a giant pit. At the center of that giant pit were Melon Eater and Winter Melon. Sage Monarch Winter Melon was not in good shape right now. His iron fortress was already full of cracks, and looked like it would crumble at any moment. Meanwhile, Senior Melon Eater was coughing violently, his state appeared to be even worse. Having already reached such a realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to start coughing just because of roaring too much. Moreover, even if you were to take one step back and forget that, it was also impossible for someone at Senior Melon Eater's level to become unable to control their attack just because of coughing. Is there something wrong with Senior Melon Eater? The reporters' hearts moved as they looked anxiously towards Profound Sage Melon Eater. Profound Sage Melon Eater must have definitely been affected by something that caused him to start coughing violently and become unable to control his attacks. In the middle of the giant dueling pit, Sage Monarch Melon Eater was still coughing, and looked extremely uncomfortable. "Senior Melon Eater, are you okay?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon yelled. Was it possible that Senior Melon Eater was already wounded, yet still used a secret technique to come over and keep his promise? Sage Monarch Winter Melon's heart felt restless. Cough, 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 strange, cough, cough, I'm fine, but, halfway through his words, Sage Monarch Melon Eater suddenly tilted his head and assumed a strange pose. Then, he slowly fell backwards, and as he fell to the ground, he suddenly shouted, "Aya!" It was a familiar male voice that rose and fell in tone, switching between the 4 Chinese tones. After the scream, Sage Monarch Melon Eater twitched a bit and died. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, all the reporters, this scene was familiar. They remembered that not long ago, when Profound Sage Tyrannical Song had been showing his divinity, the virtuous empress above his head, who had been filled with dignity a moment ago, suddenly issued the same scream, fell to the ground, and died. Sage Monarch Winter Melon and the journalists present immediately figured out what had happened. Senior Melon Eater had used a secret technique to borrow Hu Beidong's Light of Virtue to ignore the limitations of space and directly teleport from Mount Hua to temporarily manifest here. However, Sage Monarch Melon Eater ended up not borrowing Hu Beidong's Light of Virtue. So, whose Light of Virtue did he end up borrowing? Everyone had been wondering about this, but the answer finally appeared. The truth was now clear. Sage Monarch Melon Eater had borrowed Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's Light of Virtue. The only mystery was why his Light of Virtue was left at the scene. Could it have been leftovers from the duel between Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage Monarch Winter Melon? When Sage Monarch Melon Eater could no longer keep control of his body and fell to the ground, dying, inside the inner world, Song Shuhang and others' black screen live broadcast had resumed. It was just that the live broadcast was no longer in bird's eye view, but from the perspective of Sage Monarch Melon Eater instead. At this time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater was seeing things through a small slit that seemed to be from his eyes being slightly open. This allowed him to secretly look at the reactions of everyone present. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16 said, "Just as we guessed, Sage Monarch Melon Eater used the Light of Virtue you left on the scene. I wasn't doing anything but was unjustly implicated." Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure blinked, and said, "Are we looking at the outside from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's perspective? Does that mean that Sage Monarch Melon Eater is currently lying on the ground? Could he have been beaten down by Sage Monarch Winter Melon?" Song Shuhang thought of his virtuous Lamia's hobby, and when he saw what appeared to be a peeping scene, he immediately guessed the correct answer. Song Shuhang said, "I'm afraid he wasn't beaten down, but rather started acting out according to the virtuous Lamia's hobby of lying on the ground and pretending to be dead." It was quite amusing seeing the powerful Senior Melon Eater lying down on the ground and pretending to be dead in the middle of the battle. Letting others also have a taste of such a kind of embarrassment allowed Song Shuhang to unexpectedly feel better about it. At the same time, Song Shuhang's will moved. The body of the virtuous Lamia appeared behind him. Because of the several times when she had been blasted apart today, the virtuous Lamia appeared quite small this time. She was only half the size of Song Shuhang. After she appeared, her eyes fell on Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was beside Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly felt uncomfortable. It was a divine weapon, and not a prop to perform the sword swallowing with, all right? It also had its own dignity. Song Shuhang loudly asked, "Is Sage Monarch Melon Eater playing dead?" It was weird to ask one's own Light of Virtue questions, but Song Shuhang's light of virtue was a little different. The virtuous Lamia crooked her head. She seemed to be unable to understand Song Shuhang's problem. When she crooked her head, her eyes were still staring at Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang sighed. At the foot of the spiritual mountain. After about 10 seconds, Sage Monarch Melon Eater got up from the ground and patted his body, feeling very embarrassed. What had he done just now? Why did I suddenly go crazy, start screaming, fall to the ground, and play dead? I've lost my dignity. Winter Melon, let's continue, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said gravely. The secret technique was going to reach its time limit soon. He should end the battle with a single move to re-establish some of his dignity. Sage Monarch Winter Melon worriedly asked, Senior Melon Eater, are you fine? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, rest assured, I'm in great shape. I merely lost some control just now. Anyway, the secret technique's going to reach its time limit soon. Let's finish this quickly. Since his senior said so, Winter Melon could only nod in agreement. Taking the opportunity, Sage Monarch Winter Melon had recondensed and restored his Iron Fortress. Sage Monarch Melon Eater waved his hand, and put away his horsetail whisk and dagger. Now that he'd decided to end the duel with a single move, he had to at least show some of his true skills. Omnipresent and awe-inspiring dignity that is said to protect the universe, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said gently as his sage seal loomed around his body. The light of virtue grew brighter and more dazzling, making it impossible to see Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Winter Melon wore a serious face. He knew that Senior Melon Eater's next move would end the duel. This move was also the final test of his path of defense. Come, Senior. Let me prove the limits of my path of defense to you. The spirits of the reporters were raised. The battle was finally no longer in the attack power entirely depending on the roaring mode. The reporters could also see that the next move was going to be the end of the duel. I am afraid that the next strike from Senior Melon Eater will be no weaker than Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's heaven-burning flaming saber technique from before. Could it possibly be even stronger? Everyone on the scene thought. Even Song Shuhang and the others inside the inner world thought so. Sage Monarch Melon Eater calmly said, Virtuous, Giant Sun. His voice, which was transmitted through the Sage Seal, shook everyone's hearts. In the next moment, the light of virtue on his body turned into an actual giant sun, very dazzling to the eye. That giant sun swelled and rolled toward Sage Monarch Winter Melon. With just a single touch, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's strongest defense, the Iron Fortress, already began to quickly shrink, and some of it was even melting. It's finally over. The eyes of all the reporters were bright. Melon Eater was indeed worthy of being an old and experienced profound sage. This move was extremely powerful, and it wasn't any weaker than Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's heaven-burning flaming saber technique. It even felt slightly stronger. Just in this fashion, Sage Monarch Winter Melon's Iron Fortress melted away. The rolling sun rays approached Sage Monarch Winter Melon before stopping an inch away from him. I lost. Sage Monarch Winter Melon closed his eyes as even he had no way of directly looking at Sage Monarch Melon Eater's giant sun form. You've already done a good job. Your Iron Fortress could last for about 3 breaths under my virtuous giant sun. It's much stronger than I expected. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's voice sounded out. In the next moment, that giant sun began to shrink, and the light of virtue that filled the sky had returned. Sage Monarch Melon Eater continued, it's just that your Iron Fortress still has a lot to improve on. While the time limit of the secret technique has still not been reached, I'll transmit some things to you. What Melon Eater wanted to transmit was the shortcomings of Sage Monarch Winter Melon's Iron Fortress. As these could be considered to be Winter Melon's weak points, it naturally couldn't be heard by outsiders. Therefore, he used a secret sound transmission technique to tell Sage Monarch Winter Melon of his shortcomings. After a long while, Sage Monarch Winter Melon thanked Senior Melon Eater with a bow. Senior, thank you for your guidance. There's no need for such politeness between the two of us. Profound Sage Melon Eater nodded with satisfaction. At this time, his dignity had recovered quite a bit. The image and style of an otherworldly expert had returned. Profound Sage Melon Eater gently said, "Your path of defense is very good, keep going. I hope I can see you becoming a tribulation transcender one day, and perhaps even, someone who can make his path perfect." After Winter Melon's potential was affirmed by his senior, his eyes exuded even greater confidence. In tonight's appointed duel, what he needed the most, was this affirmation from Senior Melon Eater. With this sentence from Senior Melon Eater, he was even more confident that he could go further on the path of defense. Then, we shall meet again in the future. Profound Sage Melon Eater made a hand seal, and prepared to cancel the secret technique. Profound Sage Melon Eater said, "Let's go." After that, a few seconds passed. Profound Sage Melon Eater still maintained the same posture of activating a hand seal. A distant reporter loudly asked, "Has Senior Melon Eater left?" "But his virtuous body is still there," another reporter wondered aloud. Winter Melon curiously asked, "Senior Melon Eater?" At this time, Profound Sage Melon Eater made another hand seal, and solemnly said, "Let's go." Several seconds flew by once again. Yet, Profound Sage Melon Eater had yet to disappear. Shiet, the secret technique can't be cancelled. Melon Eater's heart became restless. Ever since the moment he suddenly went crazy, screamed uncontrollably, fell to the ground, and pretended to be dead, Sage Monarch Melon Eater had had an uneasy feeling in his heart. And now, the reason for this uneasiness had finally shown itself. Come on. He tried to cancel the secret technique one last time. But unfortunately, as before, there was no sign of the secret technique getting cancelled at all. The time limit of the secret technique had clearly passed. Normally, even if he were to not actively cancel the technique, it would have already deactivated on its own. Yet now, there seemed to be no way for him to cancel the secret technique. It appeared like he was trapped in this body of virtue. Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked, "Senior Melon Eater, are you all right?" Melon Eater sighed, stopped making hand seals, and said, "There seems to be a problem with my secret technique. After attaching myself to this body of virtue, I can't seem to be able to get out of it." Sage Monarch Winter Melon, after a while. Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked, "Senior Melon Eater, what are we going to do then? Will the secret technique run out by itself when it reaches a certain time limit?" The time limit of the secret technique has already passed. Melon Eater's heart was filled with great sadness. Sage Monarch Winter Melon was silent for a while, and then tried to ask, "Senior Melon Eater, is there any way I can help you?" Melon Eater smiled bitterly as he said, "I guess there's only a single way. If the secret technique could not be cancelled even after the time limit had passed, there was only one way to cancel this virtuous possession secret technique. That was to get Winter Melon to help him crush this virtuous body. As long as the virtuous body was destroyed, the secret technique would naturally be cancelled. However, using such a method to disappear was truly something that Senior Melon Eater did not want to use. After all, he had just recovered his dignity with much difficulty. And there was another very serious problem. Winter Melon specialized in the path of defense. Nearly all of the magical techniques, holy lights, runes, and magical treasures he used were for defense. So, Winter Melon's attack power was slightly lacking. It was said that after one's strength reached the 8th stage profound stage level, they would be able to bring about terrifying might and move mountains and seas with a single strike. However, when it came to profound sages, this was something very basic. Winter Melon's attack power may as well be the weakest out of all the 8th stage profound sages. With his attack power, how long would it take before the virtuous body could explode? Perhaps it would take hundreds of attacks. And, wouldn't that mean that he would have to stand still, give up defending, and let Winter Melon violently attack him over 100 times? Just thinking about it caused Melon Eater's heart to feel greatly stifled. Senior Melon Eater gritted his teeth and said, "Come, Winter Melon. I'm ready." Winter Melon said gravely, "Just leave it to me, Senior." After saying that, he took out his life-bound magical treasure, the giant golden shield. He then stretched out his hand towards the life-bound magical treasure and restored it back to its golden greatsword form. After that, in order to increase his attack power, he began to activate some supplementary techniques and Holy Knight skills. Certain magical techniques could increase both defense and attack. Examples of this would be those magical techniques that increase one's energy or strength of the body. Within the Holy Knight skills, there was a magical technique that would increase his power output for a short period of time. These magical techniques were all known by Sage Monarch Winter Melon. The eyes of the reporters around them brightened up. They originally thought that the second battle between sages tonight had already come to an end. They didn't expect that there would still be some juicy stuff that would take place after the main battle. Sage Monarch Winter Melon, who insisted on treading the path of defense, was unexpectedly going to launch an attack. This was truly a big surprise. In fact, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was still someone who could attack. When he was a pure practitioner of the West's Holy Knight system and had yet to decide on specializing in the path of defense, he had learned the Holy Sword of Judgment technique. At this time, in order to cancel Senior Melon Eater's secret technique, he used precisely the technique he was best at, the Holy Sword of Judgment technique. Holy Sword of Judgment, cross/. Sage Monarch Winter Melon's body leaped up high as he raised his sword with both hands, slashing out a textbook-perfect cross/. A gigantic cross-shaped sword light was slashed out from his golden greatsword. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's fingers twitched for an instant. He had instinctively wanted to fight back. There was nothing that could be done about this. When Winter Melon was attacking, the openings were simply too big. When launched the cross/, Sage Monarch Melon Eater saw nearly 100 gaps. He only needed to lightly strike out once to bring down Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Fortunately, Senior Melon Eater was able to keep himself from attacking. He simply closed his eyes and let Sage Monarch Winter Melon's attack fall on him. Boom! In the end, Winter Melon was still a profound sage, and the sword he slashed out could indeed move the earth and shake mountains. At the foot of the spiritual mountain, another giant pit had appeared where Senior Melon Eater was standing. The sky was filled with dust and Sage Monarch Melon Eater sighed faintly. As expected, Winter Melon's attack was quite weak. Although it might have looked like a strong sword move, it did not hurt him much at all. At least another 70 moves would be needed for his virtuous body to be destroyed. In other words, he had to stand still and let himself be bombarded by Winter Melon for another 70 moves. Well, there was nothing that could be done about it. Sage Monarch Winter Melon also knew that his attack power was insufficient, but this was the path he chose. He simply preferred defending over attacking. However, in order to allow Sage Monarch Melon Eater to leave quickly and to avoid letting the reporters see Senior Melon Eater getting violated like that, Winter Melon could only speed up his attacks. At the same time, he intentionally made it so that each strike brought with it a huge smokescreen effect and had everything shrouded in light to conceal Senior Melon Eater's figure. The Holy Light cuts apart the evil, the Holy Light 13 strike combos, the Holy Light breaks the evil. Sage Monarch Winter Melon frantically launched a combo. Sword Light burst out. For a time, the foot of the spiritual mountain was filled with sword chi and holy light. Boom! 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 If one were to only look at the light effects and the explosions, the momentum that came from Winter Melon's crazy attacks was even comparable to profound Sage Tyrannical Song's heaven-burning flaming saber technique and Sage Monarch Melon Eater's virtuous giant sundae, as expected of an 8th stage profound sage. Many of the reporters had such a thought. Even someone like Sage Monarch Winter Melon, who was so set on the path of defense, was unexpectedly capable of exploding out with such terrifying power. After 78 attacks, Sage Monarch Winter Melon stopped swinging the great sword. In the front, Sage Monarch Melon Eater smiled at him with compassion. "You did a good job, Winter Melon," Sage Monarch Melon Eater said softly as he reached out to lightly pat Winter Melon's shoulder. In the next moment, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body dissipated and turned into light particles. Finally, the secret techniques had been cancelled. "Thank you," Sage Monarch Winter Melon expressed his gratitude. What a moving scene. It even made one feel like tearing up. If this shot were to be taken out of context, it would seem as if Senior Melon Eater was giving Sage Monarch Winter Melon his final blessings before dissipating. "Take care, Senior Melon Eater," the reporter from the Daily Cultivator said. "Take care, Senior Melon Eater," several other reporters also said respectfully. Sage Monarch Melon Eater, whose body had already mostly turned into light particles, turned his head, glanced at the reporters, and smiled at them. His smile revealed great compassion and kindness. Inside the inner world, Song Shuhang and others were finally able to breathe out a sigh of relief. "It's finally over," Song Shuhang sighed. They had been watching the live broadcast from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's view, and they saw him getting attacked with 78 sword strikes before being taken out. Just from watching, they were all able to feel the pain that Sage Monarch Melon Eater went through. Fortunately, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's tribulation had finally passed. Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Wait, could this be what Immortal Master Copper Trigram was referring to in his divination before? In a sense, the virtuous Lamia can be considered to be part of me. So, if we were to put things together, it would be as if I was possessed by Sage Monarch Melon Eater and ruthlessly beaten up by Sage Monarch Winter Melon, right?" Su Clan 16, "I feel that might be stretching it a bit." "That's true. I might be overthinking it, but if this scene doesn't count as me being beaten up by Sage Monarch Winter Melon, then that would mean that I really am the terminator of Senior Copper Trigram's shady divinations, which is very cool." Song Shuhang added, "Tonight's battle between the two sages is finally over. I only regret that we did not get to see what Sage Monarch Melon Eater looks like." Fortunately, a reporter from the Daily Cultivator was present. "Perhaps we can learn more about Sage Monarch Melon Eater tomorrow on the Daily Cultivator." As soon as Song Shuhang finished speaking, Sher suddenly exclaimed, Senior Brother Song," the picture on the screen changed again. The screen that showed the live broadcast and was already starting to become blurry, suddenly started to clear up again. "Song Shuhang, what happened? Don't tell me that Sage Monarch Melon Eater hasn't dissipated yet?" At the foot of the spiritual mountain, the reporter from the Daily Cultivator, Sage Monarch Winter Melon, and the others all froze once again. Senior Melon Eater, who they had already seen dissipating into light particles, began to condense again. In the next moment, his body formed again. Similar to before, he was still dressed in a Daoist robe while holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a dagger in the other. However, his face had changed. It was no longer a serious-looking man with a long beard, he had transformed into a young man with fine features and a kind face. Furthermore, his virtuous body had shrunk by half, and he was now only half the height he was previously. The reporter from the Daily Cultivator couldn't help but cry out, "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "The secret technique still hasn't been cancelled?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon, this light of virtue was indeed related to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Although the secret technique has yet to be cancelled, what we did before was clearly effective. I can feel that this virtuous body is much weaker than before. Senior Melon Eater raised his head and said to Winter Melon, "Come again." Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked cautiously, "Senior, are you Senior Melon Eater or Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "Of course I'm Melon Eater." "Tyrannical Song? What's this got to do with him?" Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded and said, I see, let's continue. Inside the inner world. Song Shuhang, he had a bad hunch as Sage Monarch Melon Eater had seemingly turned into him. What would happen next? Was there really going to be a scene of Sage Monarch Winter Melon beating up Tyrannical Song? At this time, without anyone noticing, behind Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia suddenly clasped her hands as she said lightly, Virtuous, Giant Sun. As Song Shuhang and the others were busy paying attention to the live broadcast, nobody noticed the changes that were happening to the virtuous Lamia behind them. Senior Copper Trigram's shady divinations are stronger than I thought. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, helpless. He thought that he had managed to put an end to Copper Trigram's shady divinations, becoming Song Super Awesome Shuhang. However, it seemed that Copper Trigram still got the last laugh in the end, and he was the same as before, Song Not So Awesome Shuhang. In the live broadcast, Profound Sage Melon Eater, who had shrunk by an entire size and was now wearing Song Shuhang's face, had no choice but to stand still and get beaten black and blue by Sage Monarch Winter Melon. Perhaps tomorrow, this scene would be published by the reporters and spread throughout the cultivation world. Song Shuhang sighed and said, I wonder how the Daily Cultivator will deal with the events that took place today. Will they first publish the story of a profound Sage Tyrannical Song beating up Sage Monarch Winter Melon? Or would they first publish the story of a profound Sage Winter Melon beating up Sage Monarch Melon Eater? As he was talking, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong taking place behind him. As such, he turned around. The next moment, he was blinded. Behind him, the virtuous Lamia had turned into a dazzling giant sun. The golden light of virtue was shining so brightly that made it impossible for him to see, thus causing Song Shuhang to be suddenly blinded. Wasn't this the same sure-kill technique that Sage Monarch Melon Eater had used? This technique was not only powerful, but it also had the solar flare effect of blinding people's eyes. How could the virtuous Lamia have learned this move? Song Shuhang hurriedly said, Stop right away. The move was too powerful, and it was not inferior to the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that he and Scarlet Heaven Sword had slashed out together. If he were to let the virtuous Lamia continue using the virtuous giant sun, only God knows what would happen. After Song Shuhang gave the order, the growth of the virtuous giant sun the virtuous Lamia had created slowly came to a stop, ending up as a small sun with a diameter of 2 meters. The rays of light on the sun fluctuated, making it look like it could explode at any moment. Su Clan 16, Sure, and Little Kai all slowly backed away from the virtuous Lamia. Cancel the virtuous giant sun first, Song Shuhang ordered. Within the little sun, the virtuous Lamia's figure twisted slowly. After about 3 breaths of time, the round and blinding little sun slowly vanished. After that, the virtuous Lamia tilted her head and looked at Song Shuhang. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye made her look charming even when she was acting stupid. Song Shuhang asked, Did you learn how to use virtuous giant sun after watching Sage Monarch Melon Eater just now? However, a profound sage's sure-kill technique such as that wasn't like broadcast gymnastics. How in the world did she learn it so fast? Or, could it be that the virtuous Lamia originally knew the technique and she remembered about it after seeing Sage Monarch Melon Eater use it? The virtuous Lamia did not tilt her head to look cute once again. After hearing the name Virtuous Giant Sun, she stretched out her hands and rubbed her temples vigorously. Could she be thinking? Song Shuhang's eyes brightened. He tried to roll his tongue to call out a name in the language of the ancient era, fairy #. He had recently learned a few more phrases in the language of the ancient era, so he was now able to roll his tongue more naturally. However, this was the first time he tried to pronounce the name of the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang hoped that he could stimulate her by calling out her name. Unfortunately, when he got to the last syllable, his tongue wasn't rolled correctly, so he ended up mispronouncing her name. The virtuous Lamia raised her head and stared silently at Song Shuhang, her eyes seemed to have brightened up. Was she finally going to experience some sort of change? Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 stared nervously at the virtuous Lamia. At this time, gentle background music suddenly started coming from the virtuous Lamia. She opened her mouth, and in conjunction with the gentle music, she slowly said, "Even if I forget your name, forget your appearance, I will never forget you. I've accompanied you in your past dreams, so I shall continue accompanying you in the future." Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16 asked, "What's she trying to say?" Loli Sure replied, "She should be reciting a line from a movie I watched recently. It sounds quite familiar." The monster bird Little Kai said, "Teacher, did you mispronounce her name?" Song Shuhang said, "Seems like it. I should have mispronounced the last syllable. But the pronunciation for that syllable is too weird, my tongue simply won't curl the way I want it to." Su Clan 16 said, "Can't you try calling out her name again?" The state of the virtuous Lamia was too weird. As such, Su Clan 16 hoped in her heart that the relationship between the Lamia and Song Shuhang would become clearer for the benefit of everyone. Song Shuhang rolled his tongue again and tried to call out her name, fairy hashtag. No, it's wrong again. The eyes of the virtuous Lamia narrowed. She reacted. Sure was sharp-eyed and noticed that while Song Shuhang was reciting the first half of the virtuous Lamia's name in the ancient language, her expression was rapidly changing. "Senior brother Song, perhaps she'll change when you recite her name correctly?" Sure said again. Song Shuhang rubbed his cheeks. After that, he tried again several times, but every time, he ended up failing at the last syllable. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly and said, "If I continue, I'm afraid I'll forget modern Mandarin as well, her name is simply too strange." While he was talking, the virtuous Lamia, who was in front of him, suddenly moved. She raised her head and stared at the live broadcast. In the live broadcast, profound Sage Melon Eater had been shattered once again under the laborious strikes of Sage Monarch Winter Melon. However, just like before, after his virtuous body got shattered, he soon came back. He was now half the size of how big he previously was, making him only a quarter as big as the original. Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked, "Senior Melon Eater, do you want me to come at you again?" Profound Sage Melon Eater, it seemed that each time he was taken down he would become half the size he previously was. It looked like a few more deaths would release him from the secret technique. But who really knew how many times he was going to be halved? It could be 10 times? Or even 100 times? "No, you don't have to come at me again," Senior Melon Eater said slowly. Sage Monarch Winter Melon asked, "Is it really fine not to deal with the secret technique?" Melon Eater replied, "I've thought about it, and I've decided to bring this virtuous body straight back to where my main body is. I need to take a closer look at what this virtuous body exactly is. Perhaps I can learn something useful from it." Melon Eater had already been stuck in the profound sage realm for a long time. He had thought that there was no longer any hope for him to reach the next realm, but now, he seemed to have found new hope. Perhaps this was his chance. But, he had to make haste. His main body was still at Mount Hua, which was a fair distance away from here. Although possessing the virtuous body secret technique was convenient, if the secret method was not cancelled in time, there could be quite the dangerous after-effects. This was why he originally had wanted to deal with the secret technique and return quickly. But now, he changed his mind. He decided to directly return to his main body while in the virtuous body and study it. It no longer mattered if there were dangerous after-effects. If this research could take him one step further toward the tribulation transcender realm, then it would be worth suffering those strong after-effects. Melon Eater said gravely, "I don't have much time, Winter Melon, continue treading forward on your own path. We shall meet again if fate wills it." Sage Monarch Winter Melon nodded and said, "All right. Take care, Senior Melon Eater." Profound Sage Melon Eater smiled slightly, then the virtuous body stood up, and flew towards the sky. He flew and flew. He flew past mountains, past grasslands. But then, he felt that something was wrong. Strange, have I been flying in the wrong direction? Inside the inner world. Song Shuhang, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's flight was indeed quite problematic. After going around in a circle, he flew straight toward Song Shuhang and the others before arriving right before the entrance to the inner world. Needless to say, it must be due to the influence of the virtuous Lamia. Soon, Sage Monarch Melon Eater descended to the ground. He stood where Song Shuhang and the others used to be when they entered the inner world. However, he had no way of entering the inner world and could only go around it. Sure asked, "Senior Brother Song, do we let him in?" Song Shuhang shook his head. The inner world was his most important secret. As he and Sage Monarch Melon Eater were unfamiliar with each other, he naturally couldn't let the other party in. Song Shuhang asked, "I'll go out and meet him. Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven, do you want to go with me?" Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Let me go, let me go. I'm telling you, I'm a divine weapon, I have dignity." The virtuous Lamia lifted her head, gulp sound could be heard as she swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang, well, it looked like there was no need to ask Scarlet Heaven Sword to come. As long as he brought the virtuous Lamia, Scarlet Heaven Sword had no choice but to accompany him out. Sage Monarch Melon Eater stood in place, and suddenly got a strange feeling. As such, he no longer continued hurrying around, and instead, stopped and waited silently. After a while, spatial fluctuations appeared before his eyes. Later, a handsome young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. Behind this young man was a light of virtue that had transformed into a Lamia. Sage Monarch Melon Eater immediately recognized the young man. The first sage in 1,000 years, profound Sage Tyrannical Song. After all, it was only the other day that the other party showed his divinity, and the content of his profound sage speech was also quite good. "Greetings, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater." Song Shuhang greeted profound Sage Melon Eater as the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group greeted each other. At the same time, the corners of his mouth twitched. Because at this moment, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's face looked just like his. "Greetings, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song." Sage Monarch Melon Eater replied. Afterward, he asked, "Did Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song lead me here?" Song Shuhang shook his head and said, "I didn't really lead Fellow Daoist here. It's just that when Fellow Daoist used his secret technique, you happened to descend on my light of virtue." Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "So that's the case. Then, Fellow Daoist, can you please take your virtue back?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly paused. Afterward, he reached out and groped around his chest, and eventually found and brought out a divinatory bamboo stick. This divinatory bamboo stick of Sage Monarch Melon Eater's was similar to his dagger and horsetail whisk. Even if he was here in the form of a virtuous body, it was able to follow him. It seemed like it was a special treasure of his. Song Shuhang was quite allergic to divinations nowadays. So, when he saw Sage Monarch Melon Eater suddenly pull out the divinatory bamboo stick, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It couldn't be that Sage Monarch Melon Eater was someone who could also divine fate, right? Thinking of the pronunciation of the name, Melon Eater, Chi Gua, and looking for its homonyms, one could actually find that it was homonyms with Divination Eater, Chi Gua, Scarlet Divination, Chi Gua, Delayed Divination, Chi Gua, and other similar words. If Sage Monarch Melon Eater wants to divine my fate, then I will definitely have to refuse. Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, after Sage Monarch Melon Eater brought out the divinatory bamboo stick, he didn't seem to plan on divining anything at all, as he merely stared blankly at the bamboo stick. A few moments later, a string of runes seemed to have appeared on the divinatory bamboo stick. As the runes couldn't be seen clearly from Song Shuhang's perspective, he didn't know what they meant. Could it be that Sage Monarch Melon Eater was making a divination for himself? However, when it came to divinations, wasn't it said that one could divine the heavens and the earth, but should never divine one's own fate? As Song Shuhang was lost in thought, Sage Monarch Melon Eater raised his head and frowned. Song Shuhang probed, "Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, has something happened?" "Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, please give me a few minutes," Sage Monarch Melon Eater said as he brought out his dagger and began carving something on the ground. He carved a table of codes. After he finished carving the codes, Sage Monarch Melon Eater held the divinatory bamboo stick and looked at it while gazing at the table of codes to find the matching words. Sage Monarch Melon Eater murmured, "The first rune is the word, the second rune is the word, the third rune is the word, the fourth rune is the word, and the last rune shows a punctuation mark. Altogether, it comes out as right now." Song Shuhang, Sage Monarch Melon Eater was conducting a divination. Right now? What does this mean? Sage Monarch Melon Eater was lost in thought. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, are you trying to conduct a divination regarding yourself? Could it be that you're also a fortune teller?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater shook his head. "No, I'm not a fortune teller. This divinatory bamboo stick is it's simply something that I won from a strange fellow Daoist a very long time ago." "You won it?" Song Shuhang wondered. A divinatory bamboo stick could actually be obtained through winning? Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "Yeah, at that time, that strange fellow Daoist wanted a treasure I had with me. I naturally didn't want to give it to him, so he and I ended up making a bet. And the result was that he lost the bet, so he ended up giving me this divinatory bamboo stick. After that, he also gave me a table of codes for a divination. Looking back at it now, that strange fellow Daoist seems to have intentionally given me this divinatory bamboo stick. This divinatory bamboo stick was supposed to be hidden on his main body. However, just a moment ago, he had felt something weird, and when he touched his chest, he actually found that this divinatory bamboo stick was on his virtuous body. This divinatory bamboo stick was definitely not ordinary. But, what is right now supposed to mean?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater sighed, and said, "This is why I hate those secretive fortune tellers the most. They want to convey a message, but only say a part of it, and leave out the rest. It's actually like they want you to feel constipated. It's like they really want to give people a headache by saying mysterious things." Song Shuhang, when it came to this, Immortal Master Copper Trigram really counted as someone with a good conscience in the divination world, as his divinations had always been very clear. Regardless of whether it was an auspicious divination or an ominous one, and even when it came to the content, he never concealed part of it. Song Shuhang asked, "Is there nothing else that can be found through this divination?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater shook his head, and handed the divinatory bamboo stick to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang reached out, took the divinatory stick, and looked at it all over. He flipped it over again and again, and eventually showed it to Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang asked, "Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven, can you figure anything out from this thing?" "I never delved into divinations," Scarlet Heaven Sword replied. "It was just a divine weapon." "What kind of weird weapon would it become if it were to study divinations?" Song Shuhang nodded, and prepared to return the divinatory stick to Sage Monarch Melon Eater. But right at this time, the virtuous Lamia suddenly reached out and grabbed the divinatory stick in his hand. The virtuous Lamia actually reacted to the divinatory bamboo stick. She was really active today. Who knew? Perhaps she was going to undergo a change. As he thought to this point, Song Shuhang handed over the divinatory stick to the Lamia. Sage Monarch Melon Eater also curiously looked at the virtuous Lamia. This light of virtue of profound sage Tyrannical Song was indeed somewhat odd. The virtuous Lamia clutched the divinatory stick, and similarly looked at it from all angles. After that, she opened her mouth. Crunch crunch, she took a bite from the divinatory stick as if it were a chocolate bar, and then continued to eat it. After finishing it, she licked her lips, wishing she could eat another one. Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Song Shuhang, I was actually stupid enough to expect something useful to come from the virtuous Lamia again. Now that the divinatory stick has been eaten, how am I supposed to compensate Senior Melon Eater? Even at first glance, that stick was clearly not ordinary. As Song Shuhang was in thought, the virtuous Lamia suddenly twisted her snake waist, and went beside Sage Monarch Melon Eater. After that, she stretched out her hand and pressed down on Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. Sage Monarch Melon Eater was confused. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a weak sensation overcome his body. Right after that, the secret technique seemed to have been cancelled. His virtuous body had changed back into light of virtue, and returned to the body of the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia that had shrunk due to having been crushed several times quickly recovered to her original size. Sage Monarch Melon Eater called out, "Please wait. At least let me figure out what right now means. Please give me a little bit more time." He felt that the divination was likely to be related to profound Sage Tyrannical Song's strange light of virtue. Unfortunately, the virtuous Lamia didn't give him any opportunity to figure anything out at all. With the secret technique having been forcibly lifted and the light of virtue scattered, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's consciousness returned to his main body. Over at the distant Mount Hua, the eyes of a Daoist priest, who was holding a dagger and a horsetail whisk, opened, and his face appeared to be slightly pale. The secret technique lasted quite a bit longer, but fortunately, the after-effects weren't that strong. He stretched out his hand, took out a medicinal pill, and swallowed it, all in one go. When he took out the medicinal pill, a divinatory bamboo stick fell from his chest. Sage Monarch Melon Eater bent over and picked up the divinatory bamboo stick. On the divinatory stick, there was a string of runes. As before, the translation of the runes was "right now." So, what exactly does this mean? Sage Monarch Melon Eater's liver started hurting. Right now. If taken literally, it should point towards either when he had met profound Sage Tyrannical Song's light of virtue or profound Sage Tyrannical Song himself. What had happened when they met? Well, it seems that I have to get in touch with profound Sage Tyrannical Song again, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said in his heart. He felt that his hope of becoming a tribulation transcender might lie with profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Just now, this divinatory bamboo stick had undoubtedly reacted to either profound Sage Tyrannical Song or his light of virtue. As he thought about this, Sage Monarch Melon Eater stood up and hurriedly flew away. After he took off into the air, Sage Monarch Melon Eater revealed his true body. And so, the figure of a huge whale appeared in the night sky. He was not a human practitioner, but rather a giant whale monster practitioner that had the blood of a divine beast flowing in his veins. Furthermore, his body was actually more or less the size of an island. In addition, below his body, he had strong clawed paws. His entire body was covered with a layer of hard-scale armor too, causing him to look very powerful. After he transformed back into his true form, Sage Monarch Melon Eater used a movement technique to quickly fly onwards. Meanwhile, on the other side, the virtuous Lamia recovered to her usual self, and Song Shuhang even faintly felt that his power of virtue had increased. Perhaps when the Lamia took back Sage Monarch Melon Eater's virtuous body, she had also taken some interest. After the virtuous Lamia recovered, her body integrated back into Song Shuhang's body. Even with Scarlet Heaven's sword in her belly, she could still integrate herself back into Song Shuhang's body. Just in this fashion, the matters of the night had come to an end. Su Clan 16 asked, "Where to next?" Song Shuhang said, "Sure, and little Kai can stay inside the inner world and have a good night's rest. I want to go back to my home in Wonzhou City, but it's already quite late. So, how about we look for a place to rest for the night first? Su Clan 16 suddenly said, I want to go look at the sea. Song Shuhang asked, look at the sea? Right now? Su Clan 16 responded, Alright, let's go see the sea, then. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone, had a look at the map, and said, Wenzhou is a city by the sea. If we go straight in this direction and everything goes smoothly, we should reach the seaside before dawn. The speed of the two was faster than expected. At around 3 a.m., they had already reached the beach. The two searched for a deserted part of the beach before quietly descending to the ground. 16 was in a good mood. She took off her sandals and walked barefoot on the soft sand. Her crystalline toes slightly sunk into the sand whenever she took a step. The sea breeze gently went by, slightly messing up her short hair. Song Shuhang followed behind her, with 16's sweet scent being brought to him by the wind. 7 said that he's begun to transcend his tribulation, 16 suddenly said. With Senior 7's strength, the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage definitely won't pose any difficulty to him. Even with the heavenly tribulation having become modern, Senior 7 will certainly have a way to deal with it, Song Shuhang responded with a smile. 16 nodded. Su Clan 7 claimed the title of the strongest in the 5th stage, relying on his saber to venture out into the world. With his strength, he should definitely be able to survive the heavenly tribulation of the 6th stage without a hitch. 16 crouched down, picked up a shell, and forcefully threw it into the sea. The shell, like an arrow just shot from a bow, pierced the waves, and ended up letting off a loud bam, as it crashed into the sea. It felt just like when a boulder was thrown into the water. 16 clapped off the sand on her hands, the corners of her mouth were raised as she stretched her waist. She suddenly said, Shuhang, let's go catch a fish. How about catching a big fish and bringing it back? Song Shuhang said, alright, how big of a fish should we catch? The bigger, the better, 16 said lightly. After saying that, she tossed her shoes over to the beach, and then started running towards the sea. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, kept her shoes inside the magical bracelet, and followed her closely. When Su Clan 16's little feet entered the sea, the water that flowed through her feet took the sand together with it. She leaped forward and dived into the water. Song Shuhang could only follow her. Hey 16, wait for me. Song Shuhang didn't expect Su Clan 16's diving ability to be so good. She was like a mermaid. Once she got into the water, her white and crystalline little feet swayed as she quickly swam to the distance. Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to take off his clothes and tried to catch up to her as fast as he could. 16 swam faster and faster, and dove deeper and deeper. She seemed to use a breath-holding technique as she quickly swam under the sea. After chasing her for a while, Song Shuhang temporarily paused. He still hadn't learned a breath-holding technique. Although there wasn't really a problem with him holding his breath for a long time with his strength of the 4th stage, holding his breath was still too uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had learned a small magical technique from Venerable White before, the turtle breathing technique. As such, he quickly drew a rune on the palm of his hand to apply the turtle breathing technique to himself. After that, he continued to follow behind 16, and dove deep towards the ocean floor. After diving for an unknown distance, 16 suddenly went behind a rock, and disappeared from Song Shuhang's sight. 16. Song Shuhang transmitted his voice to Su Clan 16 using the secret voice transmission technique. However, Su Clan 16 did not reply. Song Shuhang sped up and dove behind the reef. There, he saw Su Clan 16 sitting on the reef, her entire body floating as she swung her feet up and down. Her little face blushed. After she saw Song Shuhang arrive, she revealed a small smile. Song Shuhang asked, "Tired?" Su Clan 16 shook her head in reply. Song Shuhang carefully swam toward 16th side as he inquired, "Did you find some prey?" While they were talking. Whoosh, 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 Song Shuhang heard a strange sound. His eyes moved in the direction where the sound came from. As he looked into the distance, he faintly saw something that looked like a white dragon quickly pass by. Song Shuhang subconsciously exclaimed, "A dragon?" Su Clan 16 nodded. At this point, the white dragon had already traveled a fair distance. It continued to get further and further, and soon disappeared from Song Shuhang's sight. Song Shuhang said, "I didn't expect to see a white dragon here, we're quite lucky." Su Clan 16 grinned. After that, she pulled on Song Shuhang's sleeves and stood up. But halfway up, her body was swung by the current. "I can't move, swim with me on your back for a while," Su Clan 16 said. "Didn't you just say that you weren't tired?" Song Shuhang said with a smile. After that, he turned his body and placed Su Clan 16 on his back. "Humph!" Su Clan 16 snorted softly, and buried her head into Song Shuhang's shoulder. While on his back, she was looking in the direction where the white dragon had gone. Regarding this matter that involved the white dragon. Due to an agreement, she could not disclose it to Song Shuhang for the time being. As such, she could only keep it to herself for the time being. The white dragon was heading towards the Dragon King Palace. It wasn't fitting for Su Clan 16 to go there with her identity. After all, that place was a forbidden area of the Sea Clan. When the white dragon left, all the energy in her body had been brought with it, thus causing her to become so weak that she would pretty much be incapacitated for quite a while. Song Shuhang asked, "Should we head back to the shore?" Su Clan 16 replied, "No, we haven't caught a fish yet. Let's continue swimming around here for a while. Just wait for me to recover a bit, at that time, we'll catch a really, really big fish." Song Shuhang said, all right. A big fish it is then, the bigger, the better." Since 16 wanted a big fish, then that was what they had to look for. Large fish weren't uncommon on the ocean floor. It would be best if it had a great taste as well. Song Shuhang went and looked around to see if he could find any fish that was over a meter long. While Song Shuhang carried 16 on his back, he brought out the treasured Saber broken tyrant, and used it to move around on the ocean floor. 16 happily said, "Hurry, hurry, there's a fish that looks really big in the front." Song Shuhang, hold on tight. The treasured Saber broken tyrant sped up, and rushed towards the big fish that looked to be over a meter long. Though he didn't even know if that fish could be eaten, he just decided to catch it first before getting back to that issue. However, moving at the bottom of the ocean was not the same as moving on land. The ocean was the territory of the fish. As such, while Song Shuhang carried 16 on his back and chased after the fish, at some point, he suddenly lost track of it. "Never mind, we can just search for another big fish. At that time, should I directly slash out Saber Chi to get it?" Song Shuhang said while grinning. Su Clan 16 asked, "What's so interesting about that?" "It's more fun to catch a live fish." Song Shuhang said, "Then, I'll just use the Sage Seal's function to directly bind it. That will make it boring. It's fun to chase and catch it with your own hands. Anyway, it's not like we're in a hurry. We can afford to have some fun. Moreover, you can practice your saber riding technique while doing this," Su Clan 16 continued. "Hey, there's another big fish over there, hurry up." Without using cheats like Sword Intent, Saber Chi, or the Sage Seal, chasing fish was a really skill-demanding work. Su Clan 16 said, "Your saber riding technique is not flexible enough." Song Shuhang replied, "Heavens, it's because the saber riding technique you taught me, the Tyrannical Saber Flight, is a burst-type saber riding technique." Su Clan 16 said, "I guess you've got a point there." Song Shuhang said, "I'll try to chase it one more time. If it still doesn't work, we'll catch fish using another method. After 15 minutes. Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 were dumbfounded. The two had caught a really big fish. The fish was so damn huge that it looked as big as an island. Well, seriously speaking here, it couldn't really be considered a fish, as what they had caught was a mutated whale. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, so you were here catching fish. If I hadn't been careful there, I would have been caught by you. The huge whale let out a strange laugh. Song Shuhang looked at the whale, which was bigger than an island, with his heart feeling stifled. Who is this? As soon as I got to it, it actually recognized me, and it even looks like it's really familiar with me. Song Shuhang said, "Alright, 16. This fish should be big enough." Su Clan 16 responded, "A whale isn't a fish. Furthermore, it's too big to be stewed in a pot." Song Shuhang, giant whale, indeed, with it being of such a size, it definitely can't be stewed in a single pot. But that doesn't matter, it can be chopped up and partitioned to be stewed in several pots. You can steam half of it, and braise the other half. That would really bring out quite the fragrant smell. At this time, a silly voice suddenly came from the side. Song Shuhang, Su Clan 16, and the giant whale were all shocked, and quickly looked to the side. The giant whale, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, was especially shocked. With his strength at the 8th stage, someone was actually able to get this close and he didn't even notice. This was simply terrifying. When they turned their heads, at the side, they saw a scholar with a smirk on his face. His hair was in a mess, while his clothes were in disarray. He was also wearing only a single shoe. Nonetheless, there was a strong, immortal energy, surging from his body, which would let out terrifying waves from time to time. A 9th stage tribulation transcender. At this moment, the silly-looking scholar was drooling at the giant whale as he repeated, "Fragrant." Sage Monarch Melon Eater's scales all stood on ends. The other party's eyes were full of desire. It really looked like he wanted to cut Melon Eater up and make him into several pots of stew. Sage Monarch Melon Eater shouted, "Fellow Daoist, please don't mess around. My humble self goes by the name of Melon Eater. I follow the path of virtue and have a deep friendship with the scholarly faction. I even know a lot of scholars from the said faction." The scholarly faction? The silly-looking scholar tilted his head and fell into thought. The scholarly faction, scholarly faction. Huh. Sob, suddenly, the silly scholar laughed and cried as he ran away towards the distance. He was so powerful that the water couldn't hinder him at all. He charged forward and split the water in half. Wherever he ran, the sea would rise up, forming a path just for him. In this way, while he cried and made noise, the silly scholars went further and further, and he soon disappeared from the eyes of Song Shuhang and the others. Sage Monarch Melon Eater let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, it really felt like it was going to be cut up and made into stew. The Earth was so dangerous, it really was best to go back to outer space. Song Shuhang looked towards the direction of the scholar who had gone away, only to feel that the other party looked somewhat familiar. He searched his memory carefully, suddenly his eyes shone. The head of the 13 Tribulation Transcender disciples of the Sage, Daoist, Song Shuhang murmured. He had seen the statues of the 13 Tribulation Transcenders in the square of the White Cloud Academy. Daoist's statue among them had the exact same appearance as the silly scholar who had just run away. The scholarly faction. Song Shuhang sighed softly. There was also quite the deep karmic tie between him and the scholarly faction. If that silly scholar was really Daoist, when he returned, he'd surely tell True Monarch Eternal Flame about it. Song Shuhang looked at the strange whale that was bigger than an island. Fellow Daoist Melon Eater. Unexpectedly, Sage Monarch Melon Eater turned out to be a giant whale. Moreover, the other party was really clingy, for him to have actually rushed over 1,000 miles from Mount Hua. Could it be because of that divinatory stick? Su Clan 16 leaned on Song Shuhang's back, her eyes half open and half closed. She looked a little tired and sleepy. Sage Monarch Melon Eater laughed and said, "Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, what a coincidence, we meet again." Song Shuhang, "Coincidence my ass. But returning to us." Song Shuhang saw Sage Monarch Melon Eater's appearance in its entirety, and his heart suddenly moved. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body could be said to have had a whale as its base. At the same time, its body was covered with thick scales, while he had sharp claws together with a sharp horn on its head. And, below the scales, it looked like there were even some tentacles. He truly looked like a villainous monster. If he were to be put it in a cartoon, he would definitely be someone who would be violently beaten up again and again by Ultraman. But that was not the important point, and that was not why Song Shuhang's heart had moved. The important point was that Sage Monarch Melon Eater looked really familiar to Song Shuhang. His consciousness sank into his original dantian. There was a fat whale illusory core that floated lazily. It would take nutrition from Song Shuhang's body as it strived to develop itself quickly and achieve its complete state and become a genuine fourth-stage illusory core. Song Shuhang found that his fat whale illusory Dan was more than 60% similar to Sage Monarch Melon Eater. What a coincidence. Alright. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, I intentionally came here to look for you. Sage Monarch Melon Eater coughed and said, "You should also know the reason for this. I truly care about the result of that previous divination. I keep on getting the feeling that the reason the divination turned out to be this way was my contact with either Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song or your light of virtue." Song Shuhang sighed and said, "Alright, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, how do you want me to help you?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater looked up at the sky as he indistinctly said, "Honestly speaking, I've no idea how to have Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song help me." Melon Eater really had no clue what that divination meant. He only knew that it had to be related to Song Shuhang or his light of virtue, and that it might be related to what could allow him to break through his realm and charge into the 9th stage tribulation transcend a realm. However, as to how he was going to achieve that, he had not a single clue. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and said, "Well, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, since you were the one who came looking me, do you at least have any ideas? Don't tell me that you simply came to me impulsively." Sage Monarch Melon Eater earnestly said, "Frankly speaking, I actually don't have any ideas. I simply came looking for you impulsively." Song Shuhang, what am I supposed to do, then? I'm also quite helpless here. So. I do have one idea, Sage Monarch Melon Eater said. If Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song isn't averse to it, I would like to stay and live with you for a while. I promise not to interfere with any part of Fellow Daoist's life. I will silently stay by your side. You can even just take it as if I'm not even there. Anyway, weren't you going to catch a big fish? Song Shuhang, you're literally the size of an island, how am I supposed to take it as if you weren't there? Moreover, a powerful profound sage staying by my side would definitely bring me much attention. Furthermore, Song Shuhang had a lot of things about him that he didn't want outsiders to know about. If a profound sage were to stay by his side, his privacy would surely be placed in quite the predicament. Sage Monarch Melon Eater pitifully asked, "Is it not all right?" Song Shuhang replied, "I'll just say this first. Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, this is the second time that you and I have met. The relationship between us isn't at the point where we can simply live together." Sage Monarch Melon Eater smiled bitterly. In fact, he also knew this. However, that divination could be related to whether or not he could step into the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. As such, even if he had to slightly thicken up his face, he still chose to go to Song Shuhang. Additionally, he had already planned that if worse came to worst, he would simply have to be shameless even when Song Shuhang refused his request. At that time, if he were to be cursed at, he'd not retort, and if he were to be hit, he'd not fight back, all this so that Song Shuhang wouldn't be able to drive him out. Compared to an opportunity to reach the 9th stage, shame could go eat sheet. Seeing Sage Monarch Melon Eater's firm eyes, Song Shuhang could feel his head start to hurt. He could somewhat guess Sage Monarch Melon Eater's plan. This guy seemed to have already prepared to depend on him. If he wanted Melon Eater to refrain from depending on him, then the best he could do to achieve that would be to deal with the other party's trouble. At the very least, he had to discover what that divination meant. After thinking for a moment, Song Shuhang asked, "Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, how proficient are you when it comes to healing techniques?" I'm quite proficient at it. Also, I have a medicinal pill with a very strong healing effect. It's called the Draconic Whale Pill. Its healing effect can only be said to be excellent. Sage Monarch Melon Eater hurried to market himself. He believed that Song Shuhang was going to talk to him about the conditions. That Draconic Whale Pill was not some small item. It was made by Sage Monarch Melon Eater with his divine blood. His body contained the blood of a divine beast, and as it was inevitable that he could get injured in battles with others, he did not waste the blood that came out after he got injured. He brought back the blood for pill refining, and the effect of the refined pill was pretty good. Song Shuhang said, "That being the case, I have a secret technique that we might be able to use to attempt figuring out that divination of yours." Sage Monarch Melon Eater questioningly said, "Using a secret technique to figure out the divination? Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song couldn't be trying to deceive me, right? Where in the world could one find such a secret technique? Anyway, let me just give it a try. Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, just ready your healing technique and Draconic Whale Pill in case something happens," Song Shuhang said. Sage Monarch Melon Eater nodded. "Are you going to use that secret technique again?" Su Clan 16 asked. She knew that when Song Shuhang used his secret appraisal method, he would end up spurting a huge amount of blood. Song Shuhang replied, "I'll just give it a try. I've gotten better at controlling the secret technique anyway. If the price gets too high, I will cancel the technique immediately." As he had attained a better understanding of the secret appraisal technique, he now no longer had to worry about the possibility of his hand touching the earth, and him ending up dying from spraying out too much blood. Song Shuhang's consciousness moved as he put away the glove on his right hand. After that, he pressed his hand against Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. He still wasn't aware that Sage Monarch Melon Eater's divinatory bamboo stick was there. He thought that since it had been eaten by the virtuous Lamia, there was no way for him to appraise the divinatory stick, so he could only directly appraise Sage Monarch Melon Eater's main body. And so, the secret appraisal technique was activated. On Song Shuhang's arm, several wounds appeared out of nowhere. Additionally, the amount of bleeding was huge, with blood visibly being ejected. At the same time, a golden rune flew out of his eye and landed on Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. When that golden rune landed on Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body, it turned into a clock whose hand was spinning counterclockwise. After a few moments, the golden rune returned to Song Shuhang's eye. On Song Shuhang's body, more wounds began to appear, some deep, some shallow. His entire body had instantly become bathed in a layer of blood. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's eyes grew wide. He had never seen such a secret technique before. In addition, seeing the amount of blood that Song Shuhang was bleeding out made him feel especially embarrassed. All that blood was flowing out because of him. As Song Shuhang retracted his palm, he called out, "Huff, huff, phew, healing technique." Sage Monarch Melon Eater had long been ready. 7 to 8 healing techniques instantly descended on Song Shuhang, rapidly healing his wounds. At the same time, he brought out a crimson-colored medicinal pill, and shoved it into Song Shuhang's hands. Song Shuhang took the elixir, but did not swallow it immediately. The wounds on his body might look serious, but in fact, they were all mere flesh wounds. After the 7 to 8 healing techniques started working on him, his body had already been healed. However, the pain still remained. At the same time, information related to Sage Monarch Melon Eater began to flood into his mind. Melon Eater, the whale. Sage name, Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Daoist name, Daoist dual system. Realm, peak of the 8th stage. He is a mutated whale with the bloodline of a divine beast who practices the technique dual system virtue technique, incomplete version, that was left behind by. He is currently stuck in the 8th stage realm and have been unable to break through for a long time. Judging from the results of the appraisal, the sage name, Sage Monarch Melon Eater, was actually not his Daoist name. That was quite interesting. Dual system virtue technique. This was the first time Song Shuhang had heard of such a technique. However, the creator of this technique was definitely very powerful. So far, whenever Song Shuhang used the secret appraisal method and encountered information that he couldn't appraise, it generally involved an immortal, and most of them were immortals who were still alive. However, this cultivation technique seemed to be incomplete. Could this be the reason Sage Monarch Melon Eater had been stuck in the 8th stage realm and couldn't break through? However, every cultivator who was able to become a profound sage was a talented person. Since the dual system virtue technique was incomplete, then with his strength, couldn't he have completed it by himself? Even if it was self-completed, and not as good as the original, wouldn't doing so be better than being stuck in the 8th stage realm? Taking a step back, Sage Monarch Melon Eater could even switch to another cultivation technique that could directly lead him to the Tribulation Transcender realm. Song Shuhang curiously glanced at Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Did he never consider completing the cultivation technique? Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, was there a result? Song Shuhang directly asked, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, have you never considered completing your cultivation technique yourself, or even simply switching to another cultivation technique? Sage Monarch Melon Eater was stunned. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's secret technique was actually so powerful that he could even figure out that his cultivation technique was incomplete? In other words, just now, could he have been completely stripped naked of his secrets? This secret technique is too perverted. In the future, I definitely can't let Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's hands touch my pure and chaste body, Sage Monarch Melon Eater thought to himself. Afterward, he replied, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, it's not that I don't want to switch to another cultivation technique, but that I can't switch to a different one all. He sighed, and then continued, my cultivation technique is extremely powerful, its creator created it with the purpose of having it look down on everything else in the universe. This cultivation technique is truly powerful and domineering. However, when I reached the profound stage realm, my body changed, and became suitable to only this single cultivation technique, so I can no longer switch to another one. As for completing it, I've no idea how to do so at all. The creator of this cultivation technique simply stood at too high of a point, so I'd simply be akin to a dog chasing its tail if I were to try to complete it. Sometimes, the creator of a cultivation technique could be said to be too powerful, such a situation could also be very painful. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. It seemed like he still needed more information to solve Sage Monarch Melon Eater's problem. Most importantly, he needed more information related to that divinatory stick. As such, Song Shuhang continued to silently urge the secret appraisal technique as he pictured the divinatory bamboo stick together with the result of the divination, right now. Soon, some more information emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Right now is the time. Ask your question straightforwardly. For more information about the dual system virtue technique stopping at the 8th stage, please consult the ancient heavenly city's beauty, fairy #times. Song Shuhang, right now is the time, so ask your question. This was the divination. In addition, he also remembered another thing, fairy #times also practiced a virtue technique. Great Northern Emperor once said, "Little friend, why is #% s light of virtue form attached to your body?" At that time, the Great Northern Emperor had mistook the materialized virtuous lamia behind Song Shuhang to be the light of virtue form of #%. But here came the problem. The virtuous lamia was currently still the materialization of light of virtue. Song Shuhang actually had some doubts in his heart and had wondered if his light of virtue was fairy #s resurrection method or something. Nonetheless, up until now, the virtuous lamia has yet to gain the ability to properly communicate with people. Although she could play dead, swallow swords, and recite TV drama scenes when she played dead, she had never really properly communicated with Song Shuhang. Should I ask her and just see what comes out of it? I'll just give it a try, after all, it isn't like I'll lose anything from doing so. Song Shuhang thought for a while, then used his will to summon the virtuous lamia. Chapter 1158 Wailord, Use Surf. The virtuous lamia appeared. This time, she was surprisingly calm and steady as she gracefully appeared behind Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang wondered if her playing dead and swallowing swords could have been fairy #s hobby. Nonetheless, there was still the possibility that she only acquired such hobbies after transforming into a light of virtue. After summoning her, Song Shuhang turned his body to face the virtuous lamia. After that, he tried to communicate with her through their mental connection, and told her about the dual system virtue technique. He had no choice since he couldn't simply use words to communicate with the virtuous lamia in front of Sage Monarch Melon Eater. If that were to happen, he would surely be treated like a disabled person and looked at with compassionate eyes by Sage Monarch Winter Melon. After a while, the mental communication with the virtuous lamia unsurprisingly ended in failure. At least at this point in time, the virtuous lamia still had yet to have the ability to communicate through mental means. Song Shuhang sighed. How am I supposed to ask the virtual lamia about the dual system virtue technique, then? Currently, the virtuous lamia seemed to only have an instinctive response when encountering certain things. Instinctive responses such as playing dead, swallowing a sword, and eating a divinatory bamboo stick. As he thought about this, Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, perhaps I could get her to instinctively react somehow. Since she could instinctively react to things, then maybe he could take advantage of that. As such, Song Shuhang told Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, could you demonstrate your technique? He didn't use Sage Monarch Melon Eater's technique's name so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. After all, someone else being able to recognize your secret cultivation technique from just taking a look at you was already terrifying enough. Sage Monarch Melon Eater replied, demonstration? No problem. After saying that, he demonstrated the dual system virtue technique in front of Song Shuhang. When he activated the magical cultivation technique, a sheet of light of virtue emerged from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body, causing his body to have a golden sheen to it. Song Shuhang found that Sage Monarch Melon Eater's light of virtue was different from that of ordinary cultivators. His light of virtue was already integrated into his body, and they could be said to be inseparable. In this way, even if he were to accumulate more light of virtue, there was no way he could get his light of virtue to materialize. This was one of the reasons Sage Monarch Melon Eater was no longer able to switch to another cultivation technique. Afterwards, Sage Monarch Melon Eater demonstrated several moves from the dual system virtue technique. He demonstrated the classic virtuous giant sun and a strange set of fist techniques. Watching Sage Monarch Melon Eater in his fat whale form performing fist techniques was particularly strange. With it only being a demonstration, all the magical techniques which Sage Monarch Melon Eater cast stopped at a certain point, and so the powerful virtuous giant sun scattered after an outline of it had formed. After performing several other magical techniques, Sage Monarch Melon Eater began to demonstrate the secret technique Virtuous Descent. However, halfway through the demonstration, he stopped casting the technique. This technique would have one possessed the light of virtue of another person, and this would require the cooperation of someone else. At the scene, it appeared that the only one he could cooperate with was Song Shuhang. But with his knowledge of the strangeness of Song Shuhang's light of virtue, Melon Eater stopped halfway as he had no desire to go through that experience again. When Sage Monarch Melon Eater used the secret technique Virtuous Descent, Song Shuhang felt the virtuous Lamia behind him react. The virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand, and began to cast the technique. She was casting the exact same secret technique which Sage Monarch Melon Eater had stopped casting halfway through. Furthermore, the virtuous Lamia demonstrated the full version of the secret technique, and not just the part that Sage Monarch Melon Eater had displayed earlier. Sure enough, the virtuous Lamia seemed to have long known this technique. This was similar to when she had previously used the virtuous giant sun. It felt as if every time Sage Monarch Melon Eater used a magical technique, a skill icon that she already possessed would be relit. When Sage Monarch Melon Eater saw this, his eyes suddenly widened. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, have you also learned the dual system virtue technique? If that wasn't the case, then how could the virtuous Empress materialization of Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song be able to execute the full version of the Virtuous Descent? However, what profound Sage Tyrannical Song practiced was clearly not this cultivation technique. Wait, could it be that profound Sage Tyrannical Song has already paved out a new path? This must be the case. This must be why that divinatory stick reacted to Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song. The more Sage Monarch Melon Eater thought about things, the more his thoughts seemed to be true to him. Afterwards, while he was still in thought, the virtuous Lamia finished casting the secret technique, and her will flew towards Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Other than Song Shuhang, there was nobody else present with light of virtue besides Sage Monarch Melon Eater. The only other person there, Su Clan 16, had not even a single strand of light of virtue. W8. Sage Monarch Melon Eater was startled. Don't attach yourself to my body. I practice the dual system virtue technique, which has caused my physical state to change. My light of virtue and body have merged into one. It will be very troublesome if F***ck. While he was still speaking, the will of the virtuous Lamia forcibly descended on Sage Monarch Melon Eater's light of virtue. Subsequently, the virtuous Lamia and Sage Monarch Melon Eater began a tug-of-war. On Sage Monarch Melon Eater's huge body, a light of virtue emerged. This light of virtue seemed to be condensing into something that looked like the virtuous Lamia, but soon, this change was forcibly reversed. The effect of the virtuous descent was to manifest oneself as a light of virtue using another being's light of virtue. The problem here was that Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body and light of virtue were one. With this being the case, if the virtuous Lamia insisted on continuing with what she was doing, his entire body would be transformed into a body of virtue. This would be a very troublesome state. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, quickly cancel the secret technique. Sage Monarch Melon Eater said. Song Shuhang, I actually caused him more harm than good. He turned to look at the virtuous Lamia. At this time, background music began to come from the virtuous Lamia, and from it, a domineering female voice could be heard. Vaini. Vidi. Vici. I came. I saw. I conquered. Which TV series was this from? In this way, the virtuous Lamia continued to forcefully execute the secret technique, forcibly descending upon Sage Monarch Melon Eater, while Sage Monarch Melon Eater desperately resisted, rejecting the will of the virtuous Lamia. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body, which was still in its giant whale form, was extremely big. As soon as he began to struggle, the ocean flipped over as huge waves came into being. Song Shuhang couldn't keep his body steady as he repeatedly rushed to retreat. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. He first sent Su Clan 16 back into his inner world to prevent her from getting affected by the waves. Another huge problem, Song Shuhang could only feel a wave of fatigue come over him. Whenever this kind of thing happened, he would find himself especially missing Venerable White. If the near-omnipotent Venerable White were present, maybe the problem could have been solved smoothly. And if that didn't work, Senior White too would also be fine. Although Senior White too tended to give a lot of conditions, he was, nonetheless, very reliable. As Song Shuhang's heart felt exhausted, a spatial gate opened in the air. Afterwards, a foot came out of the spatial gate. Even before the great expert had completely appeared from the spatial gate, there was already an overwhelming coldness that came out. The pure, white-colored chill exited the spatial gate, and everything that it made contact with, including the waves, was frozen into ice. In an instant, the entire portion of the ocean where Song Shuhang and Sage Monarch Melon Eater were located had been completely frozen. Ha ha ha, little friend Song Shuhang, I've almost collected all the medicinal materials required for the Ice Soul Pill. I'm only missing one last ingredient. I will now accompany you to get it, and subsequently refine the pill that can let you heal the injury of the daughter of your friend. A magnetic voice sounded out. After that, the Great Northern Emperor stepped out of the spatial gate. The Great Emperor was still extremely handsome. His face was still as delicate as an ice sculpture, while the cold chi behind him made his long hair appear silvery white. When the Great Emperor wasn't smiling, he would look like a cold-hearted beauty, and when he smiled, he would be akin to sunshine in the winter that made one feel especially warm. Regardless, he was very handsome. After spending many days, he had finally gathered the materials for the Ice Soul Pill. As for the Great Emperor's ability to lock onto his position, Song Shuhang was not surprised. After all, the Great Northern Emperor's Palace of Winter was still in his inner world. In addition, the Great Emperor came at just the right time. With his divine power, he should have a way to separate the virtuous Lamia from Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Song Shuhang's eyes shone as he prepared to ask the Great Northern Emperor for assistance. The Great Northern Emperor stepped out of the spatial gate. Consequently, with a glance, he saw the scene of the virtuous Lamia having a battle with Sage Monarch Melon Eater. The situation didn't look very good, as the virtuous Lamia appeared to be on the losing side. The Great Northern Emperor's heart suddenly felt upset. How daring, a whale monster actually dares make a move on my good friend. Fairy #% allow me to lend you a hand. The Great Emperor's face became grave, and he stretched out his hand to hit Sage Monarch Melon Eater without hesitation. Don't waste time, and just directly make a move if you can. This was a saying that the strong of the ancient times had a habit of using. Beat the person up first, only after doing so will there be an opportunity to reason things out. And if they were to be beaten to death, there would simply be no opportunity to reason things out anymore. Unaware, Sage Monarch Melon Eater somehow ended up getting caught in the fire. Seeing this, Song Shuhang hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute, Senior, there's a misunderstanding here, a big misunderstanding." However, with the speed of the Great Northern Emperor's move, Song Shuhang hadn't even finished speaking yet when the Emperor's palm had already reached Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body. Bam! The chill even froze the space. Miles upon miles of the ocean had frozen over. Sage Monarch Melon Eater received the move, and was frozen into an ice statue. The bone-chilling chill ignored Sage Monarch Melon Eater's defenses, and directly entered his body. Even his consciousness had ended up becoming slightly dull from receiving this palm. Sage Monarch Melon Eater was filled with sorrow. At this moment, his heart was filled with 100,000 F***CKU, and he wanted to stamp onto Song Shuhang and the Emperor's face. A misunderstanding? The Great Northern Emperor retracted his hand and turned to Song Shuhang in confusion. At this time, because of that palm, the dazed Sage Monarch Melon Eater immediately lost the upper hand in the confrontation of the wills. His will was overcome by the virtuous Lamia. After 2 breaths of time, the virtuous Lamia was successful in possessing his body, and so the secret technique Virtuous Descent had been successfully cast. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's huge body began to transform, but his body didn't transform to look like the virtuous Lamia. Instead, the transformation resulted in a figure that appeared like a Lamia riding a gigantic whale. Wailord, use surf. Song Shuhang silently stared at the whale-riding Lamia in front of him. Looking at her being so happy left him with mixed feelings that he simply could not describe. Speaking of which, there was really some kind of fate with him and whales. His family lived on Baijing, White Whale, Street. He once had the Daoist name Baijing, White Whale, Street Sabersman. He practiced the giant whale version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. He once rode on a giant whale in the skies of the East China Sea, and now, his light of virtue was riding a giant whale over the ocean. Fairy #% was just like a playful child. She pointed her finger towards the east, and the huge Wailord rushed wildly eastwards, causing huge waves to appear as he moved. However, there was no need to worry that she was going to run away, as after 15 to 16 breaths of time, she commanded the giant whale to run back. Yup, run back, not swim back. Sage Monarch Melon Eater's body came with 4 clawed paws, allowing him to walk on the waves and run around. The Great Northern Emperor rubbed his temples, and asked, "So what's going on, little friend? Can I bother you to explain it to me?" Song Shuhang sighed, and he told the whole story about Sage Monarch Melon Eater to the Great Northern Emperor. He mentioned the unfortunate Sage Monarch Melon Eater's incomplete cultivation technique together with the virtuous Lamia's instinctive reactions to his demonstrations, and how he pretty much caused Sage Monarch Melon Eater's downfall. The Great Northern Emperor, Song Shuhang asked, "Senior, do you have a way to separate the virtuous Lamia from Fellow Daoist Melon Eater?" The Great Northern Emperor said, "I've never delved too deep into the study of virtuous techniques. Nonetheless, rest assured, this virtuous descent is a secret technique that has a time limit. After a while, when the time limit of the secret technique is reached, they will naturally separate by themselves, so there's no need to worry." Afterwards, the Great Emperor said, "Actually, with regards to Fairy Time's cultivation techniques problem, you can actually ask me about it. I still know a little something about it." Huh? Song Shuhang looked at the Great Northern Emperor. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Back then, Fairy #% was similarly stuck as an 8-stage profound sage for a very long time. In fact, to progress forward, several fellow Daoists of the ancient heavenly city had to help her complete her cultivation technique. I, Cheng Lin, Slow-Witted Song, and the Golden Dragon all cooperated to complete the cultivation technique. Amongst us, the Golden Dragon had the highest talent. As such, she also created several secret techniques for Fairy #% cultivation technique, and one of those secret techniques can even be said to be a method of resurrection. Even this great emperor is envious of that Golden Dragon's talent in this field." Song Shuhang said, "Heavens, completing Fairy #% cultivation technique had actually required the assistance of several great figures from the ancient heavenly city. When did you learn to talk in such a way? Your way of speaking has become poisonous, you should change such habits quickly." The Great Northern Emperor rolled his eyes. He was quite sensitive to this word. That stupid turtle who was always around him would stare at the skies while screaming, "Heavens," all day. As a result, he would often raise his head involuntarily to look at the sky whenever he heard the expression. Furthermore, whenever he was in a daze, pondering matters, or bored, he would suddenly look up at the sky. For the stupid tortoise, it was just a habit, but the great emperor himself had actually developed a "looking at the sky" problem. Song Shuhang responded, "I only say it occasionally, mostly because it sounds more elegant than the other curses like F***ck and Shiet. Great Northern Emperor said, "The sooner you change that habit, the better. Otherwise, one day you might develop the problem of really looking at the skies. At that time, it will be too late." "Really looking at the skies?" Song Shuhang habitually looked up at the sky, lost in thought. The great Northern Emperor, it looks like there's no longer any saving him. Little friend Shuhang seems to have already contracted the really looking at the skies disease. He has already developed the habit of looking up at the sky whenever he ponders things. Song Shuhang asked, speaking of which, would you be open to helping fellow Daoist Melon Eater reach the next stage in his cultivation? He felt that he had harmed fellow Daoist Melon Eater, and felt slightly embarrassed in his heart. Therefore, he asked the Great Northern Emperor on his behalf. As for whether the Great Northern Emperor would actually teach him, this was no longer something within Song Shuhang's power. The most important thing in the world of cultivation were cultivation techniques. If one desired to acquire a cultivation technique, then they had to make mental preparations to be made to expend huge expenses. Anyway, if the Great Northern Emperor really was in the mood to teach Sage Monarch Melon Eater, then the price would be paid by Sage Monarch Melon Eater himself. Teaching him the cultivation technique will not be possible. According to the agreement between me and the other fellow Daoists, only Fairy #Times has the authority to teach that cultivation technique to others. Even I and the others are only able to either use some of the virtuous secret techniques or develop other secret techniques with those as the basis. However, I can still provide this big whale with some pointers to guide him onto the correct way of practicing this secret technique, the Great Northern Emperor said with a gentle smile. After saying that, he looked towards Sage Monarch Melon Eater in the distance. This guy cultivated the dual system virtue technique. As such, his physical body and light of virtue have integrated into one, causing his body to be a treasure in itself. The Great Northern Emperor said, "It's a pity. Honestly, it would be better to cook this whale in several pots, steamed and braised, with some spicy and some not so much." Song Shuhang. As the sun rose in the morning, it began to emit its dazzling light and heat. Now, the virtuous Lamia and Sage Monarch Melon Eater were finally separated. Song Shuhang and the Great Northern Emperor had sat on an island of ice as they waited until early in the morning. The island of ice had been directly condensed by the Great Northern Emperor. The Great Northern Emperor said, "They've finally separated. This secret technique lasted slightly longer than I thought it would." Song Shuhang replied, "Well, at least they're separated now." In fact, Song Shuhang actually hoped that the virtuous Lamia and Sage Monarch Melon Eater would stay in that combined state for a little longer. Ever since early in the morning, he had been asking the Great Northern Emperor some small cultivation questions. It might have been because the Great Northern Emperor was idle and bored, or perhaps because he wanted to give face to Fairy #Times, but he answered each of Shuhang's questions. After several hours of exchanges, Song Shuhang had benefited greatly. Other than the slight chill that his butt had felt, everything else went great. The virtuous Lamia's secret technique had finally reached its limit, her body left Sage Monarch Melon Eater, and she returned behind Song Shuhang. However, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's light of virtue continued to remain unstable. Only half a day later did his light of virtue stabilize and his body recover to how it originally was. It seemed that neither of them experienced any abnormalities, thus allowing Song Shuhang to feel a wave of relief in his heart. He turned his head again, and glanced at the virtuous Lamia behind him. In the next moment, the corner of his eye twitched. Previously, when the virtuous Lamia had returned, Song Shuhang hadn't really paid much attention to her. But now that he took another glance at her, he found that a change had occurred to the virtuous Lamia once again. The Lamia's tail had moved lower again. After receiving the virtue from the profound sage speech, the Lamia's tail had already receded to her waist, revealing her lovely belly button. Now, the tail had receded once again, reaching an extremely scary position. But that was not the most important thing. Now, there was a mini whale below her tail. The Lamia's tail slightly curled and coiled around the small fat whale. The fat whale looked very pitiful. Song Shuhang worriedly said, "Heavens, it couldn't possibly be a part of Melon Eater's body that she had taken out, right? The Great Northern Emperor also glanced at the change that occurred to the virtuous Lamia, and said, "Relax, she only took a small part of his light of virtue with her. She didn't take any part of his soul or consciousness, which means that your friend is completely unharmed. Actually, it could even be considered to be the lesson fee for this whale." The Great Northern Emperor had prepared to teach Melon Eater. Of course, he wasn't doing it for free, and had planned on charging a fee that would satisfy him. While they were talking, Sage Monarch Melon Eater's eyes slowly opened. Sage Monarch Melon Eater smiled bitterly, and said, "Has the secret technique finally ended? I feel like I want to die now." He was now fairly afraid of Song Shuhang, as when his light of virtue used the secret technique, it didn't need his cooperation at all. It seemed that when it came to their dual system virtue technique cultivation techniques, Shuhang's light of virtue occupied a higher position, while he occupied a lower position. Song Shuhang said, "Apologies, fellow Daoist Melon Eater. There seems to have been a small accident just now." Sage Monarch Melon Eater smiled bitterly. "However, I have invited a senior who is willing to impart some guidance to you, fellow Daoist." Song Shuhang turned and introduced the Great Northern Emperor to Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater glanced at the Great Northern Emperor. With just a single glance, he could already feel his heart being greatly pressured. Though the other party was merely standing there, and hadn't even released his aura, from Sage Monarch Melon Eater's view, he looked like a giant capable of holding the sky, and though the size of that island was smaller than his own body, he still felt like nothing but a small bug in the presence of this being. He got the impression that he was the mysterious senior that had previously appeared. At that time, he had been knocked into a daze by him with a single palm. That strength could only be described as overpowering. Could he be a 9th stage tribulation transcender, or perhaps even stronger? "Let me ask you something, do you practice the dual system virtue technique?" The Great Northern Emperor calmly asked Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Sage Monarch Melon Eater responded, "As Senior has guessed, I do practice the dual system virtue technique." The Great Northern Emperor continued, "I can indeed guide you in your cultivation. Although I cannot directly teach you the second part of the cultivation technique, I am still permitted to teach you things that would allow you to break through your current realm without problems. As for after that, if you want to get the following part, it's something that can be discussed later. Nevertheless, are you prepared to pay the price?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater said, "As long as I can break through the constraints of my current realm, then even if I have to pay you all my belongings, this junior will not hesitate." "Very good, you have great awareness. However, I have no need for your possessions," the Great Northern Emperor said. "What I need is your body's blood essence, all of it." "Huh?" Sage Monarch Melon Eater was dumbfounded. The Great Northern Emperor said, "Don't panic, because if you truly desire to go further, your physical body is merely a burden. To enter the 9th stage realm, you must discard your physical body. With this being the case, you should simply give me all of your body's blood essence so as to avoid wasting it." Sage Monarch Melon Eater immediately turned silent. "Abandon my physical body?" The physical body was an extremely important part of a cultivator. If a cultivator abandoned their physical body, how could they cultivate? Does this senior really want to guide me in my cultivation and not just covets my body? It was quite normal for profound Sage Melon Eater to be thinking in such a way. After all, he was born with the bloodline of a divine beast. With him being at the 8th stage realm, many cultivators would see him as a walking natural treasure. In the past, when he was still of a lower realm, there were already many cultivators who had thought of him as such. However, those guys who had such ideas had already been crushed by the wheel of time and were no longer anywhere to be seen. Moreover, it wasn't only Sage Monarch Melon Eater who was thinking in this way, even Song Shuhang, who was at the side, wondered if the Great Northern Emperor was just hungry and wanted to secretly eat that spicy, fat whale feast of his, which was why he made an excuse to deceive Sage Monarch Melon Eater into giving him his body. After all, he had just heard the Great Northern Emperor mutter something like, "It would be better to cook this whale in several pots, steamed and braised, with some spicy and some not so much." Therefore, it was very normal that Song Shuhang was thinking this. The Great Northern Emperor glanced at the silent whale Melon Eater and was immediately able to guess what he was thinking. The Great Northern Emperor lazily said, "Don't overthink. If I really wanted to take your life, a finger of mine would have been more than enough. At that time, not only would you lose all the blood essence in your body, but your body would also be used to make several delicious dishes. Moreover, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to escape." If it weren't for the face of his little friend Song Shuhang and fairy #% he would have been too lazy to even provide guidance to this monster whale. Although the blood essence of an 8th stage monster whale was precious, for the Great Northern Emperor, it could barely be considered eligible to enter his treasury. This monster whale followed the path of virtue and appeared to have done countless good deeds, so it would be quite troublesome to kill him. However, if the Great Northern Emperor really wanted his essence and blood, he could just put him to sleep. At that time, he wouldn't have any problem taking some of its blood essence. And actually, to a certain extent, bloodletting was even good for one's health, so the whale wouldn't really suffer a loss. Sage Monarch Melon Eater heard these words and felt like crying. It was a very crude reasoning, but this senior hadn't said anything wrong. When the other party had first appeared, he had knocked him into a daze with a single palm, and he ended up losing his consciousness. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he was afraid that he could only wait and do nothing as he got turned into a dead whale with a single move. Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked curiously, "Senior, is the final step I have to take really to abandon my entire body? Does every tribulation transcender have to take this step?" The Great Northern Emperor looked at the skies as he explained, "Of course not. For most cultivators, their physical body is a very important part of their cultivation, with it even being related to their ability to step on their path and achieve eternal life. However, you practice the dual system virtue technique, and the path of normal cultivators is different from those who practice the dual system virtue technique. This cultivation technique has a very big background, and it integrates the path of virtue into one's body. When one practices it to the peak of the 8th stage, their physical body in light of virtue would almost be completely integrated. However, you should also be able to sense it yourself. In the end, your flesh is still flesh, and it has not truly transformed into light of virtue. You still bleed and can get injured. From this point, if you desire to go further, then your flesh is holding you back." Sage Monarch Melon Eater went silent. Indeed, after he cultivated to the peak of the 8th stage, although his flesh and light of virtue appear to have merged into one, he could still bleed and get injured. And faintly, he also got the feeling that his physical body seemed to be holding him back. However, abandoning one's physical body was too contrary to the current mainstream path of cultivation. No one had ever mentioned it to him before, causing him to have never even thought about such an option. Sage Monarch Melon Eater asked bitterly, "Will I be unable to take this step further if I keep my physical body?" His physical body, which possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, undoubtedly had great strength. Even if he weren't to use any of his virtuous secret techniques, he would still be able to sweep through a great number of those in the same realm with just his physical body. As such, he was still a little reluctant to abandon it. One's fleshly body was not the same as clothes. Once taken off, one could no longer get it back. The Great Northern Emperor calmly said, "I can tell you with great certainty that it is the only way. If you choose to not abandon your body, then you shall remain as a peak 8th stage profound sage for the rest of your life. Your cultivation technique is called the dual system virtue technique, and on the surface, it might seem as though it is a virtuous technique proficient in two systems. However, its true meaning is that the virtuous technique is the combination of two different systems, who were fused into one. If you were to choose to practice this technique, you will not be able to keep a foot in both camps. The Great Northern Emperor continued, as I said earlier, the one who created this dual system virtue technique was someone incredible, far greater than you can imagine. That being truly stood at the pinnacle of all practitioners in the universe. After creating this set of cultivation techniques, that being stopped at the 8th stage realm. With their strength, they could have easily completed the technique and reached the 9th stage realm. However, they seemed to be dissatisfied with how the 9th stage rank version of the technique looked. Perhaps, even they had no way of creating a cultivation technique that could keep one's physical body while ascending to the 9th stage. After I and the several other fellow Daoists delved into this dual system virtue technique, we came to this conclusion. Song Shuhang asked curiously, who's the creator of this cultivation technique? In the results of his appraisal, the information that was related to the creator had been censored. I have already spoken very clearly. Do you still need me to further clarify what an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the universe could be? The Great Northern Emperor revealed a slight smile. Song Shuhang's heart moved. An existence that stood at the pinnacle of all the practitioners in the universe, could it be a wielder of heaven's will? From the Great Northern Emperor's tone, this existence was definitely not some ordinary immortal, as he had described this existence as someone who stood at the pinnacle of all practitioners in the universe. In other words, it was someone who was at the same level as the scholarly sage. Although he hadn't been able to become the wielder of the heaven's will, he was, nonetheless, able to sweep across the world and destroy all his opponents while defeating every immortal. The Great Northern Emperor said, I don't have much time to spare, so I'll give you, about 3 days to consider it. If you have thought things through and decided by then, contact me through little friend Song. At that time, I shall guide you in the process of the abandonment of your physical body, which should, at the very least, allow you to reach the 9th stage. The Great Emperor was quite considerate. After all, abandoning one's physical body was something that required one to consider carefully for some time. Furthermore, the lifespan of this giant whale was still very long, but if he did not want to die at his current realm, then he would really have to consider this decision very carefully. Sage Monarch Melon Eater suddenly decided and said, no need to wait, please teach me immediately. The Great Northern Emperor calmly said, you don't want to give it more thought? Don't be impulsive. Once you truly start to abandon your flesh, there will no longer be a chance for regret. Sage Monarch Melon Eater grit his teeth as he said, there's no longer any need to waste time, I've decided. Perhaps this might be the only opportunity one will have in my life to reach the 9th stage. I'm afraid that if I miss it, I might never have another chance in the future. The Great Northern Emperor looked at him and said, it seems I've looked down on your determination. It appeared that this monster whale that practiced the dual system virtue technique had happened to encounter little friend Song Shuhang and him, not only because of fate, but also because of his own desire and pursuit of higher realms. The Great Northern Emperor then added, although I praised your determination, your character makes it very easy for you to be deceived. Sage Monarch Melon Eater, Song Shuhang, if the Great Northern Emperor had really planned on deceiving Sage Monarch Melon Eater, then the latter would have been deceived for good. The Great Northern Emperor said, now that you've decided, let's start with the bloodletting. Sage Monarch Melon Eater responded, do I have to let out all the blood essence in my body? Was this really not just committing suicide? The Great Northern Emperor replied, I told you to bleed, but I didn't tell you to bleed out your blood essence. I need your blood to engrave a large formation. Did you really think that the process of abandoning one's physical body was as simple as suicide and that it could be done so casually? The process of abandoning one's physical body is very complicated. If you hadn't decided to allow me to help you and had depended on your own strength, it would have likely taken you years of work just to complete this large formation. After saying that, he told Song Shuhang, after a while, I will let you stand in the center of the formation. When this big whale is in the process of abandoning his physical body, you can simply stand there and receive some benefits. Won't it affect the formation? Song Shuhang asked, would he also get to participate in this interesting show? Rest assured, it won't affect the formation in any way. The formation itself has several centers, where one can enjoy the show and receive benefits. When Fairy #% had taken this step, I and the other fellow Daoists had all occupied these centers, said the Great Northern Emperor. There are several centers? Senior, can I call out a few people then? Song Shuhang's eyes brightened up. The Great Northern Emperor said, where are they? Time is tight, so don't bother calling those who are too far away. I'll be setting up the formation quite quickly. They're right here with me, I can bring them out at any time, Song Shuhang said. Meanwhile, he remembered that 7th stage Venerable in the Palace of Winter. After this matter with Sage Monarch Melon Eater was over, he could probably also ask him to deal with that 7th stage Venerable. Fine then, you can bring them out. I'll be constructing the formation in a while and preparing your positions, said the Great Northern Emperor. Sage Monarch Melon Eater, he suddenly got a very subtle feeling that he was just being sent to a dining table with a group of people waiting around the table and enjoying the view. Next, Sage Monarch Melon Eater began to bleed, allowing his normal blood to flow out. With his strength at the 8th stage, this would, of course, not cause any damage to his body, and he would be able to recover the lost blood in the blink of an eye. The Great Northern Emperor used a magical treasure to collect the blood. At the same time, he condensed a layer of ice on the surface of the ocean, preparing to arrange the formation. Song Shuhang brought out Su Clan's 16, Little Kai, Sure, and even Lady Onion, and set everybody down on the ice to wait for the Great Emperor's present. The virtuous Lamia, who was riding a small fat whale, continued to float behind Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang's disease flared up and he looked up towards the sky, deep in thought. He wasn't thinking about whether or not Sage Monarch Melon Eater would end up spicy or steamed, but he was rather pondering if there was any connection between his fat whale illusory core and Sage Monarch Melon Eater. Song Shuhang decided to ask him directly, Fellow Daoist Melon Eater, have you heard of the 33 Divine Beasts technique? Sage Monarch Melon Eater casually replied, I seem to have heard of it before. It should be the core cultivation technique of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, right? However, the 33 Divine Beasts sect should have been destroyed over 100 years ago. At this time, the Great Northern Emperor turned around and said, the 33 Divine Beasts technique's huge whale chapter should have been created with the ancestor of this big whale as the basis. Little friend Shuhang, it seems that your luck is quite good today.